No, she's Marvel.
Is that MC? That's
Was
not
that-
MCU, but it's Marvel. Sometimes it kind of blurs the lines for me.
Yeah.
But
Well,
she
ever
was
since
in,
they opened the whole multiverse,
Yeah.
anybody who is in anyone.
True. Yeah. She was in Shooter, We Are Marshall, The Martian. She's great in
Yeah,
that. She's
excellent.
42 today. Actress Joanne Woodward is 95 years old today.
That's pretty amazing, man.
And she was in Three Faces of Eve, legendary for that. She won Best Actress, Oscar for that.
Philadelphia.
In Philadelphia, she played the mom to Tom Hanks's character and married to Paul Neumann. They got married in 1958 and stayed that way until he passed away in 2008.
My favorite quote about her ever is, why would you go out for steak, or why would you go out for hamburgers when you have steak at home?
All right, so happy birthday.
But he did.
95th birthday. It's Josh Groban's birthday today.
Really?
It is.
Okay.
You didn't know?
How old is he now?
He's 44. I don't even know where this started. Do you guys?
I don't know.
No.
Maybe it was on his birthday.
Maybe
I don't know.
did a
feel
Josh
like it-
Groban slip, and then we.
I feel like it was something. It had
We've
to
been
have
doing this for.
Poor guy.
We've said it. I think Nick, you were the first to say it. He'd love coming on the show. He seems to get everything.
Super likable dude.
Yeah, very likable.
Happy 44th to him. The great guitarist Neil Schon of Journey celebrates his 71st birthday. He is up there in the pantheon of my all-time favorite guitarists.
He's phenomenal, and he does come with an equally sized.
He's got an ego.
Yeah.
He's got an ego. He's great, and he knows he's great, but he was in the band Santana when he was 15 years old. That's how good he is. And he bridges the gap of being able to shred and being able to play melodically and also write great songs.
Have you seen the revamped version of Journey, Preston?
No, I've not. I
Okay.
mean, just other than not live, I've seen lots of videos of them.
I would recommend that you don't go because I think that you'll maintain your fandom if you don't see him live. It's
Okay.
distracting how cheesy he is up on
Neil
stage.
Schon?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I was, whatever. It was not a
Does he do a lot of gurning?
It's a lot of what happens up there is pay attention to me stuff.
Oh, well, you know what? I guess when you have a replacement Steve Perry,
Yeah.
I guess he thinks the onus is on him to be the focal point.
Neil is 71 years old today. From the group TLC, Rosanda Chili Thomas turns a year older at 54. She's the one that I had a big crush on in the group. I thought she was
I
just
liked them all.
beautiful. But she turns 54 years old today. Also celebrating birthday, another singer, Johnny Van Zant of Leonard Skinner, 64 years old today. And man, he sounds a lot like Ronnie, man. I mean, when you see them live, he sounds, he's really carried that torch wonderfully. So happy 65th birthday to Johnny Van Zant of Leonard Skinner. It's Chelsea Clinton's birthday today. Chelsea turns 45 years old.
Oh, my God.
Yep, I know.
Oh, my God.
And she was just a little kid.
Yeah.
She's 45 years old. Jennifer J-Wow Farley from Jersey Shore
And Emma Barbecue.
is 39. Yep, we were hanging out with J-Wow, and she really wanted to meet, from Fozzy. Why am I drawing a blank?
Chris Fozzy.
Not Chris Fozzy. Chris Jericho.
Jericho.
And,
Chris Fozzy Jericho.
and so I introduced the two of them.
Yeah.
He said she was sweet, right?
She was really
Yeah.
nice.
He was nice.
And she was excited to meet Chris Jericho, and he was excited to meet her.
There
It was
you go.
really neat. So happy 39th birthday to her. And consumer advocate and sometimes presidential candidate Ralph Nader turns 91 years old today. All right. We're going to try this Zoom thing.
All right.
Marissa, are you just going to bring somebody randomly up and we'll see if we can chat with them?
Yes, sorry. I'm hearing so many things because I'm hearing all of these people's Zooms and
no.
our Zooms.
Okay.
I am going to... Oh, now I'm hearing myself. I'm just going to send somebody...
Yeah,
randomly
send somebody over.
to a
I need
new room.
video of it up here on our monitor, if you don't mind.
Video up, Sam?
Okay, there we go.
Somebody in the room just got an invitation to join the next room.
All right, let's
accept that invitation.
As soon as they accept it, we should see them pop up on our screen. We're looking at this here in the monitors in the studio, and I believe we have someone named Brandon, who's going to be joining us, is Brandon C. So as soon as we accept him in and we pull him up, Brandon, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, you don't.
He's not doing video.
Where's your video?
I don't know how to use Zoom.
He's there, though.
Well, he got halfway, man. That's pretty
Works
good.
Just fine. All right, Brandon, the question is as follows. In 1979, NBC tried to capitalize on the popularity of Roots with their own miniseries called Freedom Road, starring Chris Christopherson. And which athlete?
Muhammad Ali.
Muhammad Ali. Muhammad, yeah. You are correct. Brandon, Marissa is going to chat with you about all we need to know. And thank you for being the first ever Zoom contest winner. I know, Zoom contest winner on WMMR. And we can now see you, Brandon. Thank you for working that out, buddy.
I was
Awesome,
excited.
thank you.
Where are you headed to this morning?
I'm headed to Downingtown Country Club.
Oh, what do you do there?
I help out in the shop at all of the Ron Jaworski golf courses.
Nice. Excellent.
So,
All right,
yeah,
bud.
we're getting ready.
Yeah, you are.
Ready for the season.
Season's coming in, brother. Hang in there. We're going to set you up, by the way. I didn't even say what the prize was, but hang on the line. We'll get your information. We're going to set you up with a 4-pack of tickets for the Atlantic City Boat Show. Boaters, anglers, and water lovers, get ready. The Discover Boating Atlantic City Boat Show in partnership with Progressive Insurance is back at the Atlantic City Convention Center February 26th through March 2nd. It is the Mid-Atlantic's biggest boat sale with hundreds of boats and exhibitors all under one roof, and you can grab your tickets at acboatshow.com. So congratulations and hang on, Brandon.
They got a ton of stuff out there besides the boats. They have the wakeboards and all these other cool.
They got some pretty cool personal watercrafts.
That's a big part of the whole the convention, I guess.
All the
or
water
whatever.
sports.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. So we're going to start with this sad news. Legendary actor Gene Hackman and his wife, Betsy Arakawa, were found dead in their home in New Mexico. He was 95 years old. She was 63 years old. The cause of death has not been confirmed, but it's not believed to be foul play. Deputies responded to a welfare check request at the home around 1:45 in the afternoon yesterday, and they found Hackman, Arakawa, and one of their dog was dead as well.
Whoa.
So, yeah, there's no word on what. I mean, on the surface, it sounds like it could have been carbon monoxide
Yeah.
That's what we
poisoning.
thought, yeah.
Or you never know. Listen, this is just me.
Yeah.
Everybody's guessing at this point, but you never know. He was 95 and, obviously elderly. She could have passed away and he could have just not been able to move or something or be able to communicate. And maybe it was over the course of a few days. I don't know. They don't know yet.
Yeah, the inclusion of the pet makes me think the carbon monoxide thing. Yeah.
And what'd you say, 95?
95.
Like at 95, that's what's going to kill you?
And 63, or you never know. They may have chosen to do this. Who knows? They
It's
may
possible.
have. So at this point,
Yeah.
it's all speculation, but we'll have to wait and see. But obviously, we have to highlight his incredible career as an actor. Just one of the greatest. Just one of the greatest.
In fact, who was I? It was Kevin Costner was asked, who was the greatest actor you have ever worked with and ever seen in action? And he said, in a second, Gene Hackman.
Oh, my
Yep.
gosh.
Just to give you a few titles here to reminisce about The French Connection, Hoosiers, Unforgiven, The Firm, Young Frankenstein, Superman, No Way Out, The Replacements, Crimson Tide, The Birdcage, Behind Enemy Lines, Get Shorty,
What's the one-
Poseidon Adventure.
Hey, the young priest who was questioning his faith.
What's the one movie? It's kind of like I think it's like a rom-com. And
Jennifer Love Hewitt.
he plays like a disgusting. He's always smoking cigarettes.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's it.
The Heartbreakers.
I don't. It grossed me out. That character grossed me out so much.
They had him all yellowed up and liver
Yes,
spotted.
and he had like things on his face.
Right.
He was in Welcome to Mooseport. That was his last title, by the way. He had retired several years ago, like 20 years ago.
And stuck with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, did not want to return to acting, but there's a smattering of clips over there, Preston, if you want to start with the first time I ever saw him, it was an Oscar-winning role for him, The French Connection.
All right, here we go.
All right, Popeye's here. Get your hands on your heads. Get off the bar and get on the wall. Come on, move. Move. Come on, sweetheart, move. Come on, move out. All right, come on. Face the window. Move. Face the wall. Turn around there. Turn around. Move. Come on, move! Hands out of your pocket. Turn around. Turn around. Come on, you heart. Come on. Turn around, big man. Come on, turn around. Get on the wall. Get on. Turn around. Get up. Turn around. Hey, you drop that. Pick it up. Hands up. Pick it up. Come on, move. What are you looking at? All right, bring it here. Get your hands out of your pockets. What's my name?
Doyle.
What?
Mr. Doyle.
Come here. You pick your feet. You get over there. Get your hands on your head.
There you go.
That was his big thing throughout the movie when he would have perps. He'd say, "Do you pick your feet in Poughkeepsie?"
Oh, I never knew what that was from. That's something my parents say all the time.
Yeah, do you pick
picking
your
your
feet
feet
in
in Poughkeepsie.
Yeah,
I didn't know that was. I love Gene Hackman. This really bummed me out. Steve told me when we got in this morning, and I wrote this a few years ago, but just in the 90s and the early 2000s, Unforgiven, The Firm, Geronimo, Wyatt Earp, Crimson Tide, Get Shorty is one of my favorite movies of all time. Birdcage, his performance in Birdcage is so freaking good.
Great.
I mean, Preston, we talk about Crimson Tide. His dynamic with Denzel Washington in that movie is just top notch.
And if you want to talk about the epitome of imposing, I mean, to get dressed down in Mississippi Burning, I couldn't use a clip from it because it's filled with stuff we can't air. It would have been a sliced cheese job, but it was an amazing performance.
And Hoosiers could be the greatest sports movie ever made.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
it's just
tugs at the
incredible.
heartstrings.
Yeah.
If you want to take a dabble with how good he was at comedic characters, as the blind hermit in Young Frankenstein.
A visitor is all I ask. A temporary companion to help me pass a few short hours in my lonely life. Thank you, Lord. Thank you. Oh, no, don't speak. Don't speak. Don't say a word. Oh, my joy and my prize from heaven. Oh, you must have been the tallest one in your class. My name is Harold, and I live here all alone. What is your name? I didn't get that. No. Oh, forgive me. I didn't realize you were a mute. You see how heaven plans. Me, a poor blind man, and you, a mute. An incredibly big mute.
He was amazing in Unforgiven as Little Bill.
Yeah,
and
again another just unnerving character.
Duck of Death.
Here's the Duck of Death.
Duck, I says.
Right. Duke. All right, here we go.
All right, gentlemen. He's got one barrel left. When he fires that, take out your pistols and shoot him down like the mangy scoundrel he is. Misfire. Kill us, bitch.
That's a great movie. Wow. His best roles were often conflicted authority figures or surprisingly clever white-collar villains. Many held a hint, sometimes more than a hint, of menace. He won an Oscar for the portrayal of New York cop Popeye Doyle in 1971's French Connection. Detective who gets his man, but at a high cost. His surveillance expert in 1974's The Conversation is a single-minded, to-the-point obsession, losing all perspective.
Another masterpiece directed by Francis Ford Coppola.
He was 36 before he broke through 1967 in Bonnie and Clyde, a role that he got after losing the part of Mr. Robinson in The Graduate, by the way. He retired at 74 and then lived in Santa Fe in recent decades with his wife, Arakawa, a former classical pianist, and largely stayed out of the public eye. He was on his own. There's a picture I saw of him this morning from just last year, and you wouldn't even recognize him.
No, I agree.
He was a man in his mid 90s, and just
that switch flipped. That does happen when you hit a certain age, and it's like, oh boy. But he was still moving around. Candace Bergen told a story about working with him on a movie called Bite the Bullet, and she was bringing sort of Hollywood entitled ways to the set, and he dressed her down, and she thanked him later for that. She goes, if that had not happened, she would have been a complete nightmare going forward. But and he was a former Marine, and just a long life.
He had 3 children who he shared with his late ex-wife, Faye Maltese. So as we go through the next few days, hopefully we'll find out more about the nature of the death and everything.
Right,
but sad news and just an absolute legend. And more sad news, even more tragic because she was so young. Michelle Trachtenberg, the actress, who rose to fame as a child star in the 1990s and 2000s, she passed away. She was only 39. She was best known for playing Buffy the Vampire Slayer's younger sister, Dawn Summers, and later took on the role of manipulative socialite Georgina Sparks in Gossip Girl. That ran from 2007 to 2012 as an adult. Her death is not being treated as suspicious. She made her debut in a film in Harriet the Spy, 1996. She appeared in several Nickelodeon productions. She got her start in acting at 3 years old on the Nickelodeon television series The Adventures of Pete and Pete. In the early 2000s, was nominated for several acting awards, including a Daytime Emmy Award for a role in Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
I love that show, and I loved her in it.
She also starred in films including Eurotrip, Ice Princess, Killing Kennedy, and Sister Cities. She first appeared on Gossip Girl in 2008 and returned to the role for 2 episodes in the second season of the reboot in 2023. Her last major acting role was in 2021 as the host of a true crime docuseries, Meet, Marry, Murder. Rosie O'Donnell claimed that her former co-star was struggling before her death. The 62-year-old issued a statement hours after the 39-year-old was found dead. O'Donnell acknowledged how heartbreaking it was to hear about the passing of her. She said, "I loved her so much. She struggled the last few years, and I wish I could have helped." Now, they had worked together on the 1996 Nickelodeon movie Harriet the Spy. In that film, which was one of Trachtenberg's first acting roles, she played a 6th grader who aspired to be a writer and a spy, and O'Donnell played her character's nanny. The New York Post was first to report the death on Wednesday, noting that police responded to a 911 call just after 8 a.m. At One Columbus Place, which is a 51-story luxury apartment complex on Central Park South. The NYPD confirmed that they found her unconscious, unresponsive. She was pronounced dead by emergency medical workers. Her cause of death has not yet been determined, that they are not investigating as suspicious. According to the Post, she recently underwent a liver transplant.
Yeah.
There were concerns about her health and well-being that have been raised by fans previously. A series of photos on her Instagram page last year prompted some to speculate about her apparent weight loss and somewhat gaunt appearance. However, in January of last year, she responded to fans' concerns, saying she was happy and healthy and had never had plastic surgery. I guess people were maybe thinking that she did that. But she said, explain to me how I look sick, she wrote. Did you lose a calendar and not realize I'm not 14, I'm 38? How sad for you to leave such a comment.
There were some rumors floating around. I think, Kathy, even you mentioned when we were texting, when I sent that the alert out about her passing, that the body might have started rejecting the liver.
That's what the article that I read thought, that that's what they were indicating, that she had recently had a liver transplant, and that that may have been the reason, and that her mom found her.
Terrible news. And then I'm going to reiterate this. You had this in the news because it's another passing, and then we'll move on to a couple other things. But locally, Dave Frankel, one of the most recognizable members of the Action News family from 6ABC, from the mid-'80s to late 90s, passed away. He was 67 years old. He started as an investigative reporter, told great stories in a unique style with creativity. And in 1989, he went from the investigative unit to the AccuWeather map. And for the next 8 years, he shared his smarts, his sense of humor, and his warm personality. In 1996, Dave also became ABC's first tech reporter. And as Kathy was saying earlier, back then that meant explaining new and complex concepts like email to viewers. After leaving television, he started another career in law, and he focused on children with special needs and their families. He passed away Wednesday morning after a long battle with a form of dementia, possibly primary progressive aphasia. But his son Bailey had texted Nick and said, I'm sorry?
Daughter Bailey.
Oh, I'm sorry. Daughter Bailey had said it was frontal temporal dementia.
Yeah, my mom taught Bailey, and my mom, Betsy, became friends with Bailey and Dave and the family. And Bailey sent me a really nice note, and she said, Preston, that you read a birthday message to her daughter, Bailey's daughter, from the incredible woman who was their gestational carrier, giving my dad the incredible gift of becoming a grandfather in the recent years. So Bailey and everybody in the Frankel family, we send our condolences, because Dave liked to listen to our show, and he and my mom had a really nice relationship.
Yeah, that's sad news. So, all right, we'll move on to some lighter stuff.
We need some happy stuff
for a little bit. How about this? It's not every day that you look over during your train ride to work and see the heir to the throne riding with you. Prince William and Kate, Princess Kate visited Pontypridd in Wales yesterday, ahead of the country's national holiday, St. David's Day.
Welcome to Pontypridd.
Instead of taking a helicopter or royal motorcade, though, the royal couple arrived by train, shocking Brits on their everyday commute. It's not totally unheard of for the prince and princess to ride the rails in May of 2023.
Princess Kate, we're going to require you to put your beer in a brown bag.
In May of 2023, they met TikToker and train aficionado Francis Bourgeois on the Elizabeth line in London as they got off the train at Tottenham Court Road Station.
Have you ever had a 3-hour trip? I'm going to tell you all about locomotives.
In London. So
wonderful.
They were riding the rails the other day.
Leaving
on
the midnight train.
So let's see what else I got here for you. Karen Huger, one of the stars of the Real Housewives of Potomac.
Is that your one? You watch one?
That's
of them.
me.
Yeah.
I'm a Potomac guy.
Yeah, it's just like all like governmental wise.
Yes, I assume it is.
So she learned her fate yesterday after being arrested on charges of DUI last year. Huger has been sentenced to 2 years in jail following that conviction.
She is a Real Housewife.
With one of those years suspended. Huger was found guilty of on 5 out of 6 charges following March 2024 incident in Potomac, Maryland that involved a car crash. I guess you pronounce her name Huger. It might be Hugger. I don't know.
I'm a hooger.
I'm a hugger. I'm a hooger.
Huger.
She was convicted of DUI, negligent driving, failure to control speed, avoid collision, blah, 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 and she is going to jail.
You know the judge does not like you when he says blah, blah, blah.
Yep. So this was fun. Millie Bobby Brown was attending the Electric State premiere in Los Angeles Monday night with Jake Bongiovi when a photographer asked her, "Can we get your boyfriend out here?" Brown, who wed Bon Jovi last May, firmly corrected the photographer, saying, "That's not my boyfriend." After the photographer apologized, Millie laughed it off, assuring that it's okay. So I watched video footage of this exchange, and it was pleasant and everything. She looked stunning. But when he comes in to be next to her and is smiling, man, you can see John Bon Jovi's face.
Yeah.
He is a good-looking guy.
Of course,
He is a super good-looking guy. He looks a lot like his dad.
There was a shot of her. I don't know where it was, but I mean, in some of the pictures, she almost looked like Brigitte Bardot. It was done up. I mean, it's what blows my mind is that's 11. That she's firmly burned into my mind as that little kid from Stranger Things, and here she is.
I go back to when I see that first season of Stranger Things. I mean, she just looks like a little kid.
And she's
And I'm like, how did the producers know that she was going to turn out to be a goddess?
What?
Because she is just stunning.
That's the strangest thing of Stranger Things.
So anyhow, they're doing well, and I am interested in this movie to see what it's all about. So let me see here what I have here for you. Oh, the trailer for Another Simple Favor is out. It's the sequel to 2018's A Simple Favor with Blake Lively and Anna Kendrick returning together. Did you guys see that?
I did not.
Okay. I mean, they made a sequel, so I guess it's halfway decent. I'm interested. So Blake is Emily Nelson and Anna is Stephanie Smothers, and they will head to the beautiful island of Capri, Italy for Emily's extravagant wedding to a rich Italian businessman. And along with the beautiful scenery, expect murder, betrayal, and plot twists. And they all return to... So everybody who was in the first movie pretty much is going to be in the second movie. So
this is a Paul Feig, is that his name? Feig? Movie. So, what I don't know, Nick, is if it's more comedy-based or more Glass Onion kind of mystery-based.
Yeah, I didn't see it either. But Steve, he's in charge of this one, too. He's a producer. I don't know if he's directing it, but I love Paul Feig.
So the movie debuts on Prime Video May 1st, if you are curious.
And he is directing it.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
And then one last story, Leaving Neverland, Surviving Michael Jackson, the sequel to Leaving Neverland.
Yeah.
Will be available on premium YouTube documentary channel Real Stories in the U.S. and Canada after its UK premiere on March 18th. That's poopy talk.
It's poopy talk.
work.
Poopy work.
I don't think I want to see it. That's poopy work. I don't think I want to see it.
The documentary revisits Wade Robson and James Safechuck's sexual assault allegations against Michael.
I don't think I want to see it.
That's poopy work. And the toll making their claims public took on them. Premiering this film, this is according to director Dan Reed, premiering this film on YouTube is about breaking down barriers to access. And HBO, which produced the original film, is not involved in the sequel. So it will be a YouTube release.
Interesting.
That's poopy work.
Yeah. That's not even Michael.
No, it's South Park.
Yeah. All right.
That's poopy work.
Let's do the clips. All right. So, comedy series The Running Point follows Isla Gordon, who is appointed last minute as president of the LA Waves basketball team, played by Kate Hudson. And here she describes her character.
A woman being thrust into this position of something that she really loves and then constantly feeling like she has to prove herself and using that as sort of a comedic launching pad and was, is a blast.
I don't think I want to see it.
The Running Point streams today, and you'll find that on Netflix. Here's our next clip. This is Anthony Mackie's 8th appearance as Sam Wilson in Captain America: Brave New World, and here he explains how his cap inspires new generations.
The fact that he doesn't have the serum is very important because he's every man's cap. Every man, woman, and child can relate to this Captain America in some way as their own. It's fun to see someone who's the best version of all of us. Everything that's good in us, that's what Sam Wilson is.
That's poopy work.
Captain America: Brave New World is in theater. There you go. That's our entertainment report for this morning. We will have joining us today Derek Gaines, who's going to be at Helium Comedy Club tonight. Sorry, I'm stretching. Derek is stopping in around 9 o'clock this morning. We're getting ourselves set for Cardboard Classic. This time tomorrow morning, we will be sitting at the lodge at the base of Montage Mountain, as we will start to see crowds start to form. As the sun comes up, we can start to see the creations as they slowly appear, and everybody brings them out into a little presentation area.
Yeah.
And we get ready for the events. And we're shooting for a 10:30 a.m. start of the sleds coming down the hill. And we're going to gauge, it's going to be about 2 hours total. Something in that range is what we're shooting for.
We had a nice meeting yesterday. We put a lot of things in place, as you said, that'll all collapse in on itself.
Yeah, at some point.
The methodology is to get everyone their moment on the mountain. And listen, as you've pointed out many times before, there's a point at which we are there as spectators as well. Like, oh my God, it's an amazing thing to see.
Yeah,
and it's free.
And what's great too is the always the question factor is the weather. We don't have to worry about that.
No, done.
38 degrees and partly cloudy to cloudy skies. No precipitation. They're getting a little bit of rain this morning.
No poopy talk.
No poopy words.
That's poopy work.
And hopefully. The temperature is going to drop tonight, and that'll freeze things over a little bit. We'll see. But you get what you get.
It'll
you don't
be
get
fine.
upset. That'll be fine. So we're excited about that tomorrow morning. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in just a minute. We got more on the way. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Stuck underground.
Sure.
Yeah.
So it's a powerful story.
Miney.
It's like that Antonio Banderas movie meets Seabiscuit.
An author, his name is Yuval Harari, argues in his book, which is called Sapiens, A Brief History of Humankind, that gossip is the foundation of our species' survival. Gossiping or sharing social knowledge involves retrieving previously acquired information about an individual from our vast social network, a process that's more complicated than this sounds.
So how far does it go back?
It goes all the way back, I guess.
Guess who put finger in Stegosaurus?
Oh, my God.
Are you effing kidding me, Og? Saw it with own eyes. Put finger right in Stegosaurus. Then sniffed it. Get out. Saw it with own eyes. With own eyes. I bet at some rudimentary level it was part of campfire talk.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Stegosaurus facing away. Og walk up, finger go in. I saw it. own eyes.
Of course, it's the original storytelling, probably, man.
Yeah.
Steve, I have a response to somebody texted over. Give me the story again about the Stegosaurus, please, because I have a response to that.
All right. Og, put finger in Stegosaurus. Saw with own eyes.
Shut the front rock.
So dumb. You are so dumb.
Yeah.
Shut the front rock.
Saw it.
And somebody also said, get out of cave. Shut the front rock. So thank you to Clint Buffington.
Clint Buffington. Sounds like a pretend name, but it's real.
Yes, and I almost said Clunt Biffington.
Clunt. His name is Clunt. Clunt Buffington.
Biffington.
Punk.
Clunt
Buffington.
Biffington.
Biffington.
Because it's Clint Buffington.
Clunt Biffington.
There you go.
What's your name, stranger?
Biffington. Clunt. Biffington.
Did you say Clunt? Clunt? That's not a name I've ever heard. There's many Indians in this area have all sorts of exotic names, but Clunt's not one that I've heard.
Clunt.
Well, you heard it now.
So he is he's the guy that finds the messages in bottles, and he actually tracked down the one that was dropped off of the cruise ship. Guy who was on a Carnival cruise ship. He's from Philadelphia and had been floating out there for years, and he found it and got back to him. So it was
That was
cool.
cramp different.
Cramp different. A Florida man was sentenced to 5 years in prison Wednesday after his wife died in a crash while the couple was having sex and he was driving while intoxicated.
All right, so she's straddling him, or
Yeah,
okay?
That's exactly how
that
it
can be
was.
dangerous.
Matthew Notebart and his wife had just left a country music concert. The pair was having sex when Notebart drove into a canal.
Wow.
The crash left his wife, Amanda, dead at the... And Matthew severely injured at the hospital. Deputies confirmed that he was indeed under the influence. Authorities said that Matthew admitted to being naked and that Amanda was sitting on top of his lap when he drove off the end of the road and struck the opposite canal. Yeah.
That's why I think the safest thing to do is if you're going to be in the front seat, doggy style, right?
Yeah. So you can both see what's
exactly,
coming up.
Yeah, you can both
Look
steer.
out! Sorry, I didn't see that.
Yeah. Hands on the wheel.
Yep.
All four.
So you put the seat back. It's going to be a little snug. I'm not going to lie.
Does the person in front work the pedals and the
Yes.
steering wheel?
Yeah.
Okay.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
No.
Yes.
Good.
You're holding on the wheel. It's like this. You're holding on
could.
the wheel. You're hunched over.
Yeah.
Yeah. It works.
They could do that.
Trust me.
All right. Well,
Did it in the Subaru.
After his 5-year sentence, Notebart will be on probation for 5 years. That's a good question. I've never had the, well, I was going to say the balls, but I guess that would be right, to do it while actually driving in motion. That's just crazy.
69 in a rickshaw.
I mean, like full on. I'm talking about intercourse.
Yeah, no, I know.
There are other things that you can do while driving, but that is just.
Well, you not Kathy, but you can do it.
Well,
No, you could get roadhead. Can you say that?
No.
we'll find out.
We'll find out.
Who are you?
Have you ever?
Ew, that's so yucky.
There's your answer.
And now we're back. This brief fling to a normal sexual life, and now we're back.
I like how you make the word "ew" 12 syllables.
I want you guys to understand.
Okay. It's a little emphasis that she puts
Yeah.
on it. Some of these texts are crazy. Had a guy friend who was with his wife and finished and yelled "hot soup."
Hot soup. That's dirty talk for Bill.
He said, "Yeah, right."
Yeah, right.
Soup. Minestrone. Minestrone, chicken noodle.
Chowder.
Soup is sexual. Soup is dirty. Gets all over the floor. Gets on the pillows. Soup's bad.
I miss Bill.
Split pea.
Stevie wakes up having a nightmare about it.
Split pea. Clam chowder. What, honey? You're bathed in sweat. I had a bad dream. Third leg of the stool, open barn door. What are you saying?
He just blurts them out.
Oh, dear God. Kathy, here's this story that I promised I would bring up to you.
Lipstick?
A lipstick. apparently isn't just a little pop of the color. It can be much more powerful. Bobby Rimmel, a gynecologist and oncologist at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles, says for cancer patients, lipstick often serves as a symbol of health and vibrancy.
Huh.
And says that lipstick helps restore a normal sense of self that a patient can lose during an incredibly difficult cancer treatment and help them feel like themselves.
I was never a lipstick wearer. I never wore lipstick until, I guess as I aged, I started wearing it more. So
was it your first rainbow party that...
Stop it. So, yes, I think it does help you, feel better about yourself. And especially if, maybe if they're going through chemo and they've lost their hair or whatever it is, just that little bit of lipstick, I could see that
Could make
helping
you feel
them.
wonderful.
Look, I've got a whole bag of lipsticks here, so.
All right, put on something.
Shake 'em.
Anybody? I just did.
Let's hear it so people can
this
hear
is
your
lame, whatever.
how
Oh,
much
my-
lipstick you have.
Oh, okay.
You have your bag there?
Yeah.
Pour it out on the table.
Okay. Here.
This is Kathy's
Wow.
cosmetics
My little
array.
brush.
What is your I'm going out and I want action with an illegal alien? What's that lip? Now, what is your I want to, as Preston says, you want to just feel your absolute best.
You want to look sexy.
You want to be sexy.
Well, listen, it depends on the time of year.
Say you're going to like a police function and there'll be a lot of guys in uniform there.
Well, in that case, I'd wear this lipstick. No, it depends on I wore darker lipstick throughout the winter, and I just got my spring colors. So there's a lot of blushes and roses in there. Those type of colors.
Do you love watching? I love watching my wife put on lipstick. Yeah, I think it's very sexy.
Come on, guys. Let's put on some lipstick.
You have food in your mouth. How am I going to put lipstick on?
Let him eat first. He needs to eat. Yeah, a little bit of chaw.
By the way, I'm so mad.
Why?
Because my bagel was supposed to have butter on it. It had cream cheese. So mad.
Is that what you were gesturing to me about?
Yeah. Oh, well, I thought it was yours.
Oh my God! Can you put it on for me?
Oh, you want me to put it on you?
Yeah, Kathy. This one has pubes all over it.
Oh, it does. Sorry about that. I use it for my other lips.
By the way, Kathy, you can mix colors, right? And get a
Yeah,
different.
sure. Of course.
Yeah.
That's like the fun part. You experiment.
So my wife had done like this purple, this pearl, or not pearl, plum, and then she put like almost black and mixed it together, made it real dark and juicy.
Juicy.
Oh, you little slut, you. You. Somebody's getting ready for a big weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Big
Steve.
weekend.
Steve, can you do Yoo-Hoo for us?
That's messed up.
Now this is, and then the guy blacks out, and then I blacked out, and then I woke up and he was over me like some sort of condor. This big bald guy got lipstick on. He's going yoo-hoo, and I turned around and woke up. I was bleeding.
Holy, oh my God, look at you.
You know what? I'll tell you this. I still look more feminine than Caitlyn Jenner.
Quickly, do we have a wig? Do we have a wig?
Yes,
we do. Casey's putting the wig on Steve. And it's a bad wig. It's, oh my God. Oh my God.
For the love of God.
Oh, this is just. Oh, this is so.
I'm so freaked out right now.
This is awesome.
This looks like an ad for Split 2.
Yes! Yeah, totally.
You'll come live in my basement.
I can't do it.
We have Knight's new character.
I have something to tell you.
And now the voice. Yeah. It's brought it all together.
It's all gone.
Oh my God.
How long does that lipstick stay on? It's designed for it to stay on for a while, right?
Well, what Steve has is going to stay on for a long time.
Because he has an important appointment later on today.
What do you have?
We're closing on the house.
I forgot about that.
Did you imagine?
Oh my God, dude.
But apparently, lipstick can make you feel more vibrant when you put it on. Do you?
I feel more vibrant. I feel prettier. I feel pretty for the first time.
Wow.
I would agree with that.
I tell you what, though, how annoying. Having no hair is so much better than having.
Yeah, you got to brush it out of your eyes.
Oh, my God.
It's a pain, isn't it? Yeah.
Are you ready, girls?
Hey. Oh, the voice.
Walk along in high heels, feeling my testicles swing about.
Oh, my God. This just bizarrely, spontaneously happened.
And it is bizarre.
It is
Well,
fantastic.
you were saying And I am a big fan of the red. Well, yours
I
is
like
kind
your
of-
lipstick better.
Yeah, you have better
But
lipstick.
this is
Steve.
lip gloss, correct?
It's a matte. It's a matte color. So,
Okay.
She said so it won't come off.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, good.
Oh no, Steve's closing on a house today.
Well, what would?
It'll come off
But you
by
already know the
then,
people
but
that are there.
you might have it for the entire show.
So let me get this straight. This is all marketing.
MMR.
Thank you, Kathy. By the way, a text and somebody says, how do we get to say hi to you guys tomorrow? We are busy. We are definitely working. So if you see us with a microphone in hand and we're in the middle of talking, something like that, just hold off if you can. If we have a few moments here and there, we definitely want to meet with everybody, say hello.
Yeah.
But
Don't
it is,
make eye contact with us.
whatever you do, don't look directly
Yes, our handlers will
at Kathy.
stun gun you. No,
But it is a work day for us. We do the show, and then after that, we go straight into trying to handle and organize everything that's happening. But it won't be just us.
No.
Like Jackie Bam Bam's going to be there.
Yeah.
Brent Porsche is going to be DJing. A lot of the other staff members. Pierre Robert is broadcasting live. So there's plenty from the MMR staff if you'd like to say hello to them. And some people will be working, some people won't. So, just whatever you do, hopefully we'll have a chance to interact with you.
we almost always get a shot at that.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
And where we are is kind of right out there in the general area. You'll
see us.
easily be able to see us.
Yeah. So we don't have phones. Okay, our phone system is down for the entire company. This is not going to work. We're not going to be able to take phone calls today. But a little while ago, we just did the stupid question, and for the first time ever, we got a winner via Zoom. It was chaotic, it was difficult, but Marissa wrangled it and made it happen. So now we'd like to take this out and play with it a little bit.
All right.
Because we like to play with things.
So we're gonna we spoke to Brandon, who had zoomed in, and he was great, and we saw him in his car saying hi to him. Is on his way into the country club that he works. So we are just going to do a completely random segment right now called "Who Are You and Where Are You Going?"
All right.
All right.
Love it.
So Marissa, how do people zoom in for this right now? How they want to text the word Zoom?
Yep. So text Zoom, ZOOM, 239-333. You'll get a link. Click the link, and you will go in. And please have your camera on.
Okay, yes, please have a camera on. And if there's anything unique or interesting about you that you want to share, we'd like to hear about that too. But this is full on, this is almost like Open Phonadelphia.
Absolutely. If you've ever wanted to be interviewed by the show, and you don't have to be in transit, if you're at home, wherever you are.
Yeah, exactly.
Who are you? What are you doing?
Yeah.
What crime are you trying to cover over?
And so what'll happen is we will just randomly send you into our on-air room. So when you click that, you're going to be in a waiting room. You won't be on air. You will get an invitation and it says, join the room. Join that room, and that's how you'll be on air.
There we go.
So we'll try this. We're not going to we probably won't get to everybody
No.
because when we were doing the stupid question, like immediately people started texting in to try to get on and
Well, we had boat show tickets.
but yeah, I mean, come on.
Yeah.
So we will see how this ends up
I think
going.
this is going to be awesome. I'm actually really
We
excited.
really
about
had a
this.
blast. Remember
Yeah.
when we did the chat roulette?
Yep.
We struck up a conversation with some guy who was
Yeah,
a
we
little
recently
creepy.
did it.
Yeah. In what was it?
No, the one guy was great, but there were, I think, some creeps getting to that one guy.
Yeah. While we're waiting for some Zooms to come in, I do want to mention this because we made this announcement late in the day, and you can sign up for this. We're teaming up with Dunkin' to bring you meal deal workforce visits. So starting soon, this is going to happen every month. The MM Army is going to stop by offices, job sites, wherever you work to drop off Dunkin' meal deal refreshments. And you just go to WMMR.com and you can enter your business on the contest page. And we may end up coming by to visit and feeding you and the gang. And by the way, the biggest deal on breakfast is waiting for you at Dunkin'. You can get one medium or hot iced coffee and any 2 delicious wake-up wrap sandwiches for just $5. Stop by any Dunkin' location and order one on the Dunkin' app. So that's going to start before you know it. All right, I think we're ready to go.
Yes.
All right. How do I see? I guess it doesn't matter. I don't. So we're going to go to this first random person. Hi, good morning. What is your name, by the way?
I believe it's Katie Santiago.
Hi.
Hi. How you doing, Katie?
I'm good. Preston, you don't recognize me, but you were at my wedding.
Oh. Wait a minute.
Wow. That sounds about right.
Yeah. I could have been a groomsman and not known. Why was I at your wedding?
I was a frontline hero and you pulled up at my house to put down a sign.
In Phoenixville. Yes. Yes. Oh my God. Yeah, it was so great. When it was COVID and we were in the height of it, we had these great signs of people who worked as first responders and so on. And I went and I showed up at this house. They were nominated by other people, and I'm there putting the sign in the front yard. And she and her freshly husband pull up in their wedding clothes and get out of their car. They're like, "That's our house."
Wow.
And she said, "We just got married." Tell that story. It was a COVID wedding, right?
It was. So my now husband and I were not married at the time. We actually were thinking about getting married for a while and then putting it off for whatever reasons. Yeah. And then he is a physical therapist and I'm a respiratory therapist, and we were both working on COVID units. And we were like, what happens to our kids if something happens to one of us? Do we have rights? And everything was closed, so we couldn't go to court for legal reasons. So we were like, let's just get married. So we went downtown, stood by this lovely bridge on a path. Mm-hmm. And our neighbor just happened to be an officiant, and he came down with us, and we all stood very far apart, and we streamed it on Facebook for our friends and family, and we got married.
That is cool. Now, did you follow through and did you do a full regular one, or is this the one that has been standing the test of time?
It is the one that stood the test of time. We bought a house.
All right, we're losing the signal.
Yeah.
Either that or she got drunk all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Drinking and driving.
All right. Sorry, Katie. It's
she's adorable, though.
Things came up that money was yard that day.
Okay, we lost a little bit of the conversation, Katie, but that's terrific. How wild is that, Preston?
Isn't that a great story?
Yeah.
It's the best. And they were so happy when I saw them. I mean, they had just like kissed and said I do and all this stuff, and it was so fun, man. I love it. That's great. Do you guys still live in Phoenixville? Oh, we've lost you altogether, Katie.
Range,
Oh, you do?
Fun
Okay.
fact is...
Go ahead. We got you. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Can you...
Yep.
So fun fact is the very next day I was on my way to work and I heard you guys talking about us on the radio.
Excellent. Well, listen, we're glad you guys are doing well. Thanks for playing along with our little experiment here and trying Zoom for calls. And what's your husband's name again, by the way?
Ruben.
Give Ruben our best, okay? Thank you for checking in this morning, Katie. All right, we'll see you
She's
later.
delightful, man.
That was nice.
So cute.
Yeah. It was so fun. They came pulling up, and I thought like I was in trouble. I thought they were like,
hey, you!
I was like,
Get off my property!
And she goes, Preston.
Oh, that's so great.
We just got married. I thought it was excellent. All right, Marissa, whenever you want, pop another one up. We're just randomly picking people. If you're just tuning in, our phones don't work. And we're trying this. We're trying this Zoom. Who is this guy? What's your name, man?
2, 3.
Oh, you were yelling. I didn't hear you. Oh, it says Nicholas Amato. Hey, Nick, how you doing, bud?
I'm living the dream, Preston. How are you doing?
Good, buddy. Your background.
Your background is great.
The background photo is a piece of artwork that looks like a butthole, but it's an eye. Is this an original piece of work that you've done?
Funny thing is, I have no control over that.
That's awesome.
How do you randomly end up with that?
My life is a Greek tragedy, Steve. So this is what we get.
All right. Where are you from, Nick?
I live in Oakland, New Jersey.
Oakland, New Jersey. All right. And we were just taking calls of tell us who you are and what you're doing right now. What are you up to?
I'm a longshoreman. I just pulled up to work.
Longshoreman. Okay. Can you describe what exactly a longshoreman does?
We load and unload freight ships. So building materials and shipping containers.
Yeah.
When I hear longshoreman, I think of a guy like in a pea coat with a giant hook that he uses to move large bales of hay or whatever cargo around. Do you guys have the giant hooks to move things around anymore?
No, that's more of like a symbol.
Okay.
Yeah, that's so the
That's a
movie.
symbol of men that were much better than me. Everything's done with machines now.
If you ever see the movie On the Waterfront, Terry Malloy, Marlon Brando plays a longshoreman, and that Preston, they have those hooks, and they would grab boxes with them.
Yeah.
But it was also, I was just hearing a story about this. It's considered one of the most dangerous jobs in the world, being a longshoreman. Would you agree that there's a big risk factor there?
Yeah, it can be. We have there's the occasional fatality. People always losing tips of their fingers and stuff when the rigging goes up. The chain goes tight, and if your hands aren't where they're supposed to be, they lose digits and stuff like that.
Wow. What
it can all be avoided though. It doesn't have to be dangerous.
Sure.
It's always when people are rushing. It's like driving.
Right.
Yeah.
Driving's dangerous.
Do you have you yourself ever had an injury, Nick, on the job?
I've like fallen off of stuff.
Okay.
No, I got all my digits though.
All right, so and you probably can't wear like jewelry and stuff like that. They always say in industrial conditions that can be no rings or anything like that.
Yeah, degloving, not a good thing.
Degloving.
Oh yeah, it takes the skin right off.
Right
right?
off.
Jeez, oh, man.
So where technically do you pull in? Where do you work at one specific location, or do you move around to different docks?
So the Philadelphia longshoremen have access to 5 different ports. And I'm lucky enough that we get separated into labor gangs.
Okay.
My gang works out of Port Richmond. So I basically go to Port Richmond Monday to Friday. You guys were actually here at Tioga Marine Terminal. You guys brought us coffee.
One of the Dunkin' runs?
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, that was really great.
Are you outside? Do you work outside all the time in any kind of weather?
Yeah, but we're spoiled, man. It's really not as bad as people make it sound.
Okay.
Most of us are in nice machines, or it's a good job.
All right. Well, he's got a good longshoreman look. I'm more curious about how I can get a print of your background.
Send me a text, bro.
All right. Hey, thanks for checking in, Nick. We appreciate it. Have a good day at work. Be safe, brother. All right.
Love you guys.
Love
Thank you
you,
so
man.
much.
We'll see you later. Oh my God, I've never.
Yeah.
A longshoreman. We got a longshoreman.
cool.
Yes. That was always kind of a romantic a job, a longshoreman.
I know they're not the same thing, but when I think longshoreman, I think merchant marine.
That's what I was thinking.
Is another.
So the Merchant Marine Academy was right by Shea Stadium for years growing up, and we'd pass it, and a number of my friends became Merchant Marines because it had that sort of appeal to it.
One of my son's rugby coaches is a Merchant Marine, or maybe retired Merchant Marine, but I had no idea what that was. I thought I was like, okay, maybe he's an assassin, you know?
Yes, an assassin.
Right?
Do you have any openings for an assassin?
He goes in and just, he travels on cargo ships and
shoot him.
I had no idea.
All right, we need to go to another. We need a little transition sound effect, Casey. Like even our hair change, anything like that.
Okay.
Something to kind of. Oh, there you go. All right, we'll go
dramatic.
We'll go to another one. This is Kelly Black on our Zoom. Hey, Kelly, how you doing?
Hey, gadzooks, everyone.
Gadzooks. So, Kelly, we're just taking random Zooms because our phones don't work, and we're asking people, who are you and what are you doing?
So, I actually live in Pittsburgh.
Wow.
Used to live in Philly for like 20 years. And today's my birthday.
Happy birthday!
Oh.
By the way, are you in an elevator right now?
I'm getting ready to go in the elevator.
Okay.
But if I go in the elevator, I'll lose the signal.
Yes, I assumed as much. Where are you? Where are you? Are you at work right now?
I'm at work. I am a teacher. I teach kindergarten and first and second grade science at a charter school in Pittsburgh.
So you teach first and second, but you're exclusively a science teacher for kids in grade school?
That's
so
cool.
I always thought of grade school not having specified
subject teachers.
Yeah. That's interesting. How is that common now?
Yeah. For our school, it is. So we're a charter school, so we kind of run on a different drum, different beat. So we actually have we're K through 5. So I teach the younger kiddos, and then my co-teacher or partner teacher teaches 3 through 5.
Huh. All right. So can you do me, because I was thinking about this yesterday, that I even looked it up a few months ago as to like what condensation is. And then I was thinking yesterday, I'm like, I completely forget condensation. Can you please explain to me on a kindergarten level how water ends up on the outside of a cup?
She froze.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, really?
No, she doesn't want to answer your question.
Oh, man.
It's a secret they're trying to keep from
amongst
pretty much
the
everyone.
science teachers.
So herein lies the issue when we're doing this is that the data that's used for zooming for video sometimes there's a little bit more and the bit rate is, I think I'm using a proper word. All right, now you're back on, Kelly. So can you explain condensation in a kindergarten sort of way to Casey?
It's through the water cycle. So you have you have your collection, which is your bottom of your water. And then when the heat hits it, it's evaporation. So it goes up and then it condenses into like clouds, or on your cup will condense like in the sky, basically. And then it falls back down into precipitation.
So you're saying that you're even in a moderate temperature at home, there has to be enough of a temperature difference, correct, for condensation to occur?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. So like in a cup, for example, your ice is usually at the top.
Yes.
And then so it's what the space between the ice and the top of the cup is going to be warmer. So it kind of acts like that cloud.
All right,
And
that
then
makes sense. Okay, all right.
Casey, you got it?
I don't think you got
He
it.
doesn't have it.
Not in that explanation.
Can you give him a cookie?
Yeah, dude, I would love.
Oh, I can give him some time in the calm down corner.
Kelly, ask us a science question. Let's see if we can answer it correctly.
Yeah.
What is the difference between weathering and erosion?
Wow, weathering and erosion.
Does erosion? Well, no, weathering.
Erosion takes the the earth away.
No.
Part of the earth.
Yes, it does. No, you're right.
What?
You're right. So weathering takes the broken pieces away. Or not weathering. Erosion takes the broken pieces away, and weathering breaks the pieces.
And breaks them. Okay.
Yeah, see, I'm in 7th grade science.
Oh, that's right.
All right, good
You get a star. Star.
Ask her to speak Spanish.
Nice.
Yes, I take 7th grade Spanish.
How long have you been a teacher, Kelly?
So I've been teaching for 7 years.
Okay, good for you.
So I taught 3 years, 2 years in Philly and 5 years out here in Pittsburgh.
Okay. What took you to Pittsburgh?
My family is from here originally.
All right.
But we lived in Philadelphia. I lived in Port Richmond for like 20 plus years.
Now you'll always be Philadelphia, but now we have to ask the question.
Always. Go Eagles. Go Birds.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you have a toilet in the middle of your basement?
I do not.
Okay.
I do not.
But you know what we're talking about?
Currently, no.
All right.
I do.
All right. Thank you, Kelly. It's great to talk to you. We appreciate you checking in on this little Zoom project that we're doing this morning.
Thanks, guys. Have a great day.
You too. We'll see you later. All right, there's another one. If you're just tuning in, trying to figure out what the hell is going on, our phones do not work.
Yeah.
Inoperable completely. You can't call us.
By the way, did you see there was a picture of Rodney here at like 1:30 in the morning sitting on the floor with like a wall open and wires.
Wow.
So like they're trying.
It's not like it's already a busy week for Rodney either.
Yeah.
So we can't use the phones. Therefore, if you text the word Zoom to 39333, we'll send you a link. You can click on that and you can go into essentially our Zoom waiting room. And then Marissa is randomly bringing people up to talk to us, and we're playing Who Are You and What Are You Doing? We have Bill Nolan, who is checking in now. Hey, Bill, how you doing?
Good morning, bitches.
Good morning, bitch. I see a couple of travelers behind you there. Who's in the car with you?
I have my son. That is my son Liam and my son Colin, and I have the dog with me.
What's your dog's name? Kira, Black Lab. Nice.
Beautiful.
I'm looking at your jacket. It says it's got your name on it. What do you do that you need that jacket?
I work for a chemical storage facility, and I am a first responder for our terminal.
Okay, yeah, because it says fire, at least on one of the patch on your.
Yes.
So you're also a firefighter, technically.
Yeah, so we are certified firefighters.
Okay.
All right, and you're taking the kids to school, or are you abandoning
yes,
them?
I am.
Okay.
I'm dropping them off at Mass Charter right now.
What grade are they in?
5th and 3rd.
5th and 3rd grade. Okay, nice. You got your hands full. Any other kids, or is it just 2 for now?
That and the dog. We're good for that.
I
guinea pig at home.
Well,
His name is Midnight.
His name is Midnight.
Guinea pig named Midnight. Okay.
A guinea pig named. Okay.
Oh, okay. I thought
That's
the dog's
cool.
name was Midnight, not Black Swan. Okay.
So, is the Preston and Steve show regular listening as you're taking these kids to school?
every day.
Really?
Do you ever have to hit the volume
Yes.
button?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Do you ever have to hit the volume if we're talking about something that may not be school appropriate?
Oh, listen, they hear it at home, so why not hear from you guys too?
Hey, let's ask them what's your favorite part of the show, guys? What do you like?
I don't really like.
Pay attention.
Like you guys.
I mean, kind of all of it's my favorite.
Well, tell them what you liked about BirdBot.
Oh, I liked that. Like at first, I thought that BirdBot was like an actual robot, but then I figured out that people like traveled with it to New Orleans,
Right.
and previously Minnesota.
You found out it was basically a garbage pail.
Yes, sort of.
Yeah. Do you guys like the Bizarre Files or the Shard Outs and stuff like that?
Oh, we love all of it.
All right. Well, here, let me see what we can do here.
All right. Shard Out for you guys. There you go. That's for you fellas as you're heading into
Thank you guys so much.
No problem. All right. Well, we appreciate you checking in, Bill, and thanks for listening and turning a new generation of listeners on to the Preston and Steve Show.
Thank you guys so much. Love you guys.
Be good at school, boys. We'll see you later. All right. Nice. Okay.
Fine young men in the back seat. I like how the dog gets the actual passenger seat, though.
Oh, and by the way, when you're done with the call, close the Zoom out. Thank you, Bill, if you don't mind. Close it out, and that way we can go to another call, so we have to wait. Our longshoreman that called in earlier, he left it on for a long time.
Really? Oh, really?
Yeah.
So that's cool.
If you close out the Zoom when we're done talking to you, we can then move on to the next caller. So, Bill, hang up. Hang up the
trying.
phone.
A lot of these people are driving.
He's driving. Yeah, I know. I need a.
One second, guys. Hold on.
That's all good, buddy. No, we appreciate it. So, yes, if you are driving, if you're moving, just don't look at the screen while you're doing
Or
it.
pull over.
Pull over would be even better. Thank you, Steve. Definitely. So we're taking random Zooms, and we're just finding out who's listening and what you're doing, because why not?
It's funny. When we are on vacation, I describe this to people, and I'll drive around sometimes in the morning during rush hour, or, if I'm running errands or whatever, and I'm like, this is the way. Because everyone who's listening is part of our family, and this is the way that they're experiencing it. But being able to reach out this way and interact with people on their morning ritual is kind of cool.
Somebody said, hey, guys, awesome idea would be to create a segment called Zoomers versus Tubers, meaning YouTubers. Or it says YouTubers, but I like Tubers. Zoomers versus Tubers. Make it happen. I don't know what we would do.
I don't know.
Against each other. We'll find out.
Fight to the death,
Yeah,
maybe?
that's what I was thinking.
I like that. All right, our next Zoomer is Trucker Matt. Hey, Matt, how you doing, bud?
Good morning, Preston. What's going on, bud?
Yeah, man, just checking in with you. Are you, what kind of truck you in right now?
We're driving T800 Kenworth, low boy. I'm heading to Del Mar, Delaware, pick up a John Deere piece of equipment and haul it out to the shore of Maryland.
Is this an 18-wheeler that you're in?
Yes, sir.
You got a big...
22. I got a third axle on the back.
Okay. Wow. You got a big horn on that thing?
Oh, yeah.
Can we hear that?
Sure.
Yeah, go for it.
It overpowered.
Do they still pull the handle or the cord?
Do you pull a cord when you do that? We couldn't see. Yeah, he's got it up in the middle where your rear view mirror would be.
Yeah.
That's cool. How long have you been driving trucks, man?
I've been doing this about 7 years now.
And did you I assume you have to get a CDL to do this drive this type of vehicle?
Yeah, I worked with a small towing company and kind of worked my way up into, I worked for Jesco, a John Deere dealer up in Jersey and Delaware, and like in Maryland, like towards Baltimore and out that way.
I can only see one word on your hat that says Dewey. I can't read what says underneath it. Dewey, Delaware.
One of my many Dewey beer hats, yeah.
Oh. Dewey, I thought so.
Yeah, I bumped into Marissa years ago down in Dewey, and we kind of I fell in love with Dewey at that time, and it's like I got a picture with her and my wife at the house. It's just the three of us.
Isn't Dewey a great town? I love Dewey, so I haven't been in a long time, but it's so much fun to visit. I'm really, and it's really cool that you're supporting Marissa and her husband.
Oh yeah, it's so awesome. We're going to be flying a Dewey flag at the tailgate. We're coming up tonight. The Classic. It's going to be a blast.
Yes.
Nice.
Excellent.
That's terrific.
Have you been to the event before, Matt?
Oh, we've been coming since high school. We were out of high school today, This year we've been coming in pretty much every year except for when we got shut down for COVID.
Have you ever tried building a sled for the event, or do you just come out to watch?
I did build a Coors Light sled way back. That was, I don't know, 15 years ago probably.
Okay.
And then we did the fastest sled for a couple of years. I'm sitting this one out. I got a bummed left arm, so I'm like, we're gonna sit this one out. But my buddy Tommy, he won 2 years ago. You guys always hear him on the mountain doing the old caca. and he's awesome, man, and he's going to be racing again this year. So I'll be out there supporting him and cheering him on.
That's awesome, man. With the trucks you have access to, you can certainly transport something large to the Classic if you were so inclined. I have to ask you, were you at, you said you were at the mall, so you were at the Blizzard Cardboard Classic.
It took us 8-9 hours to get back to Delaware.
I was wondering. Yeah.
Steve, you know what that's like.
It took me 8 hours to get back to Mount Airy, which is much closer.
That was insane.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
Was that COVID year? Was that 2020?
No,
It was 2018.
2018.
Preston,
The twins are coming up.
Yeah.
It was just days before all that, right?
No. It was 2018.
The Cardboard Classic itself was before COVID, just a couple of days before.
Yeah.
Yeah, we ended up driving over down the power lines to get home.
Oh my God.
Yep.
Wow. Hey, you guys, are you going out to dinner tonight or anything? Did you rent a house? What are you doing?
We're at the hotel right there at the base of the mountain. So
Awesome.
we're not sure. We'll be up there about 7:30, 8 o'clock. We're not sure what we're going to get into yet. So
Okay.
if you have any suggestions, let us know.
All right. We'll see you tomorrow morning, Matt. Thanks for checking in, brother.
Oh, man, thanks for having us.
All right.
The Classic is a blast.
It is. Love it.
We love it.
All right, we'll see you there, bud. Thank you. All right, there's another Zoomer. Close out your
awesome.
Zoom, by the way.
Yeah.
So yeah, check in if you want to try this. We got time for maybe one or two more.
Yeah.
Just text the word Zoom to 39333, and you'll go into kind of a waiting room, and then Marissa's just randomly pulling people up to talk because we're trying this out. We've never done calls from people via Zoom that aren't planned.
Are you liking this?
Guests. Yeah, this
Yeah.
is fun. And especially the random nature of this because we have no idea what we're diving into. Okay, we got another one up. It is Aaron Smith. Good morning, Aaron. Your audio is not working. I see your lips moving, and I can see. There we go. Are you at the Studium?
I am at the Studium. I work here.
Question, because we've talked about the Studarium and the Studium. I think there's a couple of different places because I remember there was one kind of down near Brandywine.
Another Stooge museum?
Where are you located?
So we are in Ambler. We are the only Three Stooges museum in the country.
Okay, then I'm way off. Okay, excellent.
Yes.
I was gonna come there about 2 weeks ago with some friends of mine, and my friend got sick, and we couldn't make it. She's a big Three Stooges fan, and we had these plans, and we had to cancel it. So I'm gonna be coming there very soon, Aaron, within the next couple of weeks, hopefully. You guys are open only certain days of the week, right?
Yes, so we're only open by appointment only on certain days of the week throughout the month.
So, so you have to make your appointment, but you are, in fact, you said the only Three Stooges museum in the country?
Yes, and we have the world's largest collection. The only other museum that exists is in Argentina.
Argentina?
Okay.
All right.
That's pretty wild. And by the way, I think I mispronounced it. I said Studium. Is it the Stugium?
It's Stugium, so it's a portmanteau of stooge and museum.
Oh my God. Okay, what is, if you could narrow it down to one item, what is the most prized possession of the Studium that you guys have?
It's really hard to decide because everybody here on staff has their own personal favorite. But I know the one thing that the boss always says is Shemp's Army discharge from World War I, and he was discharged for nocturnal enuresis, which is bedwetting.
So
no way.
Shemp was discharged from the Army for bedwetting?
He was.
Wow.
He was a very phobic personality, so he was scared of everything.
I learned more about Shemp just now than I think I ever knew about that guy.
And it makes him even more special. You're actually standing under a big picture of Curly. You have Larry Fine next to you, and then Mo. And so besides that, how many pieces are in the Stoogium?
So our museum is 3 floors. We have over 10,000 square feet of exhibit space and well over 10,000 items on display. What's on display is the best and brightest, but it's only about 10% of our total collection. So the room I'm in right now that you can see is our art gallery, and this mural behind me was actually done by David McShane, who did the mural 3rd and South at what used to be John's Bar and Grill.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah. Yes, I love that of Larry, right?
Yes.
That's awesome.
That was so. Are you? I have to ask this, and for political reasons, I assume you're going to give one particular answer. Were you a Three Stooges fan prior to getting this job?
I will admit that I was not. All I knew before I got the job was that the one named Curly was not the one with curly hair. But my background is in museums, libraries, and archives. So that's why I got the job.
And Aaron, how long have you been with the Stoogium?
I have been here. This is going to be my 14th year.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm a massive Three Stooges fan. I just watched a collection of their use of dummies in their films for pretending Mo is getting thrown off a building or whatever. And nobody did it better. And they are, I think, so do you see mostly a particular age group, or do younger people cycle through getting turned on to the Three Stooges?
We really see all ages. You know, the primary group is, baby boomers hitting their retirement age. But we also see younger people, and especially those people that are now bringing their grandchildren.
Cool.
Because they institute that love of the Stooges in their grandkids.
What is the name of the song that is this Three Stooges theme?
Ooh.
They used 2. It was Three Blind Mice and then Listen to the Mockingbird.
Okay.
I don't know about the Listen to the Mockingbird.
I was thinking of the ending theme. Well, okay, this is Three Blind Mice. Yeah. But I always like that.
That's Listen to the Mockingbird.
That's Listen to the Mockingbird.
That's Listen to the Mockingbird. I never knew the title of that. Wow.
Yep.
So, question, Aaron, if people want to set up an appointment and want to come by and check out the museum, does it cost anything?
So it's $10 for adults, $8 for students, seniors, and military, and then children 12 and under are free. And you can find our opening schedule and sign up for an appointment through our website, stoogium.com. And also on our Facebook page.
Preston, it would be worth enlisting just to get the discount.
Yes. Yeah, definitely. I will be there. I'm going to come very, very soon, Aaron. I'm intrigued.
We'll keep
by
an
this.
eye out for you.
All right. Thank you for Zooming with us this morning. We appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Nice. Well, that was cool.
I didn't realize it was the only one in the country.
No, I thought there were 2 in this area. I'm thinking of a completely different museum then. I think, you know what I'm thinking of? I think there's a train museum. Train and Three Stooges. I mean, come on.
Same.
Same
So
thing.
basically same thing.
Right.
Quick question. So there is one on South Street that is Larry Fine specific?
It's not a museum. That was John's. It was a restaurant, I believe. And Steve, so they had that big mural of Larry Fine because he's from Philadelphia.
Okay.
And so that's why they put his picture up because he's a Philly native.
Right.
There was a great story, and I remember asking, oh my God, from Full House, passed away, one of our friends.
Bob Saget.
Saget. When he was a kid, he would go visit Larry Fine in the nursing home where he lived. And he had some great stories of interacting with Larry Fine. And he was apparently a sweet and still a funny, goofy old man and would play around and stuff. But I love the Stooges. You know what? Shemp was my favorite.
Really?
Yeah.
You're a Shemper.
I was a Shemp fan for whatever reason. I respect Curly's genius, but for some reason, there's something about Shemp that I love.
Shemp was pockmarked, had that wisp of hair that always fell down in his face.
I loved that.
And when he ate something that was horrible, or whatever, the face.
I had no idea he was in the Army.
All right.
He was a general.
We have time for one more mystery Zoom. And that's what we're doing this morning because our phone lines don't work. Oh, we haven't kind of get the transition again, Casey, if you don't mind.
I forgot about the transition.
Let's go to our next mystery Zoom. And we have Yogi who is joining us this morning. Hey, Yogi.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Yo, bud, how you doing, man?
Not too bad. I'm just working up at U-Haul, putting trucks away.
All right, U-Haul, where's your location that you work?
I'm all the way up in Colmar. And actually, before I did this, I was responsible for selling Steve power tools.
Oh, at True Value?
Yep.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. So that's why I got on my pad. How's it going up there?
That's not bad.
Yeah.
Place is still rocking, rolling.
Yeah.
All right, so U-Haul, what is specifically is your job, Yogi?
I take care of everything you see on the parking lot. I'm basically cleaning everything, making sure it's all ready for the next person.
I used to use U-Haul quite frequently because we had an off-site storage facility. Yeah. So for all the holidays, I would have to rent a U-Haul truck to go get everything out of storage to bring it back to my house, and always had a good experience with them.
What's the largest vehicle you guys rent? How big?
26 feet.
26-footer. That's a good size.
And they trust Grandma driving it.
Hey, do they still have governors on U-Haul vehicles?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, for the most part. You can't go over 55, but if you're going downhill fast enough.
Yeah. There are a few places, guys. I remember driving them out west, and there were a few places out west where the speed limit was 65 or even 70, and you couldn't even get up to the speed limit.
No, mostly because you're fully loaded and you can't go more than 45 anyway.
Wow.
Years ago, I don't know if this is currently the case, but my friend Scott was very handy with engines, and he disconnected the governor on a rent. It might have been a U-Haul or, we were flying.
Well, that's a good question, Yogi. If someone knows their way around the engine, could they get in there and tinker with it a little bit? I know you wouldn't. I know you wouldn't encourage it.
We wouldn't know until we go in to drive it.
When you got in to drive it, yeah.
Yeah.
But is it something people do periodically?
Nah, most of the time they just leave their trash in there.
Yeah, I don't get that.
All right.
Clean it the hell out.
Weirdest thing you've come across left in the cab of a truck?
Probably some ammunition.
Ammunition?
Their magazine in the back.
Damn.
Behind the seat, fell out of their Bugatti.
Okay. All right. There you go. Nice, man. So right now, is this a difficult time of year when it's as cold as it was a couple of weeks ago for you?
No, it's getting ready to slow up pretty good.
Okay. All right. Well, listen, we appreciate you checking in, Yogi. Steve misses you.
I do, man.
Say hi to the radio people.
Oh, who are we saying hi to?
Hey, I got a customer in here. Right?
Hey.
Steve.
How are you, man?
How you guys doing?
Good, man. How are you?
All right, man. I'm going to let you guys go then.
All right, Yogi, get back to work. We'll see you later, man. All right. Well, there you go. Our mystery Zooms this morning. Our phones don't work. Our Zoom does.
That was fun.
So why not? We were just checking in with people randomly. Marissa had the idea. It's wonderful. Thank you so much. That was fun.
The beginning of a reoccurring, I have to say.
I think it might have to be a regular segment, or at least from time to time that we'll get to that. So, and you know what? Listen, everybody's got an interesting story. If you spend some time with any random person, you're eventually going to hear some pretty interesting things about their life and what they do and so on.
It's the truth. I think about it. Think about through all your years and all the different places you worked at and all the dramas and Peyton places and kind of all the stuff that goes on.
Yeah.
That's the crux of reality TV.
Yep. So thanks for checking in, guys. We appreciate that. We will take a break. We'll come back. We'll do a regular segment called The Bizarre File when we return. So stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.
Why it stays on till you die and rot in the ground. No, it's clearly removable.
But it's
I've heard apply it once and then live with it for the rest of your life.
No, but red lipstick is pretty difficult to get off.
Okay, he can do it though.
No,
I work out.
I've heard of people getting eyeliner tattooed on. Right?
Yeah.
You can't have
Michael
lipstick.
Jackson had that.
My grandmother had that done.
Really?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh.
Had the eyeliner tattooed on.
Steve looks like somebody. You look like a
Caitlin's hotter sister.
No,
Like an actress,
and
or-
like an actual female actress,
A younger Kathy Bates.
I was thinking of somebody 80s hair metal band, like because there's this. The guys in bands in the 80s would put lipstick on.
Oh, it's like when they're past their prime and they don't. They're performing now in
like David
in
Coverdale.
Tokyo. Yeah.
Now.
Yeah.
Casey-
I went to see Coverdale the other night. Holy crap!
Casey, you can get permanent lipstick tattooed, but it's not like it's sort of just like a neutral lip color. Like they almost darken your lip color a little bit.
Okay.
All right. This is a name out of the past. Linda Tripp.
Yes.
Do you remember Linda Tripp?
Tripp was the one that betrayed Monica Lewinsky.
Yes. Could someone pull up a picture of Linda Tripp? I want to see if.
Let's put it this way: John Goodman played her on SNL.
That's right.
Now, would I?
Oh my God!
When women, by the way, Kathy, this is a trick I've noticed. A lot of women will do this. When they're listening, they'll jut the lower
Kind of
lip.
pouting a little bit.
Yeah.
But it's a forced thing to make you. Oh, you're going to ask me something?
Steve, say prune.
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 I
Hold
have
the
to
prune.
take a poop.
Pip. Prune.
I don't think prune is the right.
Wait a minute. Do your Sean Connery with the wearing.
Check a perp. Check this picture now. Yeah, I've indulged your perversion. I will not make your pancakes.
You're better looking than Linda Tripp.
Yeah.
You are?
The reason that we were going there is because a guy that has been on the show several times, is a South Jersey native, and you've heard us talk to him on the air and talk about him many times. The composer, Michael Giacchino, invited us out to be a part of something really cool. He is currently, or was currently, scoring the film Spider-Man Homecoming. And he was doing it at the 20th Century Fox Studios, and invited us all to be out there if we wanted to be in the studio while they were recording the music for the movie.
That's amazing.
So Nick and I took advantage of it. There were some other commitments, and that's why not everybody could make it. But I'm telling you, this guy, number one, for those who may not be familiar with Michael Giacchino, has composed the music for some of your favorite movies. And just start with some of the Pixar stuff, The Incredibles, Up, Inside Out, and then you move over to things like Planet of the Apes. He has also done the Star Trek films. J.J. Abrams and he did all the music for Lost. He started in video games, so Medal of Honor.
Yeah.
A bunch of series of video games that he did, and he is the guy. He did Rogue One. He did. Did he do Force Awakens as well?
No,
I think
he didn't do that one, but he did Jurassic World.
Yeah,
and his
he's gotten. They've handed over these John Williams scores and said, "Here, update and run with this."
He is the heir apparent. He is the guy right now. And the fact that he is as nice as he is, and a friend of the show.
Yeah. And
friends of the show never invite us to do cool stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess they know we'd be an embarrassment.
Yeah.
So that's pretty much our prohibitive factor. But this was so cool that you got to go out there.
So he invited us out, and he also said that it was cool if my entire family came along as well. So it was me and Nick and my 3 kids and my wife.
Rochelle just had to pretend that she was Steve. She was me.
That's it. Yeah. No, but they were so nice. So we show up, and when I got there, Nick was already. I found him on the property, kind of trying to find the studio that we were going to go to, which was the Neumann studio.
Yeah.
Was that named after Randy Newman?
No, his uncle, I believe. And,
Okay.
But within that family, and so we're literally on the 20th Century Fox lot, which is sprawling. There are a lot of buildings. It's where they film movies, and some of those sound stages are huge. So we were going from one to the other, and ended up in Building 26, which is where they shot or were scoring rather the Spider-Man movie.
Yeah, and they had like the Jane Russell suite, and they even had the Marge Simpson stage, and all the things are named after famous actors and
Absolutely.
characters.
That's neat.
And the Jane Russell suite, I assume, has huge breasts, right?
Of course it does.
Yes.
So we show up for this really cool experience. What is this? Oh, Randy Newman. I love LA. Yeah. Who, by the way, he does tons of movie scores.
Academy Award winner.
Absolutely.
He did Toy Story.
Yeah. And Michael Giacchino, by the way, an Academy Award winner as well. He won for Up. He won an Oscar. So anyhow, so we show up, and we're not sure what to expect. And
you feel out of place, and you feel like you shouldn't be there.
Well, we just follow the instructions on where to go, and eventually we're standing outside the store, and it says studio. There's a big red light and everything on it, and it wasn't going on. So we just walk in, and boom, we're in this recording studio.
What are you doing? We're halfway. Oh my God!
So we kind of sheepishly walk into the control room.
Who are these idiots?
Steve, I was afraid that was going to happen. I mean, like everybody was so nice and kind, but this is not where we work. This is where they work.
Yeah.
They're friends of mine. I invite.
Michael, God damn it! That's $50,000. Get him out of here!
That guy's head is blocking the screen.
So we show up around 9:30, 10 o'clock. The session was going to start around 10. Actually, we showed up around 9:30, and we walk in, and they're all still getting in place, and we're just trying to stay out of the way.
Yeah.
Because there were several people in this very large control room.
You try to be mindful.
And so we just kind of scoot back and get out of the way and find our little spot. And Michael comes over, and he's like, hey, oh my God, you're here. You know, I mean, he was just so excited that we actually made it. And his
Such a
sister,
nice guy.
Maria, was setting the whole thing up, being the liaison with Nick.
Did we mention he's from South Jersey? I mean, that was a connection in the first place. Riverside, he invited us back. And so if this is a one and done, I will be forever grateful. It really was a once in a lifetime opportunity. I do feel privileged because I am. But if we get to do it again, I really hope you can come again because he's not going to stop.
I do want to. And
are you ready for this?
Yeah,
here we go.
Okay.
Well deserved.
Slightly privileged.
Jesus.
Very privileged, actually.
And that was just the one day. Do we need to take a break and come back and talk about the rest of the week?
I could go on, and I'm not going to do it. Fear for privilege overload. But there were so many great things that happened. That was just one of the days. So
It was one day.
yeah.
It wasn't even a full day. It was just like 18 hours of the day.
Yeah.
And how long were you there?
6 days, I think, just shy of a week.
I was there Saturday I took the red eye in, so I did Easter with my family in LA and got back this morning.
When did you do Joshua Tree?
I did Joshua Tree on Friday, and I've mentioned this on the show a few times, but my goal is to get to every national park in the country. I'd never been into Joshua Tree before. It's incredible. It's right near Coachella, so that was going on this
How
past
was
week.
traffic getting there?
We avoided that. We went to the north side of the park and came in that way. Coachella's sort of on the south side of the park, but
I've been to Joshua Tree.
It is,
beautiful.
it's incredible, and it's only 2.5 hours from downtown LA. And I did rock climbing outside, and that was privilege as well.
And and speaking of privilege, I have to say thank you to Craig Shoemaker. Took me to play golf at Calabasas Country Club.
Calabasas, that's where the Kardashians live.
Yeah,
it sure is.
Oh, he was pointing out all the houses, like, oh, that's where Tom Bergeron lives. That's where blah blah blah. I mean, like right on the golf course.
I went to Nobu.
That's right.
I went to Nobu, Malibu.
It's a great restaurant.
Where all the cool, trendy people.
You ready? And Arizona, this is legit. An Arizona police department shared photos of the swearing in of its newest and most unusual officer. It's Iro, the drug-sniffing lizard.
Iro, the drug-sniffing. That's what that picture was. I saw a whole bunch of cops with a lizard.
Iro is a bearded dragon that first came to the Avondale Police Department last April as part of a pilot program and was officially sworn in Thursday by Chief Dale Nanenga. The department said Iro was originally brought in after officials reviewed research indicating reptiles have a strong enough sense of smell to make them more effective than dogs at detecting some types of narcotics. I tried to see if this was like a late April Fool's gag or something like that, but it appears to be legit. Research has shown, this is according to...
Really, the main concern is just to make sure that the perps are taken off the street and we get these drugs out of the hands of the children. It's quite an honor to be on this police force now. I'm looking forward to a productive couple of years. And the rookies coming in, that's of great concern to me as well. Getting them out on the street, interacting with the people, talking to the kids, and that's how we make change.
I love it. You sound like a New York cop.
The department had said research has shown that reptiles possess a strong sense of smell, making their ability to detect certain illicit drugs possibly more accurate than canines. Wow. It said our pilot program, Drug Sniffing Bearded Dragon, will be assisting officers in the city. Please help us welcome Iro.
Did they put him on a leash?
I don't know how they go about. I mean,
I think it's a baby Bjorn.
No, they wear it around their tail. No, how do they indicate they got a hit? Dogs will sit or they'll do some sort
You
of.
got something over here. I think it smells a bit like meth. I'm thinking.
Oh, he just tells them.
Yeah.
He just speaks up.
I'm a working officer. What do you want me to do?
So I figure the second you take him out of his aquarium, he's gone.
Yeah,
I'm working now. I'm working 24/7. So if I'm in the aquarium, I'm sitting on that little fake beachfront under the fake umbrella with the fake palm tree. I get a call. I'm going. It's time to roll. We got to make a change out there.
I need to follow up on this and make sure it's legit. The department has periodically posted photos of Officer Ira's escapades using the hashtag Ira Adventures.
Please send a backup, listen.
Listen, yes, heading off to college, there are some warnings that definitely need to be given. And part of that is a huge part would be, obviously, if you're going to have sex, it's got to be safe sex, because that's where you can really have some serious problems.
Have it on top of a safe.
Yeah, on top of a safe sex.
Safe
Make sure that you do
it's
that.
the best. No,
I know what you're saying.
You're exactly right. I think that you don't want to put you want to put caution, not abject
not
terror.
Fear, yeah. I mean, because you're just gonna. Do you want them going through life scared? Like, no. You want them to find a mate to spend the rest of their lives with.
Right. Let me go to. Hang on, Josh wants to comment. Hey, Josh, how you doing, man?
Hey, Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks, buddy, what's up?
So, growing up, I'm only 25. I'm not old yet, but back in high school, I wasn't a serial dater, but for some reason I always used to get those strict Italian dads.
Okay.
And the one thing that always softened them up, I mean, they're the guys that look you dead in the eye and goes, you're dating my oldest daughter, and all you have to do is look them back square in the eye and don't back down. And they soften up right away.
So it's a test almost.
I want you to know you're dating my oldest daughter. And I want you to know it's all finger stuff right now. I respect that. You have finally have the balls to tell me what I always know is happening.
They appreciate the honesty,
In
right?
fact, I call her the bowling ball.
Dear God.
No, that's you are a man's man who can admit to that. I want, if you can, to tell me the various things you achieve along the way.
Yeah.
Like a video game.
Yeah. I bring this story up for one reason only. It involves Roger Ailes. Which is my favorite.
WMMR.
Alrighty, time to fire up some B-File stories.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by United Tire and Service in celebration of the Birds bringing home the trophy. United Tire and Service is offering $60 off a set of 4 tires with code SUPER62 now through the 28th. UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone, drive United. So foodies in China have been reportedly flocking to an unlikely destination after a noodle dish served at this place went viral on social media. And the place happens to be a funeral home.
A funeral home serving noodles?
That is correct. They have a canteen at the funeral home, an area where they serve food, and this dish is found at the Erlong Funeral Home. The canteen caters to the funeral home's customers, but as word began to spread about its noodles, hordes of diners, some posing as mourners, began showing up to try the food.
Hey, guys, where are you getting this endless supply of meat?
Erlong has since announced that it will that it will allow some members of the public to eat at its premises as long as they do not disturb the genuine mourners. The funeral home offers various types of noodle dishes during breakfast and dinner hours. The most popular type is reportedly the noodles topped with minced pork and peanuts.
Sounds pretty goddamn good. The closest I've been to like a funeral home is maybe an assortment of fruit or something like that. Never like this.
One worker said that they only served customers who come to the funeral home and to handle matters, but other people have been sneaking in to get a bowl of noodles, adding that sometimes queues at Erlong are so long that diners sometimes have to wait a couple of hours to get their food.
So you're saying that people are dying to get in?
Yes, he said that there have been people pretending to be relatives of the deceased. It's hard to tell them apart when it gets crowded, and it's hard to manage. To meet the demand, the funeral home has since decided to offer 50 bowls of noodles to members of the public every day for free.
For free? Wow.
As long as they do not affect people mourning.
So I guess it's easy to judge by the people who are showing up wearing bibs.
While the noodle dish was already popular among locals, the craze appears to have ramped up earlier this month when a social media user posted about the dish while visiting a friend.
Do you think you could work up an appetite at a funeral home?
No, definitely not. The terrifying symptoms striking victims in a mystery disease outbreak in the Congo have been revealed. More than 50 people have already died in the outbreak, with most patients dying within 48 hours of symptoms appearing, and a total of 413 people are reported to have been infected. The first case is reported in the town of Boloko in January, when 3 children under 5 years old reportedly fell ill after they ate a dead bat.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
In a statement, officials in the country said patients had suffered from hemorrhaging-like illnesses with symptoms of fever and vomiting, but then had major internal bleeding. The local health department report in it, officials added that the first 3 cases in children of 5 who reportedly ate a dead bat also suffered from diarrhea and fatigue. Patients reported symptoms of pain in the neck and joints, sweating, and shortness of breath. Those under 59 years old, intense thirst, and in children, persisting crying were also reported.
When I have bat, I always have it well done. I like the wings extra crispy.
Right. About half of the patients have tested positive for malaria. It's not clear what is behind the outbreak, with patients testing negative for hemorrhagic fevers like Ebola and Marburg virus. But some had tested positive for malaria, similar to a separate outbreak in the country reported last year. Many patients are also reported to be suffering from malnutrition.
Wow.
It's not clear on how the disease is spreading. Some say previous cases have spread via contact from fluids in hemorrhaging illnesses, so that's messed up. So I don't always report on truck spills and fires because there's so many of them that come up, but I thought this one was interesting, so I'll pass this along. No one was injured, but many potatoes were lost when a tractor trailer hauling a load of curly fries caught on fire on a main highway.
Yeah.
The York Fire Department responded alongside Kittery fire crews when with more than 30 calls came into 911, reported a truck on fire on southbound 95. The fire department said it was quickly determined the cargo was frozen curly French fries and not a hazardous material.
I'm not a big curly fry guy.
No?
I love them.
You love them? Yeah.
I don't necessarily prefer them, but when I have them, I like them. The firefighters used about 6,000 gallons of water to extinguish the flames. The tractor trailer and its spud cargo were, quote, a total loss. There were no injuries resulting from the fire.
It probably smelled amazing, though, right?
I'm thinking so, right? So Bonnie Blue became a household name just last year after claiming that she slept with 1,057 men in 12 hours, breaking a world record. However, some in the adult industry are questioning Bonnie's Big Bang and whether or not she was truly able to bed so many men in such a short period of time.
It does seem difficult.
And one industry figure questioning Bonnie is 90s porn legend Jasmine St. Clair. She broke the original world sex record back in 1996 by sleeping with 300 men. I remember when that happened.
Well, she's a school mom compared to this chick.
Jasmine, whose record-breaking sexploits were documented in the world's biggest gangbang 2, believes that OnlyFans stars like Bonnie and Lily Phillips are fudging their numbers and copying the same stunts she originated back in the 90s. She said no numbers in these things are correct.
I'm sure at some level fudge was involved.
She said they're pulling things from our playbooks, but it doesn't stick the same now. Jasmine pointed out that that OnlyFans has strict rules about adult content on their platform, which includes having all featured models sign release forms. She said, if I see the actual video and see 1,000 model releases, then yeah, I'll believe her. But I am 100% sure that it's fake. I would bet my new Louboutin handbag on it, she said.
She's going to bet the handbag.
Damn.
Unfortunately for Jasmine, she'll never be able to view Bonnie's infamous group sex videos. It was banned by OnlyFans back in January for violating the platform's strict policies. An OnlyFans spokesperson previously said OnlyFans is a platform designed for creators who have completed our comprehensive onboarding process and choose to monetize their content. To keep our community safe, OnlyFans verifies the age, identity, and consent of all parties featured in explicit content on OnlyFans. So they weren't able to show it,
yeah,
I guess, because of that.
So she may have a point.
Yep. So the publicity around the stunt for Jasmine, the original one to do this, led to her appearing on The Jerry Springer Show and landed her a handful of mainstream acting gigs. She also became a prominent pro wrestling personality in ECW, as well as XPW and TNA as well. And that is all we have time for this morning in the Bizarre File. I got a bunch of other really good ones. We'll get to those a little bit later on this morning. We're going to take a break. We're going to have Derek Gaines stopping in the 9 o'clock hour, performing at Helium Comedy Club. It is one show tonight. and he's going to be Zooming us. Okay, so we'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Oh my God. If you have not seen the most recent Daily Rush videos with Roger Ailes' voice, I've watched it like 15 times.
He's
I
so
can't stop
jowly and so disgusting.
CNN journalist and weekend co-anchor Allison Camerota said Sunday that former Fox News Channel chairman and CEO Roger Ailes, who resigned last summer from the network, he founded 2 decades ago because of sexual harassment allegations, sexually harassed her too. In an interview on CNN's Reliable Sources, Camerota, who worked at Fox for more than 10 years, described what happened when she first began there. She said, when I was first starting out at Fox, and my big gulp cup, and I was single. And I remember Roger being in his office, and I was saying that I wanted more opportunity. He said, well, I would have to work with you.
I'm going to give you an opportunity to fart in my mouth. That's your first opportunity. Are you gassy? Yeah.
She said,
Smells like hickory. You from the South?
It's simultaneously hilarious and disgusting.
Yeah, so disgusting.
She's saying that he said, I would have to work with you on that case, and I would have to work with you really closely, and it might require us getting to know each other better, and that might have to happen away from here, and it might have to happen at a hotel.
Oh, man.
Do you know what I'm saying? And I said, yeah, I think I do know what you're saying.
Yeah. Do you really know?
And then he invited her to hop up on the desk.
I want to wear your ass like a CPAP mask.
Direct.
Camera. That's just how he breathes.
Yeah, her cheeks are like caving in as he's inhaling.
Is it too hard? Change my diaper. There's a lot in there. You know the beginning of the season when you get that soil delivered to your home?
It's like mulch. Is that what it smells like? It's like mulch.
It's like a pile of mulch. There's a prize in there for you.
Oh, God.
A contract to do weekends here.
I'm going to lead the introduction with our next guest with a quote from Rocky Balboa. Man, you look good for an older guy. Ladies and gentlemen, Carl Weathers.
Oh, my God. Preston.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for that, I think, kind summation of what's going on here.
You look damn good.
Look at this. Now Steve's going to jump in on it.
No,
now.
are we correct? Are you coming up on 70?
Oh, jeez, man. Why did you have to go there this early in the
Because
morning?
it defies
Yes.
I would not. You look really good.
You look good.
Yeah, I don't go that way, but I just
All right.
might.
Well,
Yeah, yeah.
hey, man, you know what? Whatever happens, okay? I may not be included, but you're okay. You're okay with me.
Man, we've been wanting to meet you for a long time. This is a really special treat for us.
Thank you so much. Great to be back in the city of brotherly love.
You are a Philadelphian. Regardless, you will always be an honored citizen of this city.
That is one of the nicest things anybody has ever said to me, Steve. I appreciate that.
And it's the truth, because we were talking about this earlier, and obviously you are at the cornerstone of so many pop culture great moments in all of our lives. But the Apollo Creed was essential for Rocky, for that movie. You provided a heart and a performance that was so essential for that all to work, and you know the counterbalance. Too, you weren't a one-dimensional character, and I think it's you, the actor and the person that you are, that made us really say, this is a good man too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and that made it more complex.
Well, you know, Steve, you just brought a tear to my eye because not only was I pop culture, but I'm an artist. I'm an artist, Steve. Thank you, man.
Yeah,
Thank
no,
you.
it's true.
Look, I am so, first of all, I'm appreciative of that, you know, those compliments. I got to say, though, man, I had such a great great time in the movies, all those Rocky movies and many other movies I've done. But we were very blessed to have such a great cast, and to have such great words for Apollo Creed to say, written by Sylvester Stallone. We had great direction in the first movie, John Avildsen, but in the subsequent movies, Sly was directing, and he is a great director. I maintain this to this day, and he's heard me say this, and he probably would like try to knock me out for saying this, but honestly, as good an actor as he is, I think he's a better director.
Hey, Carl, I have a question about two different characters you played in two different types of movies, but they have a similarity, and I'm talking about Dylan in Predator, and then Chubbs in Happy Gilmore. I don't know if anybody made...
I love it. They have similarities. Okay.
Well, they do.
I know where you're going. I know where you're going.
All right, so then I don't even have to go there.
That's right.
Damn alligator bit my hand.
Oh, my. So the alligator bit your damn right hand off, and the Predator shot your right arm off.
Yes.
Was that done on purpose by...
by whom?
By Adam Sandler?
That's a good question. I never asked Adam that. I really never did. But I seem to have this propensity for losing my appendages.
Did you get to keep any of the props? Did you get to keep?
Man, what a fool I am, because I didn't. Neither of those movies. Well, that's not true, because from Predator, the only thing I have is this beautiful knife that was forged. We all had these knives that were made by this great knife maker, and I don't remember his name right now, but it's beautiful, right? So, no, I didn't keep the arm. I wish I had. And no, I didn't keep the damned hand that the damned alligator bit off.
I'll tell you what, that Predator arm, if you were to hold that up, just without me knowing, I would have said, yep, that's Carl Weathers' arm.
It looked pretty real, didn't it? Well, they took the mold of the arm, man. My guns had to, stand out, and all the sinew in these muscles had to stand out while the gun's pumping while it's in my hand, and the arm's jumping up and down, Well,
dude, that handshake between you and Arnold when you first see each other.
It is classic, isn't it? It is classic.
Man and man.
By the way, I have coined that the man shake.
Yes.
That is not a handshake. That is a man shake.
Carl, have you ever been to a sporting event in Philadelphia where they've done Rocky montages during the sporting event itself?
I haven't. I haven't.
It's amusing, and it gets you going, but the scene that comes to mind is when you and Rocky are running on the beach, and then you end up hugging one another.
Yes.
Because it's sort of comical at this point.
There are a lot of people who look at that and think, these two guys like each other. They really like each other. Yeah.
But you guys are in such phenomenal shape at that point, too, So it's like, it's one of those things where you can't help but giggle a little.
Well, the thing about it is, I think somebody asked me a question about, whether Rocky was, I think it was your competition or one of your competitors, and it was Eisen, and he was asking about, what people think of that show, and his thought was that it's really not a sports movie; it's a love story.
Yeah.
And I think there is a lot of truth in that, and I say it's actually both, because it's set so well and rooted so well in this role in this world of sport, and in boxing in particular. But what makes the thing about sports, in a way, all about love, is that it's not romantic love, but it really is about men loving competition and loving the competitor because of what you go through to be at the top of your game.
How much did sports help set you up and prepare you for the process of becoming an actor?
Oh, man. It's prepared me for life.
Yeah.
In my mind, and maybe others feel differently about it, but there's something about teamwork, number one. To be on a team, you learn something about that from a very early age, what it takes, what your job is on that team, how to be your best at your job, how not to let others down because you have responsibilities, you have assignments on that team.
But speaking of the best, I mean, I think a lot of people would agree that during the 80s, Tom Selleck had the best mustache, but I think you give him a run for
wait a minute now. Wait a minute. I gave him a run for it in his 80s. Okay. No, Tom, I know Tom's reputation, not only as an actor, but as an actor with a mustache. Yes, it sets him apart. I got to give him props for it, because that's a bush, man. That's a bush.
Okay. Yours is the most rocking.
Yes.
Listen, we are just absolutely elated that you came by here today. We love you. We love your work. And as Steve had said so eloquently, you're a member of this city, this community, you know, just because of the relationship and with the Rocky films and what it means to this city and everything. So we're just really happy that you're here.
Thank you.
We appreciate it, man. Yeah.
I'm always, you know, and every time I come here, there's so much hospitality. People really kind of open their arms. And of course, if Apollo Creed's walking down the street, you're going to get a little attention. Just a little bit, you know. So, you know, I mean, you know, props to Sly for taking us home with running up those steps, man. If it, you know, there's running up those steps kind of like sets the tone for everything when it comes to Rocky, you know. And, you know, running through the district there and seeing all the folks who are selling their goods in the morning, you know, from soup to nuts, man, having them turn around and watch Rocky and cheer him on. So we're really all very fortunate that this city embraced not only the movie, but embraced the concept of the winner, you know, and the guy from, you know, kind of underdog who makes it, man. And for all of us, you know, all of us, anybody who's ever been or felt like an underdog, Rocky is kind of our anthem.
Yes,
you know? So we thank you. We thank you here in Philadelphia.
Chicago Justice, Sunday, NBC 10, 9 o'clock. Carl Weathers. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Did you guys see this? An anonymous hacker has released 5 episodes of Orange is the New Black Season 5 after Netflix reportedly failed to meet the criminal's financial demands. What? It is unclear how much the hacker demanded. The first 10 episodes... Thanks, Kath. Real quick, a couple of shout-outs if you guys don't mind.
No problem.
Got this. Says, hey, Presbo, love to give a shout-out for my husband, Keith. Between the two of us, we've been listening since at least 2003. And I moved from home from college, and he moved to Philadelphia after college. Keith grew up in Scranton, where he has skied at Montage Mountain since he was in grade school. His dad was part of the electrician team that wired the mountain when it was built. And we now have 2 daughters, Charlotte and Caroline, who've also become listeners since birth. They spend every weekend in the winter going to Montage Mountain as members of the ski team. When our worlds collided at the Cardboard Classic moved to Montage, we were so excited. Jack Frost's loss was definitely our gain. And we've been attending with the girls ever since. And this is a big year that Keith is entering a fastest sled.
Nice.
As podcasters, we'll be listening together on the ride to Scranton after work on Thursday. So it'd be so amazing if you could give Keith a big lucky shout out for his first Cardboard Classic sled. And a little side chart for Charlotte and Caroline sometime on Thursday during the show. Can't wait for the mayhem. And that is Suzanne Kearney from Lansdale. So here's a shot for Keith and for Charlotte and Caroline. Thank you, guys. We will see you there tomorrow. I got this one as well. It's from Billy Richardson.
Oh.
And he is from WoFat. And he said, I wanted to share a big shout out to my great friend Justin, the bass drummer for WoFat. Justin thought that he had a severe cold, possibly pneumonia. Friends talked him into going to the ER, and it ended up being a pulmonary embolism.
Whoa.
Justin is an amazing husband, father, and musician. His friends from the South Philadelphia String Band. He says, I was the bass drummer for the string band that escorted you through the Big Dill, by the way. The event that I was at. And Brian Boru, pipes and drums, good friend with Bam Bam and Brent. We were standing alongside him in support and wishing him a speedy recovery. So thank you, Billy Richardson. And
Billy.
Good luck to you. Good luck to you, Justin. And then one last thing. This is from Jim Koch, I believe is how you say his name. And he sends me, he says how much he loves the show and what he loves about the show. And then he goes into this and says, I've been a little down lately as I'm 53 and I've just been diagnosed with a high risk prostate cancer. And I've completed all my testing and almost finished with my doctor consultation. So I'll be choosing my course of treatment shortly. And I could use a big shout out, please. More importantly, this is a public service announcement to all of your older male listeners to please have regular visits with their doctors and have their PSA numbers checked as part of their routine blood work. 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer in their lifetime. Average risk males should be tested annually at 50, higher risk males at 45. PC is very treatable. Prostate cancer is very treatable. Thank you to the entire team for all that you guys do every day behind the scenes and on the air to put on an excellent show. So here's a big shout for Jim. And you would echo those sentiments.
I would absolutely echo those sentiments. Yeah. PSA test, it's a simple blood test, and it can save your life.
Absolutely. All right, speaking of medical stuff, Just Sayin Institute.
Yes.
Let's go to the campus, please.
The Just Sayin Institute, home of the new Kathy Romano This Little Piggy Podiatry Center.
Ooh. And we'll see Kathy's foot video tomorrow. It's debuting, same day as Cardboard Classic. All right, so I'm going to start with this story. Scientists don't know exactly how wolves were domesticated into early dogs, but it's possible that they domesticated themselves by choosing to coexist with humans so that, a new study finds, they could be fed consistently.
I've heard this. Yeah, there's a Netflix special about dogs that's fantastic, and they say primitive man. Basically, that's how they did it. You know, they worked their way into their good graces to get fed.
So then they likely selected mates that would do the same and therefore cause a breed to essentially appear. So while the theory is nothing new, the research shows that it's statistically possible for the wolves to have driven their own domestication into dogs through natural selection. Archaeological and genetic evidence suggests that dogs are descendant from gray wolves and became domesticated over two historical periods between about 30,000 and 15,000 years ago when wild wolves were domesticated into early dogs. And then from around 15,000 years ago to the modern era when these dogs became differentiated into breeds.
So the show wolf, Baltar, is domesticated. And
our show wolf, yes. The periods of domestication were driven by different evolutionary forces. The second domestication period is thought to have been mostly driven by artificial selection. Humans chose more tame wolves to accompany them for hunting and companionship and purposely bred the least wild animals together, which ultimately produced the tame species we know today as the domestic dog. But the selective forces that drove the first domestication period are a little less clear. According to one hypothesis, wolves underwent self-domestication. After prehistoric animals started coming to human settlements to scavenge for food scraps, they grew more accustomed to living near people. And these more tolerant wolves preferred a steady food supply over inconsistent sources in the wild after their descendants gave rise to the and then their descendants gave rise to the first domestic dog.
It makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah, right?
And a similar process is believed to have occurred with cat domestication, as research found that the ancestors of house cats spent time near farming communities around 10,000 years ago before settling into a mutually beneficial relationship in which they hunted and ate rodents in exchange for food.
It's all about the food, isn't it?
It's all about
Always
the food.
about the food.
My dogs are just, I love them beyond belief. But there are times when I'm sitting there and I'm like, it's just the food, isn't it?
Yep, that's it.
It's the food. You do what I tell you to do because I feed you.
Absolutely.
And that's why.
And then your wife is looking at you and saying, it's about the sex. Isn't it?
Yeah.
It's about the sex.
But dogs are amazing. So, but it's an interesting look at their evolution. All right, here's another study. Completely different story. Scientists at the University of Exeter have identified an unexpected potential contributor to human health and longevity, and that is hydrogen sulfide gas, which is known for its foul smell. But this gas may play a crucial role in supporting cellular function and slowing the effects of aging.
So you're saying that a Dutch oven could elongate your life.
Steve, do you remember when T.O. used to be in that hyperbaric chamber?
Yes, I clearly remember that.
If you filled it full of farts,
Okay.
you may live longer. So a study funded by the U.S. Army and the United...
Get in there, Private!
The United Mitochondrial... The United Mitochondrial Disease Foundation explored the effects of H2S, which is known as, by targeting specific cellular regions in adult worms. Now, you may say, what do worms have to do with human beings? But apparently... they have connections to our that translate
our
to humans.
systems. Okay.
Yeah. So published, the study suggests that concentrating the H2S on mitochondria, which are the energy-producing structures within cells, could potentially promote healthier aging in humans.
Interesting.
If these findings translate to humans, they could pave the way for novel treatments aimed at preserving cellular function over time. Although worms and humans may seem vastly different, they share key biological mechanisms related to aging. So they could, sometime down the road, figure out how to stretch out human life expectancy.
Fart your way to youth.
The trouble with that, though, is what is your brain? Is that going to be able to, because we deteriorate mentally as well. So I don't really know.
A primo fart tweaked up body and your brain is nothing, it doesn't matter.
When I was pledging fraternity, we always had a gas mask on us. I think the shortest guy in the line had to have the gas mask, but it was there specifically for the fraternity brothers to fart into.
Oh, really?
My God.
They would fart into the canister?
Yeah. I had a little hose on it.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
That's great.
I wish I could remember because it was like response
great.
something.
Oh, my, you had to respond?
And there was like a code word, right? Let's just say it was fart,
Yeah.
So if a frat brother said fart, the dude had to go put the mask on and then the guy would go,
Do you know that's how county judges are selected as well?
I didn't know that.
I think your fraternity and my fraternity would have gotten along really well, Casey.
No doubt.
Yeah, we
No
would
doubt.
have had some fun together.
Is when you are on the receiving end of that, is the only thing you're holding on to is that someday I'll get to do this to other people?
I think so.
Okay.
I think. Listen, I knew a few people who tapped out of pledging. A night or two in, and it's not for everybody.
It's semi-torture.
It's
it's not pain torture, but it's
the paddling does not tickle. We also, had eggs pelted at us. Listen, I didn't pledge until I was a junior. I knew full well what I was getting myself into. And I remember the last night of pledging, once I got my bid or whatever, they were like, we couldn't believe you actually took any of this seriously. I was like, I wanted to do it all. I loved it. What I mean?
Were you revered because of your zeal?
I don't know. I think, possibly. Yeah.
Were you allowed to as a freshman at Ursinus?
Yeah, but I didn't have the grades.
Oh, okay.
And, so I could have gotten a quote-unquote underground bid, and I can talk about this because my fraternity doesn't exist anymore. But my brother was not allowing that to happen because my older brother was a junior at the time.
Gotcha.
And my grades were so piss poor that I wasn't legally allowed to pledge.
Counterproductive.
Yeah.
Marissa brought in a gas mask. We actually have one.
Oh, yeah.
Is there a tube for
Did
it?
you ever have to?
I never had to wear it.
You had to wear it?
No.
Why don't you try this one on?
All right.
See how it fits.
Did you fart into it?
I did not fart into it. I'm not going to.
You fart. Look at you farting.
this. You spitting this. You spitting this.
You fart in my gas mask.
Oh, wait, maybe I should take my
We
glasses
bought those. Didn't we buy that for the BB? The M&M contest we were doing at Keenan's? I think we bought a couple gas masks.
What was the M&M contest?
Where you'd have like a tube and I forget what it was.
I don't remember either. I don't remember either.
A little like Bane.
Yeah. But this actually looks like a Darth Vader mask. The gas mask we had was fully, totally it was old.
Sort of.
Yeah, and you would have been completely airtight except for the hose. Yeah. Okay. That one's a little. I think this one's more for play. By the way, so the things that this NH2 or H2S could potentially help out with. Listen to the list of things they have here. Cardio protection could help protect the heart from ischemic injury, anti-inflammatory effects, protection against neurodegenerative disease. So
Interesting.
Maybe that is, I was wondering about the mental aspects of this, but apparently studies suggest that H2S may offer protective effects against neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's and Parkinson's.
So the question would be: how is this treatment administered? How is this?
Not yet. They don't know.
Is it in fact a Dutch oven sort of situation?
They don't know yet. They're doing it on worms right now. Cognitive function.
Fart on that worm.
Antioxidant properties, wound healing, anti-cancer potentials.
In my face.
This could all be coming from your ass.
It's amazing.
Isn't that wild?
It is amazing when you stop and think about it. So many doctors and the common thinking now is that your stomach, your excretory system, or
gut health.
Gut health is such a major part of your overall health.
Yeah, the biomes. They say that there's a lot going on, and having a child that has Crohn's disease, we're kind of tapped into a little bit of this, and some of the research that's going on, and that is a huge field right now. So don't discount your
butt,
your fart, and your poopy work, your poopy work. That's poopy work. So anyhow,
hang on, you gotta.
Thank you.
Oh, son of a bitch.
Okay.
Don't wait for me.
I'm not going to wait for you.
Don't wait for me.
No.
All right. Well, anyhow, they're working on that, and it may help in longevity down the road. All right. I have several scientific studies and discoveries to share with you here at the Just Saying Institute. The 20,000-year-old fossilized bones of Yushikawa Man. Okay, so this is a well-known archaeological find.
Yes.
Yushikawa Man. Thought to be some of Japan's most ancient human fossils are not what scientists believed they were. New research finds
Are they gravy
instead,
boats?
They are the bones of an ancient bear.
Oh, wow. So we've been confusing the bones of an ancient bear with an early form of man.
That is right. The fossils were found in the late 1950s in just southwest of Tokyo. But General Suwa Gen Suwa is his name, not General, an anthropologist at the University of Tokyo who led the new project, doubts that the Yushikawa fossils were first raised in the late 1980s and had continued since then.
His sister, Haksua, had come to the same conclusion.
The new research shows behind a doubt that the bones are from an ancient brown bear. He added that the bones of bears were rarely found in archaeological sites in Japan from this time, and so Japanese scientists, including the paleontologist who found the fossil in the late 1950s, had a limited understanding of what bear bones could look like. Your bare bones.
Your bare bones. Those are bare bones, dickhead.
Even so, these scientists had made detailed and very accurate descriptions and also collected large numbers of fossilized skeletal remains over several decades. Suwa said Japanese scientists at that time thought a different bone fragment known as Akashi Man was the earliest human fossil from mainland Japan, perhaps more than 780,000 years old. But the fossil was destroyed in an Allied air raid on Tokyo during World War II.
So we assume that a prehistoric bear or a bear of this time period, not prehistoric, would be a large bear, and they were assuming these were human bones. Couldn't they determine?
Steve, I don't know. It would maybe depend on what age it was when it died. So I'm not really sure.
Okay.
So it looked close enough to the size of a human being. In the 1980s,
He was wearing a shirt that said, "Hug me, I'm a bear."
An anatomical analysis of the 1980s plaster cast of the lost Akashi fossil indicated it was probably a fragment of a recent human arm bone that had been washed into a different archaeological layer and then mineralized.
So what was the arm bone connected to?
The elbow bone. And they found that the greater attention on the Yushikawa fossil after that, but they were found that it was actually a bear bone. So.
It's amazing when you stop and think about the things that they have uncovered over the course of time. You come across a random piece of a bone and you assemble, and it's all conjecture, but a lot of it is pretty amazing.
Sure.
Because then they'll find other bones that reinforce what they originally speculated. I couldn't do that. I can barely build a model.
We should have that anthropologist, Dr. Lacavera, on the show again. He's so much fun, and he's such an interesting dude. He discovered like the largest dinosaur in the history of the planet.
Yeah. Dreadnoughticus, right?
No. It had a different name. Dreadnoughticus, maybe you're right. Anyway, they have that active dig in like a Lowe's parking lot.
Yes, in New Jersey.
I think it's in Haddonfield maybe, or Sewell, New
Jersey.
Yes. And I would really like to go try it sometime. I mean, it's like an ongoing active dig, and it's right behind a Lowe's.
Yeah, it's fascinating stuff.
Yeah.
When they come across something and then excavating it and all of that, and then analysis and assembly, and it's incredible.
If I ran a hardware store like Lowe's, I would absolutely bury a whole bunch of bones behind it. And then, because you sell shovels, for Christ's sake. Right?
It's
true.
true.
Look what I discovered.
So this one was not legit, unfortunately. All right, let's move on. And I do want to point out that sometimes a big part of science is dispelling things.
Absolutely.
And finding out that what we thought was the case is not indeed the case. And then you start a new line of questioning and all that.
You're exactly right. Science is always about asking questions.
Yep. Steve, you were right. Sorry, Preston, but it was the Dreadnoughtus. It was the
Dreadnoughticus?
The one he discovered, yeah.
Dreadnoughtus,
yeah.
All right, so there are certain foods that if you smell them, they will help you wake up in the morning. Dr. Supriya Rao explains that certain scents can stimulate the brain and enhance alertness. And some of them even help us focus and boost our energy.
Is coffee one?
Coffee is one of them. A recent study from Reviva Coffee links 5 cents to increased energy levels. Smelling these things in the morning could help kickstart your day. So the first one on the list is lemongrass.
What?
This scent stimulates both dopamine and serotonin, which can improve your mood as well.
Talk to me till I've had my lemongrass.
As focus and alertness. And according to another recent study, just inhaling lemongrass oil improved reaction times. Lemongrass can also decrease brain fog and promote mental clarity.
So we are talking about, I wondered if this was a chicken before the egg sort of thing where we've just grown accustomed to associating certain smells with morning, but lemongrass would not be something.
No,
so it's clearly that this is, aromatically speaking, this just happens to wake us up.
Yeah, the only one on this list is that you would associate with regularly in the morning is coffee beans. So even if you don't drink it, just smelling roasted coffee beans can make your brain more alert without ever taking a sip. Functional nutrition specialist Jennifer Nicole Bianchi explains the simple act of inhaling a scent of coffee activates the central nervous system and increases alertness by triggering dopamine pathways, or feel-good neurotransmitters in the brain.
What about a fart, owing to our last topic?
Not in this study,
Okay.
but I have to believe.
A good?
Yes. A good sulfur egg salad fart.
Your fart.
Yeah.
It would be disgusting from someone else, but if you Dutch oven yourself in the morning.
Although if you want to get up and run out of the room and really get moving, maybe one of Casey's will get you moving. So, also peppermint is another scent.
Peppermint.
Ooh.
Menthol, the active ingredient in peppermint,
That's like-
activates.
Sorry.
That's right. Activates parts of the brain that improves attention span, alertness, and learning capacity.
That's one of the smells that I can tolerate. Like, a lot of
peppermint.
floral scents and
Really?
perfumes and colognes and all of that give me a headache, a massive headache. But anything peppermint, I can usually tolerate.
I was with Kathy the other day, and somebody we were standing near had taken a shower in Cologne earlier that
choking
morning, and
on it.
I just felt so terrible for her because
Craig Lagans.
it gets to her pretty badly,
right?
And
was it Craig?
It was not actually Craig, but Craig was here the other day, and he had also taken a shower in Cologne. Yeah, it was somebody else, but
it will.
Yeah.
And you know what? This is really bizarre, but when I first started out of college, I first started in TV over at NBC 10. I worked with somebody who the same thing happened to, right? And I'm like, we used to get so annoyed. We're like, shut up. Like, it can't be that bad that somebody walks in with perfume and it ruined your whole day.
Right.
That's literally what happens to me. Like, it will give me a headache that will last throughout the day.
That's why.
Last Flyers game I went to, there was a guy sitting a row in front of me and like 2 seats over, and he had bathed in cologne. And Kathy, it made me feel. Ugh.
Yeah, it
made me feel. It wasn't just like, oh, that's too much. It's
You
like
can't
I don't feel good now.
What would you say? What is worse, right body odor or cologne?
Well,
a shower of cologne.
So the body odor you can walk away from and
Right.
it goes away. The scent doesn't follow you. With cologne, like it
You think
almost
it follows?
feels. Well, it almost feels like it gets into like my nasal passages
Stays
and
there.
stays there. Yeah.
Does my cologne bother you?
No, I don't. I don't smell it.
All right, cool. Because I don't bathe myself, but I
I don't even pick up on it. I sit right next to you.
Yeah,
So,
okay.
so
All right,
you're.
good.
It must be. You got to be in nice and tight.
Yeah, because I think.
Can I smell you?
Yeah. I think me and Steve are the only ones who wear.
Yes, I wear cologne.
Casey's hugging.
Aw,
It's so cute.
that was so
You guys
sweet.
Are so cute.
You're like a prehistoric bear.
But I prefer my cologne scents to be more like unassuming.
Muted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Right.
they should be.
Suggestive of the machismo.
We have Jace just started wearing cologne.
Oh yeah.
I let my mom get him
Oh,
cologne
wow.
for Christmas, and
What did it go with? What flavor?
Case I don't even know. It's like a blue.
Oh, it's probably Versace Eros.
I don't know. I don't know what it is. But anyway, there's rules. And the rules are he wants to keep it in his bedroom for whatever reason on his dresser. And I moved it into the bathroom under the sink. And he's like, why do you keep hiding my cologne? And I'm like, okay, fine. You can keep it in the bedroom. But I said, you can't spray it in there because there's bedding, there's curtains, there's carpet, right?
Wow.
Everything that it will live in. So he has to go into his bathroom. And the bathroom has a separate room for the toilet and the shower and a door.
Oh.
And then, like when you walk into the bathroom, you walk into where the sinks are. And so
Could you imagine when he's of an age where he gets a woman back to his, excuse me, my mommy says I got to go spray this in the bathroom.
See, wait, so he can't go in where the sinks are. He has to go into where the shower and the toilet.
Wow,
because that's
man.
like it's farther into the bathroom and he has to spray there.
Yeah.
And that's also where the fan is. So he has to turn the fan on. And I still smell it in the house. I still smell it.
So Dennis doesn't wear cologne, does he?
No, he doesn't wear cologne.
Oh.
No, Jason. It's the
teen boy.
Yeah.
The teen boy. It's the age.
I remember when I first got when I was first started wearing cologne, it was like, All right, lady.
Yeah, totally. That was all about.
Yeah.
That's what it was about,
A
for
little
sure.
Jovan Musk for you, baby.
Bought this at the pharmacy.
I'm just hoping it fades a little.
By the way, Craig Ligon's posted on our YouTube page. I did not take a shower and clone Nick. I just naturally smell good.
Naturally smells like your car noir.
Yeah.
I didn't call him out. Preston did.
I did. Yeah. All right. So 2 other quick things. A scent that will give you a little bit more energy in the morning. Orange. The scent of the citrus
It's not
is
even a word.
known to instantly boost our mood and improve attention.
So orange juice in the morning, but it's just by happenstance is what you're saying, that smell gets us going.
Yeah, and there are also orange sprays that you can use.
I'm not a big fan.
Oh, I love them.
Oh, do
like
you?
that bathroom super duper intense orange spray.
Yeah.
I love that stuff. And then last, do you have some of
I
that?
think I might. Yeah.
Okay. Last but not least is chocolate. The scent of chocolate stimulates the reward center in the brain, which causes the release of dopamine, giving us a big boost of happiness. And the researchers say that the smell of chocolate can even improve cognitive function as well.
Interesting.
Casey brought some of the orange stuff. I'm not going to spray it because I don't want Kathy to.
Would you vomit if you
Freak
sprayed it?
out.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's like that'll live in the air. That'll drift over here.
Yeah, I love that smell.
Yeah.
I'm sniffing them.
I was thinking about this conversation. How did you survive the durian fruit segment and the Sostromen?
It made me sick. I was like angry for the rest of the day because we had the doors open, we had the fans
We
going.
had an industrial air skimmer here.
It was awful. Wait, what were the 2 things? Durian fruit and
the Sostromen.
Strumming.
The
The
Viking.
durian lingered, actually.
I was gonna say I think it was I thought it was the durian that really got to me.
Lingered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Strumming killed me.
Here's the thing. It wasn't just that day. We came in days after that and it smelled in here.
Yep.
And watching a video of which is available up on YouTube, obviously, of us. We're all wearing lab coats, hard hats, and goggles.
Yeah, you're wearing Dr. Mike's lab coat. It says Michael Sirigliano on it.
That's the best. All right, we got one more study to share before wrapping up. Just saying this too. I'm going to go with this one. A new study published in the Journal of Personality and Social Psychology suggests that the long-standing stereotype of women being significantly more talkative than men is largely overstated. By analyzing the daily word use of thousands of participants across a diverse range of contexts, researchers found that while women spoke slightly more words per day than men, the difference was relatively small and highly variable
So when you're saying
across individuals.
Slightly by a factor of 10? 10 times?
Nope. A study published in 2007, which examined data from 396 participants who wore a voice recorder, challenged this notion, finding that men and women spoke roughly the same number of words per day. If you were to guess how many words per day the average human speaks, what ballpark would you put it in? And this is a weird thing to consider.
That is a good question.
Don't even worry about trying to get it right. But if you were to just guess about how many words each of us say a day.
God almighty. Like us?
Yeah.
We're the anomaly.
Anybody. Just people. Just an average. Anybody want to guess?
10,000.
Yeah, I was going to say 10,000.
14,000.
Kath?
12.
16,000.
Oh,
Damn.
While the 2007 study attracted significant attention, critics argue the sample was too small, lacked diversity. Additionally, new research since then has suggested that talkativeness might vary by age and social context. Giving these concerns and the persistence of the stereotype in public discourse, research aimed to conduct a large-scale replication to provide a more robust and generalizable estimate of gender differences in daily word use, blah, blah, blah.
Blah, blah, blah.
So to improve upon the past research, the study used data from 22 different samples collected over 14 years. So it was a long one. It was over a bunch of countries, United States, Switzerland, Serbia, and Australia. And the data set included a total of 2,197 individuals. So it was more wide-ranging. And the study also ranged in age from 10 to 94 years old. So at the level of descriptive statistics, the study found that women tend to talk about 13,349 words per day compared to 11,950 for men, but the difference is pretty small and varies a lot from person to person.
Those are like 2,000 of the most excruciating words ever.
So 16,000 was the original old study. The more current one is saying that women are about 11,950. Or I'm sorry, 13,349, and men are 11,950.
Preston, you talk for a living. Do you think you use more words in a day than your wife does? Because she's a talkative person.
She's a talkative person too. She will get on the phone and talk for a long time. That is a good question. I don't know. When her friend was in town visiting recently, and she came by the show and watched us, and later on in the day, she's like, "You talk a lot."
Who said that?
Beatrice, the gal from France.
Friend. Okay.
Yeah. She's like, "You talk a lot." I'm like, "Well, yeah, that's what I do." But when I'm not, I don't talk a whole time.
I wonder how this would break down to countries and to cultures.
Yeah.
And which countries and cultures tend to talk more, communicate more.
Yeah. Some people spoke fewer than, in the post, they said some people spoke fewer than 100 words a day.
Holy hell.
While others talked over 120,000 words a day.
Are these people who talk less than 100 words a day also working on their manifesto?
Yeah, I don't know.
I wish I knew like where I was in that lineup.
Where you fall. Yeah.
Do you talk a lot at home?
Yeah, like on the phone. Well, I actually spoke to Rochelle yesterday, so that was.
How long did that conversation go?
I think it wasn't
just
terrible.
wrapped up.
No, it wasn't terrible. Maybe like, I don't know, 30 minutes or something like that. But I mean,
You said that's not terrible? Talking on the phone for 30 minutes?
For Rochelle?
That sounds like a nightmare to me.
Dude, I was the same way. I was talking to my therapist the other day, and I was saying that I don't last long on the phone. And when there's people, even people that want to catch up, or family members, I'm like, my conversation's done 10 minutes at the most.
Yeah.
I don't like sitting there in that phone
Sorry, we have to move
exchange.
Yeah, just don't do it.
So there's only specific people that I can last on the phone with very long, and obviously
Rockstar Rob.
One is someone that's going to talk, and like Rochelle. But I have another friend that, I mean, we could be on the phone sometimes for like an hour, and it doesn't happen that often, but it happens often enough. And like,
I had 3 testicles.
I'll look when we're finished the conversation to see how long, and like sometimes she'll say, it's my best friend. She'll say to me, she'll go, "Oh, you have to hang up now?" And I'm like, we've been on the phone for 47 minutes. Like, I have to get some things done. But it's when I talk to her, it's like I'm watching a show. Like, it's so entertaining, the things that we talk about and the stories that she has to tell, that like, I'm like, all right, well, if I have nothing to do, I'm like, let me call her, see what's going on.
So my oldest friend, Mike, he will call me from time to time just to talk on the phone. And it's always at like 9 o'clock at night. And I'm like, why are you? But I know it's happening. He's taking his dog for a walk, and he's just kind of killing two birds with one stone. And like sometimes I won't answer, and I'll just text him, and I'll say like, I'm sorry, I've used all my words for the day.
we really do experience that post show. There is a period of time where we just kind of break off and go do our quiet time.
We're done talking.
Yeah, it's enough.
Done saying words.
So that's a peek
There's
into
no words on it.
How much people speak each day.
Hey, just another side note of differences between men and women. There's something,
penis and vagina.
Yes.
Okay.
Men have boys have penises, girls have vaginas. The way you get into your vehicle. Men and women get into their vehicles differently.
No, I've never noticed this.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's pretty wild. And Sam, if you want to pull up a video, I'm sure you can find it on YouTube or whatever. But men get into the vehicle feet first. Okay, so when you're getting in, you usually go like that, and then women
sit first.
They go in like shoulder first.
I have to see this.
But I'll sit first, and then my feet go in last.
Wow, I've never picked up on that.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting.
Whore.
You whore. I didn't say that. Steve said that.
I would say, I'm trying to think now. I think I do legs first.
I definitely go feet first.
Feet first.
Yeah, my right foot. I put my right foot in,
put the left
and then
foot
I
out.
shake it all about.
Right.
Yeah.
You do this, Kathy?
So I sit first, and then my feet follow.
And swing in. Okay.
Wow.
I might do, we just watched a video. I might do like one leg sit at the same time and then the other leg, but like, no, I definitely sit.
Do you ever keep one leg out while you're driving?
The thing I notice about me personally in how I exit a car is that when I pull up and I put the car in park, I open the door and I get out. Like immediately.
Yeah. Do you use anything to prop the door open, like your foot?
Yes, I will do that. But here's the thing. I notice when I have passengers sometimes, I have to sit there and wait. Like I'm ready to go.
Like your wife?
I pulled up. Okay. And I pull up and I park and I get out. But other people, will sit there and fudge around with their stuff.
It's like you got out of the car, you walk around the back, you walk around to the side passenger window, and I go, "Oh, hon, did you pick now to do your ship in the bottom?" And I'm like, "Are we?
Yes.
Is here?
We're here, right?
Are we staying here?
Is this where we?"
Because we have a house yards away.
Yeah, not very far. And whatever you're doing right now can be done in there.
If you pull into your driveway and you're having a phone conversation, do you get off the phone to go into the house? Do you end the conversation?
I use getting home to end the conversation. I'm home. Yeah, me too. I'm home. Gotta go.
Yeah, we're done.
Do you have a mobile phone? Then just carry it with you.
In fact, Nick, 2 miles away from my house is pulling into my driveway.
I'm almost home.
I'm almost home.
I'm gonna have some lunch and I have to go to the bathroom.
I will wrap it up outside. I don't want to walk in.
Yeah. I will say though, Chuck just came in. You left your coffee mug here yesterday, by the way. When at least with my car, like if somebody's dilly-dallying in the passenger seat, I will say, can you at least open your door? Because I can at least lock the door.
That's the thing I'm usually waiting on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to wait for you to open your door so I can hit the lock.
Yeah.
You can do whatever you want. Just open the door so I can lock it and then be on my way.
You should lock them in and teach them a lesson, like in the summertime.
No, because then it would teach me a lesson. Like, I'm sure at some point it would come back on
But I
me.
mean, whatever you got to put in your purse or get out of your purse or whatever you got to do, you can see well in advance when we are pulling up to where we're going. Do it now.
Do you have the remote to unlock your home door and turn off the security system from your car?
I mean, I can do it from my phone.
Do you do that, or do you just do it at a point of entry?
Point of entry. Okay. Yeah, so, all right. Well, anyhow, glad we got to the bottom of this. Why did we keep this going?
It was a
women, how women get in cars. Yeah. Okay, interesting. I would take phone calls on that, but we don't have phones today, so they're not working. We did Zoom earlier. All right, well, we are going to take a break. We'll come back in a moment. Derek Gaines, since we do have Zoom, is going to be joining us, and he's going to be at Helium Comedy Club, so we'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Preston and Steve.
Shortly before 6 a.m. on Saturday, leaked in 10 different files. They totaled about 11.46 gigabytes. The hacker, who goes by the handle of the Dark Overlord,
Ma, I'm trying to do something.
Kicked off the leak
when you're done, Dark Overlord, take the garbage out.
By publishing the premiere episode for the forthcoming Orange is the New Black season Friday. To the Pirate Bay.
This is my son, the Dark Overlord.
The streaming giant has set June 9th as release for Orange is the New Black. No word on whether Netflix will move that date up. In a statement, Netflix said, we are aware of the situation. A production vendor used by several major TV studios has had its security compromised, and the appropriate law enforcement authorities are involved.
You know, I was trying to think about this, and Netflix didn't buckle to the demand. I don't know how much impact this has because
zero
because it's $9 a month.
You
for
already
Netflix. You already have it. More than likely. So, and you're not going to watch it any quicker or any sooner than you would normally. So I wonder where the damage is really. Maybe in some people who aren't already subscribing, getting it, but. It is what it is.
I guess piracy still remains to be a really big problem. For me, it holds no fascination. I'd rather just fork over the however many dollars it is to watch the actual official version of something, and I can wait until Friday.
Yeah.
I don't need to see it on Monday before it comes out.
What are you going to do? Watch 9 episodes?
Yeah.
Well, the hacker isn't stopping with that show. The cybercriminal claimed via Twitter to have unreleased shows from ABC, Fox, National Geographic, and IFC as well.
Okay, tell me of Game of Thrones and maybe I'll listen.
Right.
This is the Dark Overlord. I have your Capuchin Monkey special, and I will upload it if my demands are met.
That's from National Geographic.
Your special concerning the Watusi women of Buka Buka will be released to the world. If you do not yield to my demands, I'm the Dark Overlord.
Capuchin monkey.
What are you?
I know.
There's the extortion there.
In a message posted Saturday, the Dark Overlord wrote,
This is the Dark Overlord, your 1 hour special concerning FIFO, the zebra who can tap dance. Will be released to the world.
The Dark Overlord wrote on Saturday, it didn't have to be this way, Netflix.
You could have avoided it.
You're going to lose a lot more money in all of this than what our modest offer was. We're quite ashamed to breathe the same air as you. We figured a pragmatic
Someone's gotten a little carried away with their Dell laptop.
Yeah, we figured a pragmatic business such as yourselves would see and understand the benefits of cooperating with a reasonable and merciful entity like ourselves. What are you talking about?
Come on. No.
Yeah,
You stole
it's
something
illegal.
from- yeah.
And by the way,
Dark Overlord.
Dark Overlord. It is a substantial fee and prison sentence that they're looking at if they're found and convicted.
Yeah.
I mean, on the consumer end and on our end, it seems like, what? Okay. I agree with you, Nick. I mean, you already have Netflix. Chances are you already have it anyway. Netflix encourages you to share your passwords, for Christ's sake.
Hey, and also, if you don't have Netflix, then you haven't seen the previous seasons of Orange is the New
You don't
Black.
care.
So if you're going to release the 4th season, can you release the first 3 seasons as well?
Damn good point.
I got to get caught up on this.
Dear Netflix, we are committed to releasing the 3rd episode of Lemony Snicket. If our demands are not met, and this is a good one, too.
Oh, man, I hope the Dark Overlord lives here and is listening to us right now. That would be awesome.
Dark Overlord.
All right, anyway.
You're such a dork. You dork.
Try to extort Netflix!
She's just in for a visit to say hello, and you know her from The Office and her many visits to Philadelphia. She's a Philly gal. Please welcome Kate Flannery.
Hi, you act like I was back by the dumpster and somebody noticed me and dragged me in. Hey, what's up, everybody?
Is that Kate Flannery out by the dumpster? Have her come in. So what are you up to now? Because I see you on a lot of, obviously you have the live performances.
Yeah, Jane and I are still performing regular. I'm still doing the lampshades.
Okay.
You know, I don't know. I always feel like there's something I can't talk about.
Is there
you
some-
love that? I mean, such bullshit. But I'm sorry. I said,
The filthy mouth.
guys.
Kate Flannery.
I'm really. Is there?
How much Rolling Rock have you had this morning?
If you went to
Not
O'Hara,
enough.
you wouldn't have.
Oh my God! Well, at Archbishop Carroll, we didn't drink. No, exceptionally good human beings. I also do another show called Talk Show, the Game Show.
Yes,
that's
I saw that
that's coming up
listed.
soon. Yeah.
So what is that?
I think it starts this month.
No, but what is it?
It's a talk show and a game show. But so they make the celebrities compete against each other with questions after their interview segment.
Huh.
And no more stand up in stilettos. It's
That's done. Yeah,
good.
that's done. Yeah. But Wanda Sykes is the producer of Talk Show, the Game Show.
That's very cool.
Yeah. So she was actually there on site. I was like, "What are you doing here?"
She's local.
I know we talked about media.
Yeah, and she's never
she's
never been on the show.
been on our show. Yeah, she lives in media. Let her know.
Watch your mouth, you.
That fucking. No, I'm sorry.
You're getting worse.
I know. I'm so sorry, you guys.
I will tell you
Are
this.
there children
It's gotten
listening?
worse. She just dropped the
What's
F-bomb.
wrong with you today? You tell me not to do something. The more my unconscious is just like, oh my God.
Let's put it this way: we had Andrew Dice Clay in here and never had to do the dumb button once.
I need some straps like on my chair, like on the pyramid.
Kate
Holy
Flannery,
crap.
3 times.
I'm so Nick is like, you're never coming back. He's shaking his head. It's like, this is it.
Oh, we need a taser.
Because that'll calm me down.
We have to keep you here for a little while because there's some curses you haven't said yet.
What are the 7 that you can't say on the air?
You know what? That list, by the way, that classic list,
Yes.
as legend has it, we've said it before, did not exist before Carlin created
Are you kidding
that
me?
list. The FCC had no set list of words, but once Carlin created that list, the FCC said, "Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah.
Let's go with that."
That's amazing.
All right, so when you're not on the air,
Yes.
do you curse like a sailor? And
Well,
how
I
does that
didn't
go
think
over?
so until I got here.
Okay.
No one blinks an eye in Los Angeles, where everyone is drug induced and on painkillers. Once in a while, I don't know. No, I don't know. I'm so sorry. I think I have not had enough sleep this
No,
week.
we have many dump buttons for just such. Now we're going to call it the Flannery switch.
No.
Mark it on the board right here.
Oh my gosh!
Hit the Flannery switch.
Hit the Flannery.
Oh no!
I'm sorry. We had to Flannery out on that.
Well, the owner of a sperm bank has been accused of secretly switching donor semen with his own in order to father 60 children.
This has happened before.
It has. Jan Karbat, who died at the age of 89 last month, has been accused by 23 families of using his own semen instead of the donors at a fertility clinic in Rotterdam.
So what does he do? He puts the samples under cups and moves them around quickly on a table?
He is also accused of tampering with the clinic's data and donor descriptions and allowing couples more than the allocated 6 children per donor. Bajorp Medical Center.
Yes, Bajorp.
Which closes in 2000.
For all your family needs, think Bajorp.
It closed in 2009 following reports of irregularities.
I just love the word
Bajorp.
I do too. It's why.
In fact, the dude put his own Bajorp in the cup.
It's one of the reasons I put this early in the D file.
Is Bajorp by any chance slang for semen?
I don't know. It was one of
Dude, that's too much Bajorp.
One of Rotterdam's largest sperm banks in the 80s and 90s, Bajorp.
Let me get a second cup.
The 23 families are now seeking a DNA test to see if the sperm bank boss used his own.
So I broke into this house and I Bajorped on the couch.
Karbat reportedly admitted to fathering 60 children through the clinic before he died to one of the plaintiffs.
What?
A lawyer speaking on behalf of the Karbat's family insisted that there is not the slightest evidence that Mr. Karbat or the owner or was the donor, and asked the court to listen to the doctor's request that no DNA test would be carried out after his death.
When the guys do this, what is the desire to be? To
Just
be
to seed the world, I
seed
guess.
the world.
I don't know.
I don't get it.
Bajorp.
You know, as they say.
Yeah.
Bajorp.
Well, listen, our next guest is in for a visit, and the latest film that our next guest is involved in is called Interracial Cougar Cuckold Number 5. Wait, no, that's
our
Katie
other guest.
Morgan.
Yeah.
She's later on.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Different.
I'm sorry.
I was an associate producer on that film, but I don't take credit for it.
No. Please welcome our friend Mike Birbiglia. Who's here? Hey, Mike.
Hey.
I'm sorry.
Is that the name of her movie?
Interracial Cougar Cuckold Number 5.
AKA Don't Think Twice.
No, you shouldn't. You show little reserve if you're if you're a cuckold.
So yesterday, I told Mike that Katie Morgan was going to be in the same day as us, and he wrote back. He goes, "So we'll have 2 porn stars. Cool."
No, but listen, Mike is in town for personal reasons and wanted to stop by and say hello. Actually, is it your
My sister-in-law's law school graduation.
Where's
From
she
Temple.
at?
From Temple, yeah.
Nice.
That's
Yeah.
sensational. That's I'm in awe of people who complete
Me
law and
too.
medical degrees.
Yes.
Likewise.
Yeah, I will. I continue to disappoint my parents year after year after year by not doing something like that. But
you went to
good on her.
Georgetown,
That's
right?
wonderful. I did. But then I didn't. Yeah, I didn't.
Were you expected to go into law?
I think I was expected to do something that was financially sensible, and I didn't do that. But my dad came around eventually.
Yeah,
I think when he saw me on Letterman, eventually he was like, oh, okay, I get it.
I feel like a lot of comedians have the same story. Their parents finally came around.
Yeah, they come around eventually.
Yeah.
But yeah, you ultimately you realize when you have a kid, you're like, oh, you just want the kid to be okay.
Yeah,
right.
Right.
You just want the kid to be like okay, and then being a comedian doesn't seem okay.
No,
it seems like it's a life of. It seems like a downward spiral.
It's out of the realm of what I think most
And
parents
often it
classically
is.
want. Yeah.
To be clear.
Did you get cred with the parents with the grandchild?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
all
that's
they
a home
want.
run. Yeah,
And it's all okay.
That's all they want. Yeah. I have a daughter now, and I had a lot of trepidation about. Preston was saying when I walked in, he was like, "Oh, you look skinnier," and I'm trying to lose weight because I'm like, my body's a lemon. I went to I'm telling you, I went to the doctor and he goes, I'm not kidding. This is in one visit. He goes, he does the blood, calls me up. He goes, hey, this came out well. This came out well. You have Lyme disease and diabetes.
Oh my God!
I was
really?
like, whoa, one at a time, fellas. We're all gonna get a chance.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, the Lyme. So no, Lyme disease. I took meds for, and that's fine. We caught it early. And then diabetes, I guess it's just road living over the years. It's like I have the body. Yeah. I eat terribly. I have the body of someone who's just about to start P90X and then doesn't. And
Gets to the first.
It caught up to me.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a.
So do you take insulin? Or you?
No,
what's
it's diabetes too. So it's
Okay.
so I'm not at that point yet. But I had a bladder tumor when I was 19. That's what I'm saying. My body's a lemon.
Yes.
It's like I had a bladder tumor when I was 19. So I was lucky it didn't come back. But every year or so, I have to go for a cystoscopy where they take like a rod like the size of this with a camera on and they stick it through your urethra to look in your bladder. But while you're awake,
Why do you have to be awake?
Preston, you've had it.
No.
Vasectomy? Yeah. Now they numb
Mike's
you
not
down
getting
there.
that.
Oh, is
They
that
numb you
true?
down there, but still, I had read, which was my big mistake, that you could actually feel. There have been occasions where people were able to feel something,
I felt
and you
something.
definitely see and smell stuff.
All right.
And so I'm like, I want no part of that. And somebody had said, you know what, they'll knock you out if you want. I mean, not completely under general anesthesia, but they'll give you propofol.
Right.
What do you
Take
smell?
most
That's like
of the
the
way
Michael.
down.
That's like the way Michael Jackson went to sleep.
Right.
Yes,
exactly.
exactly.
That's what it is. That's what propofol is. Yeah.
And once I found out that they could knock me out, then I was like, okay, I'm totally down with this. And it was easy. But you stayed awake for yours.
I was totally awake for mine.
You mentioned a smell. What smell is generated during a vasectomy?
Smoke, from what I hear.
I couldn't smell anything, but you can.
They have to
Wait, describe where the smoke is coming from, please.
Well, because they cauterize stuff.
It's the doctor's cigar.
Yeah. You can.
It's a Cuban.
It's not a boy.
Yeah, they hand out anti-cigars.
They hand out cigars that say "No more babies."
I wanted to ask you about non-medical stuff.
Sure.
And basically, like, this sort of this career path that you're on now is fascinating to me because we've known you for a long time, and now I see you just popping up everywhere. And you're a producer on Crashing. You show up on late night talk shows all the time, and I follow you on Twitter, and it's like, hey, Burbiggs is doing Kimmel, Burbiggs is doing Fallon again. Are you surprised at that at all? Not that.
Since you're
All right, thank you very much, Catherine. Next guest is on a Zoom and here to talk about his gig tonight, Helium Comedy Club, and he returns to his home area of Philadelphia. Please welcome Derek Gaines.
Yeah.
Good morning, Derek. How you doing, man?
How's it shaking? What's going on? Good morning.
And are you back in town yet? Or I know you live in New York now, right? But you grew up in Philly.
Yeah, I'm still in Brooklyn right now, but I'll be in Philly by 7 tonight. So yeah.
Right.
Nice.
It's something coming from New York, and I was born in Manhattan, and what I love about this area here is that you could say from where we are, say we're the equivalent of Queens to Manhattan. It's going to be about 14 hours. But but you know what I'm saying? But you can go, I'm going to go into the city quickly, and you can do that here. It's not going to be pleasant, but you can do it.
You can run to Philly. I mean, we used to do it all the time. We used to drive from Philly to New York like every day. We was doing that transition from being open micers and little features in Philly to try to be, dream chasers in New York. So yeah, it was. It's only 2 hours and 15 minutes.
No,
and if you take Route 109, it's free all the way up to the Lincoln Tunnel.
That's true. Are you an Outer Bridge Crossing guy, or do you?
I'm close off the Williamsburg Bridge.
Okay, all right, yeah. It could be. Regardless, Staten Island, and I know you're friends with Pete Davidson, and in fact, he used to room with him. Staten Island has some wonderful things, but goddamn, the traffic is horrendous the time, the time.
But traffic is horrendous everywhere. But I love the Philly traffic because it sounds like. It's like nostalgic, like I used to hear when my mom used to drive me to school in the morning, like the Blue Route and Gladwin and all that, and the 295 and the City Line Avenue. Like, I'm like, oh yeah, this is very, very nice. So it's very nice to come back to Philly and try to show off maybe the little skills that I learned here in New York and share it with the Green City.
Derek, you talked about chasing after the comedy career and all the hustling around you had to do. Didn't you go after a music career for a little while as well? Is that part of your bones?
I am a jazz college dropout. Yeah, I dropped out of University of Arts right in South Broad.
Oh, wow. Oh, man, what'd you think about when they shut the school down?
I didn't even know about it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
How about that? But yeah, I remember I was taking my little lessons in the Miriam Theater, and I was taking lessons from Marlon Simon, and there was all kinds of people, bass players that I met that are famous now, like Adam Blackstone. He came to the school, and Derek Hodge. He actually got me the scholarship.
Wow.
To get to the school. I had a partial scholarship to University of Arts, yeah.
Wow.
And then dropped out to do comedy. Very funny.
You find people to jam with these days?
Not these days. I kind of gave it up. I can hear it really well. Like, I can hear it. Matter of fact, I was listening to some jazz, and I was doing laundry this morning, killing time for this radio interview because I haven't been asleep yet. That's why I got the shades on.
Oh, man.
Yeah, but I can hear a lot of great combinations. I can hear a lot of Afro-Cuban rhythms.
I was telling Preston that was that was your specialty, sort of more obscure percussion, correct?
It was. I was more of I was a kunga timbali bells guy. Like, I was auxiliary.
Yeah.
Like, they called it auxiliary, but when I started winning awards in high school, they stopped calling it auxiliary. Like, that's how I think I got to the whole college thing anyway, because I started winning little jazz awards here and there for something that was just supposed to be behind the drummer. But I gave it some personality. It was very nice.
So if you're listening to some jazz and you're doing your laundry, are you banging on the side of the washing machine while you're doing it? Because, I mean, once a drummer, always a drummer.
Well, more of a psycho in New York. I kind of just sing the music, so people leave me alone. So there's a lot of sugar right in front of the washing machine. Sugar to bomb, the sugar to buy. Yeah, if you do that, people leave you alone.
They leave you alone.
A little shed to yourself. Yeah.
Dude's tripping over there, man.
Sugar do bop, sugar do bop, bop. You do that, they'll leave you alone. If you start scatting to yourself like a crazy person.
Do you find your music sensibilities are prominent or predominantly jazz or?
Well, I'm a big hip hop guy.
Yeah.
Big hip hop guy. I've been listening to all the hip hop and the underground hip hop and all the stuff. And then comedy is kind of is the rhythm of language. So it may not be music that you're listening to, but when you tell a solid, premise, bridge, punchline joke, it's a beat. It's a rhythm. To it. So that makes people, I guess, laugh or emote or whatever. So yeah, music only helped me see how to speak rhythmically, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it absolutely does. We've had it, and there's a number of musicians or comedians who are musicians as well, and we've talked about this many times. That what works, what doesn't work, becoming sensitive to the pacing and the timing. I actually think for comedy, jazz is a good base.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, I really like seeing how you can wow a crowd and control them and take them on a little journey and know where the punchline is going to hit, know where they're going to laugh at, know where you're going to tag at, know when you're going to call it back. It's all real.
Yeah.
Kind of stuff. So yeah, man. So maybe the jazz, the 1 year, the year and a half that I was in jazz college before I dropped out helped me become the guy now, I guess.
There you go. It can only help. I mean, you talk about comedy having a rhythm. There are a lot of different things that have a language rhythm. I was watching a video of Neil deGrasse Tyson speaking yesterday, and he has got a rhythm. And not only rhythm, he uses dynamics as well. Mm-hmm. He'll get down low, and he'll bring you in this way. And then he'll hit you with it, boom, so there's a whole...
He does that cool whisper. Yeah. Science, science, science. Science. Have you ever thought of science over science? It's like he's a magician, yeah. He's like one of them black dudes. He's like one of them smarty art black dudes we used to tease because he was always doing experiments in school. Yeah. But good on Neil deGrasse. Good on Neil. That boy know about some space.
Yeah, he does. He does.
Know about some space.
Hey, Derek, you're friends. You're friends with one of our favorite people, Toure. He stops by, a couple times a year, and we love having him here in our studio.
Yeah, Toure was the one that kind of pointed the path out. He showed me the breastplate of a joke, and he said, "I can't teach you to be funny, but I can teach you how to write the format in order for you to find if you're funny or not." And that was a beautiful thing. So yeah, Toure, I consider my sensei. That's what I call him. He's like my teacher.
Did you come to that? Did you come through that Laugh House? That
I did.
Yeah. So
I started
Kevin
in
Hart.
03.
03.
I started in 03, right when Kev was about to blow up. Like, so I saw the last days of Kev in Philly right before he had meteoric fame.
Wow.
Like, so, but he was already having lines around the corner back in 03, 04 because Paper Soldiers and Soul Plane was all that. So he was like a hood legend already in Philly on South Street. And then he left. But I was doing open mics at 03 to 09, and then I moved to New York. So, because basically what happened was I kind of matriculated up really fast. I was hosting for 2 years, and then after that I started featuring for 2 years. And then on my 5th year there, I headlined the club, and then it closed down that May. So, no, that closed down that summer, and I had moved to New York. So it was like a whole story.
So you got a scholarship to jazz, school of performing arts. How did the parents like the notion of you ditching all that for comedy?
Oh, my mom was with it immediately. My dad took a minute to come around. And, he had to see me a few times in L.A. And it wasn't even the first time in L.A. It was the second time in L.A. he saw me, and I did really well. And he said, okay, I get it now. But that was like, I was years into the game. Because my pop is Air Force. So he's like, he's suited and booted. He, straight-laced, make your bed in the morning, get up, eat breakfast, go to work. And, to be an artist, to pick the artist route. Like, first of all, he was actually into my jazz career. And then he bought me drums and everything. Huh. And then when I ditched the drums to tell jokes, he was pissed off at first, but then he saw the progress. And then I think the funniest part was when I got in a movie. I got like 1 or 2 movies or whatever. And then he was on a plane headed home. And then he hit me up. Matter of fact, it was Tracy Morgan's Last OG when that show was out.
Yes.
Okay.
He was watching it on the plane and called me from the airplane. Was like, how the hell am I seeing your face on the back of this plane seat right now? So it was like, yeah, Dad, thanks for trusting me later.
Yeah.
No, that's cool though, because a lot of parents might not, even give you the inch on that. And from what I understand, his desire was to become an astronaut, right?
Yeah, Pops wanted to be an astronaut, and he used to tell me stories about that. And I got jokes about that too.
Yeah.
Him wanting to be an astronaut, and but he flew Air Force One. Now he flew for Japanese Airlines. And now he gasses jets in the sky for like the government, so F-15s and all that. Yeah, my mom's like an audio engineer, so I had very like.
Wow. So which presidents did your dad fly for?
Bush and Clinton.
Wow.
Yeah.
No kidding.
Yeah, all through the 90s, he was a flight engineer. I've been on that plane plenty of times. I was on Air Force One a few times. And then, what made it cool was back when I was like young.
Yeah.
I remember like my class would take school trips to DC, and my dad would meet me at the last spot. Say we was like maybe at one of the museums, and he'd pull up with the presidential M&Ms, like in the presidential box with the Bill Clinton insignia on it.
Yeah.
And we passed them out to the kids. They looked at me like I was Jesus Christ. It was amazing. They was like,
dude, that is cool.
Like, oh, he's the one.
Yeah.
He's the one.
That's super cool. Yeah.
It was a cool comeuppance. It was very fun.
Wow. I have to run this by you because I thought this is pretty wild, and we were talking about like jobs and nightmare jobs and job titles and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
So while you're working comedy, you were cleaning rest stops on the Garden State Parkway in Jersey.
And in Jersey Turnpike. Both of them. Yeah,
what the hell was that like?
Jersey.
Yeah.
It was rough, man. I guess it was a means to an end because when I moved from South Jersey and tried to pursue comedy, I was living in North Jersey. I was living in Jersey City. But I needed a job to pay the rent because it was still expensive. So I got to hook up. I got to look out, and I guess the pastor of my church got me a gig on the Turnpike, right? And I never forget working on the Turnpike, salting and all this. And then they tried to put me on night shift. And I remember I transferred to the Garden State Parkway. But I guess the supervisor at the Turnpike put a battery in my back because he said some real like shady stuff right before I left. He was like, I remember when I transferred to night shift for the Garden State Parkway, he asked me, he was like, so this comedy thing you're doing, is it like a hobby? Like, it's something you just, because you're missing out on a pension you can get when you're 55. And all I want to know, Derek, is this is what he said. I'll never forget. He said, so who's going to help you now? Eddie Murphy? And I was like, everybody's funny, I guess. And he said that. And I transferred to the Parkway so I got nights to do comedy. So yeah, I was cleaning up toilets.
I mean, I gotta figure you pull into the rest stop so many times. It's an emergency situation. You must have seen a lot of heavy duty stuff.
No, so put you like this. Maybe not rest stops, but I clean like the toll plazas, the toll booths, and the police station. So the police station was the craziest one because when they got like big stings, they bring all the drugs to the place I had to like sweep up. So imagine me sweeping up around $2 million worth of cocaine. That used to be crazy. Or like I have to clean past the cell and they have like 2 assailants in the cell and I had to clean around that. And of course, just toilets in general, cops are disgusting. And then the toll booth workers, they were equally disgusting. So I had to clean those plazas too. So in all of that, I was just writing jokes and going over my stuff.
But it's kind of a perfect job where you can just. So you have to answer a question for me. Are there tunnels? They're doing away with the toll booths now. They're doing those gantries, but a tunnel system under those.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there are. And is it just a standard hallway, or is there other stuff down there we didn't know about?
Well, all I saw or I cared to see, just I was like, I guess it was a cool secret to know, but no, it's lockers down there.
Oh, all right, okay. Because you see a guy pop up out of the ground, like what in the hell?
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's no way you can cross them streets sometime. I remember, like, I had an epiphany. Like, I remember I almost got hit by Missy Elliott.
Whoa!
Where? There?
I was cleaning the toll booth. This is some true shit. Oh, true stuff. I'm sorry.
No problem.
All right, I got it.
See, I'm getting too comfortable. Y'all some cool guys. True stuff. I was cleaning the toll booth, and she came blazing through it in a white Ferrari. I'll never forget it. And I jumped out the way. And then when I noticed who it was, I was like, Missy, oh my God. And she didn't hear me, I guess.
Yeah.
The highway's very loud. And then as she sped off, I was like, yeah, I got to get out of here too.
Yeah.
Those moments.
That was the epiphany. Like,
those moments
almost hit me. It was like, yeah, I got to go.
All right, and now in the world of entertainment, have you crossed paths with Missy Elliott since then?
I have not. I have not.
You got to share that story with her if you do.
Oh yeah, if I get the chance. If I get the chance, it'd be something great. It'd be something great to tell.
You were describing the moment, like in coming up and working with Cat Williams and other celebrities, and there is a pecking order, and you describe the way Cat Williams, who is great. There's no two ways about it. The guy, it's a juggernaut, but the kind of way he acknowledged you.
Oh yeah. I remember when Cat. This is before Cat even blew up. This is when Cat could only get the floor and not the balcony. But even still, he was still Cat.
Yeah.
So I remember. This is what makes him a wizard because it's like, he still had the attitude, he had the confidence. So then when people found out, he popped off. But I remember the first time I met him, he was sitting on the throne. That was the crazy part. He was sitting on the throne. And Toure introduced me to him, and I put my hand out to shake his hand. He shook my hand and didn't even look at me. He kind of like put his fingers. He's like, yeah, pimping, like that. But he didn't look at me.
That's a move.
It's like I felt like I met royalty, but royalty didn't really feel like meeting me. There was women in the room like, who are you? You a New Jack? Beat it. And I was like, yeah. And that's only one Cat story. I remember the second Cat story was even more humbling. I remember we all got the chance to open for him in Millersville, PA, at a college. I think one of them Millersville University, as a matter of fact. Yeah, and then I'll never forget, 5 comics went up. I was a part of that 5 comics, and we had a hell of a show, right? But Cat is running 2 hours and 45 minutes late, right? Like 2 hours, 45 minutes late. So there's a show, then a long intermission, and then finally they pull up. But here comes the funny part. These kids been reckless, rowdy, waiting for him for an hour and a half. So the crowd is pretty much uncontrollable. So Cat starts the show all over again with a whole new cast of comics. So now Cat's going to basically have to follow 8 people, right?
Yeah.
So the crowd is going like, what? So they're restless. It's crazy. It's nuts. Melanie Camacho, she got a hand up on him. She the one that digged him the most. Red Grant did his thing as he rehosted. Lunel opted out from doing the show.
Really?
She opted out from doing the show. This is how wild this gets. Listen, so Cat finally goes up, right? Kids is restless. They're good to see him. But Cat starts doing stuff from the special that was already out. So the kids start calling him. Yo, we heard that already. Yo, we heard that already. Yo, you got to do something new, Cat. We heard that already. So Cat goes, I'll never forget this. He goes, Cat goes, what you say, boo-boo? That's what he said. He said, what you say, boo-boo? And then they said, do something new. All of a sudden, Cat Williams goes, well, I was rich before I got here. And let me go back in the story. He actually hired a guy, a grown man, to be his cloaker. A guy that takes his coat off his shoulders and throws it back on, right? So fast forward back to the part when he says, I was rich before I got here. He snaps his fingers, and from the side of the stage, the cloaker comes out with a stack of money this tall. He pulls the rubber band off, and he says, you kids have fun. And he proceeded to throw 10 to 20 grand into a room full of broke, hungry college kids.
Wow.
It was pandemonium. Wow. And I'm standing on the side with a $250 check that I got to cash on Monday because it was Friday night. So I'm like, the crowd making more money than I did, and he didn't even do stand-up.
Wow.
And my girlfriend was there, came up on $200, and my two homies was there. One of them came up on $100, and another one came up on $900 because he felt like a chump, right? And I asked him for $20 worth of gas. He said no. We almost fought in the parking lot.
That is wild. That's an Elvis level
move.
Yeah, that's
He
just
threw it into a crowd, baby, and I was like, even though whatever you could call him, I called him a legend. I saw that. And I was like, that's the coolest thing.
I mean, you
I've
see
ever
how
seen in my
rabid
life.
people get when you throw T-shirts into a crowd.
No, he threw. It was raining $100 bills. These kids, Jesus, like eyes bright, stomachs empty. It was wow. It was a good watch.
That is
never heard of a story.
I've never heard anything like that. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
And I like that term cloaker, by the way. That's James Brown started that.
Yeah.
He had a cloaker. He had a guy to take his fur off and put it back on. He hired a grown man to do that. It was so wild. I was standing backstage like, this dude's job is to take this dude's coat off, and he's taller than him. So he's taking this little guy's coat off and putting it back on.
You got to admire that on a level. It's pretty wild. There's a lot of balls to
Cat
that.
is a wizard.
Yeah.
He's a wizard. I always respect Cat. Cat was always the coolest dude I've ever seen. In like, whoa, that's wild. You know, sitting on the throne and then throwing that's wild.
So can people expect at your show to have you peel off a 20 grand roll?
No. I got some material. I got some things to try to work on. I hope the crowd is. I hope they receptive.
Oh, they're great. They're great. Yeah.
Hey, Derek, I have a question. Did you make it down here for the Super Bowl parade?
I actually didn't make it for the parade, but I was down in Philly for the game. And man, oh man, when we when Devontae Smith caught that dagger, I was doing my best not to go too crazy because you don't want, because Mahomes in that last 2 minutes, you don't know what he could do.
Right.
But I felt like we had it, and in that last 2 minutes, man, oh man, we was in some warehouse where my homie had set up like a big LED screen, right? So it's just a bunch of Eagles fans. Me and my mom, I finally was able to celebrate the Eagles winning with my mom. Because last time I was in LA trying to get TV shows or whatever when they won in 2018. So it was cool to see my mom. She's 63.
Oh.
You know, she's been an Eagles fan her whole life. So just to finally be able to celebrate with my mom about the Eagles. My mom from North Philly. So yeah.
So cool. So cool.
Fan.
Yeah. Your Pete Davidson was here for the parade.
Yeah.
And we actually did a thing called Bird Bot, which is kind of an Eagles based, like a faux it's a little thing that we were passing around.
Traveling
Yeah.
thing.
And he was taking pictures with it. And he was, he clearly is a big Eagles fan because he was down here hanging around with the guys for days.
Yeah. All news to me.
Yeah.
News to me.
Well,
I know he's an Eagles fan.
The love is still huge right now. Everybody's still on a high from this. So people are in the mood to party, and they can go to Helium Comedy Club tonight. You're just doing the one show tonight, and that's it, right?
Just one night only. I got to get back on some stuff. I'm working on some other things, but I was happy that I could get a night in Philly to come down and talk for a little while and just see what's going on.
All right, 7:30 tonight, Helium Comedy Club. Derek, it's great to talk to you, man. Hope you have a great show this evening, all right?
Thank you, guys. Good talk. Top of the morning to you.
Take care, sir. All right, Derek Hayes, everybody. Helium Comedy Club. You can go to heliumcomedy.com and get your tickets. That's a crazy story about Cat Williams.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like when Steve Harvey came by. We were at Y100.
Oh, yeah.
And he, for a brief period, he had a syndicated show, and obviously he's already established as a comedian, but Preston, you remember the entourage he rolled in.
He had a guy that just held an umbrella for him.
Yeah.
That was literally his job.
Yeah.
Wasn't that was umbrella guy, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, okay. That was it when he still is. He came up in radio and eventually took it beyond that. But yeah, there are some people that can bring an entourage.
Right, yeah.
So, wow. All right, well, anyhow, it's nice catching up with him. We should probably take a break, come back in a second, and get you some bizarre file stories. We will do that. A reminder, Cardboard Classic and Kathy's feet video tomorrow morning. Just want to keep everybody in the loop. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Like you are.
Are you as incredulous as we are
I was going somewhere with this.
about that development?
No, and
then Nick pulls off a mask and it's Todd Glass.
Here's why I asked that. Your career has been the most steady rising career I know about in comedy.
Oh,
because
wow.
some people, they shoot to the top and then they're selling out stadiums. But your success is I love your success. I love seeing it. But it's been slow and steady and consistent.
Thanks. Yeah. No, I feel extremely lucky that that's been the case because I've been able to make, and I think the people who follow me notice this, I've been able to make the stuff I want to make as opposed to being able to try dancing around and trying to make people in the business happy or make Hollywood happy. It's funny when the people say stuff like to me on Twitter sometimes, like, you Hollywood liberals. I'm like, I don't live in Hollywood. I'm not part of like any like cabal of Hollywood. I live in Brooklyn with my wife and daughter. Like, I'd make everything outside the system. I directed 2 independent films, and I've made like 4 comedy specials, and they're totally separate from the business in so many ways. But so thanks, yeah.
When you tour from city to city and you come into Philadelphia, you have to pay because you're getting paid. You have to pay a city wage tax, right? So how does that work when you're working in several different cities throughout?
This is the most technical question.
Yes.
He just started part-time for H&R Block. So
These are questions that Wesley Snipes and Willie Nelson should have asked years ago. I file in like 27 states.
No kidding.
My accountant is a close friend.
Oh my God.
No, I mean we spend so much. My brother Joe runs my company, and
America's Guest.
Yeah, America's Guest, Joey Bag of Donuts, and my and our accountant Elliot does our taxes, and we do quarterlies. Literally, recently we talked about maybe we should do monthlies. Like, it's so much taxes all the time. But yeah, I think I file in 27 states.
That's just crazy.
So. Yeah.
You'll be back in town in November, so we'll see you when you're going to be playing the Merriam Theater, and we'll make sure everybody is aware of that fact ahead of time. But listen, it's great to see you.
You too.
Thanks for coming by, man.
Thanks
Mike
a lot.
Birbiglia. I wanted to bring this up. I know it's nothing that Kathy agrees with, but pubic hair is becoming more popular.
Aha! I knew it.
Yes.
Amongst the owners of said pubic hair, or the people who encounter said pubic hair?
The people who want to see said pubic hair.
Aha.
New data from the porn site RedTube.
RedTube, never heard of it.
Reveals that the bush is back.
The bush is back.
That's right.
Do you shave your bunghole?
Come on.
I have to ask.
I don't do that.
I mean, because some people have hairy.
No,
how would if we're talking pubes, there's a whole other side to that cookie.
How would I even do that? I mean,
You
lay
reach
on my
around.
back and put my legs behind my head.
Well, I mean, the question is, do you have a profoundly hairy ass?
No.
Okay.
No.
Then it's not an issue for you.
No, my ass is not hairy.
Okay.
I'm good.
But is your
Bunghole?
Go
ahead, say it, man.
Kathy has some information she wants to get.
Do you have a hairy butthole?
Is your actual butthole hairy?
See, I think you.
Does it look like that thing that almost swallows up Luke Skywalker on the desert planet? Does it look like that?
Yeah, that was my question.
What's that thing called?
Sarlacc?
Sarlacc did.
Does it look like the Sarlacc? Does it try to pull Lando Calrissian in?
Can Manthe ask that, please?
Can I ask you something? Do you have a hairy butthole? Just asking. Is it like tendrils that stick out and grab you by your feet until, I don't know, later somebody throws you a lightsaber?
I don't recall the Sarlacc having any hair, and we need to pull up a picture.
Oh, they look like tentacles.
Yeah, but it's just the tentacles coming out and the teeth and everything.
Don't ruin this, Casey.
Anyhow.
Don't disturb our groove.
Anyway. Yes. So, no, I don't.
Anyway.
I don't have a hairy butthole, and I don't.
I mean, if we're being clinical, we have to ask. To the senator from Arkansas, no, I do not have a hairy butthole. Thank you, sir. It took a lot of courage, Mr. Comey, to admit that.
Oh, dear God.
Listen, you might not have an overly hairy butthole, but there's hair back there.
Everybody's got hair there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So take
It's
it off.
called JRBH, just right butthole.
Do you guys get lasered?
Yeah.
Do guys?
Possibly.
Guys do.
would think so.
I do not.
Yeah, I don't.
There's your sphincter.
I don't care.
Is that what that
That's the Sarlacc pit.
Sorry.
Yeah.
You got to watch Jedi, Kathy.
I thought it was a person.
All right.
What?
No, my question was more about the Sarlacc.
He's distracted.
I'm glad that you
Casey, off
stopped
air,
yourself.
I have an interesting fact to tell you about the
Okay,
Sarlacc.
thank you.
Yeah.
Well,
We
there's.
can go there if you want. I don't
Oh,
care.
man.
Well, when we were
I'd
in
rather talk
California.
about buttholes.
Did you
my
see?
God.
Did you see a?
Jesus, who are you?
Well, now we're gonna get into this crap.
We've unleashed the beast.
When we.
Wait a minute. I just want to point out, Kathy would rather talk about buttholes than Star Wars.
Well, here's the deal.
If given a choice.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna go butthole.
She's going to go butthole. You brought up the grooming, and I think that is. I think it's just something that is a universal topic that people consider.
Yeah.
And so if you're talking about the front, you have to talk about the back. You agree with
Right.
that? Yeah.
I'm with you.
I mean, maybe we can put up a Twitter poll. Sarlaccs or buttholes?
All right. Anyhow, I think it's nice if a woman tends to her area and but just don't get rid of it all.
You don't
I
like the
think it's-
hardwood. You like a little bit of carpet.
I think it's nice. I think
You know
it's
what? I need a table saw sound effect. Something like that, Marissa.
Okay.
You can get that for me.
All right. So anyhow, RedTube had revealed this: the most likely to seek out videos that have the hair are the over 65 crowd.
I want to see a really nice bush. And can I get some sponge cake and some cream soda, please? And then a very hairy bush. My evening set, hot spit. Boy, old people are fun. I like a piece of angel food cake, a cream soda, and a big hairy bush.
We have we need some music out of like the 1940s
And some
like
sound,
nice
please.
jazz
Some
or something
ointment,
like that.
please, for my knees.
My recollection of my high school career is a lot different than what it actually was because my mom brought me all of my report cards.
Okay, and what was your recollection?
My recollection was that I was not that bad. You know,
Okay.
I was above average. And
What's the reality?
The reality was I was about average.
Okay.
And
all right.
yeah, and so grade school report cards. Go figure. You got graded on conduct. My conduct was always pretty bad. Unsatisfactory and stuff like that.
Do they still with the report cards? Do they still include teacher comments, or has that been excised from?
It depends on what grade they're in.
Like in high school, you're not going to get teacher comments.
I don't
Like there would be, remember they would fill out, there would be like a number associated with the comment that they wanted. So you'd look and be
all
like,
right.
number 3, where'd it go with others?
I think in this hyper sensitive.
Yeah.
We go to meetings with the teachers.
A lot. You go a lot.
Yeah, we find out directly how they're doing, but
Is that's not for all students, is it?
I have no idea.
God, they must not have any free time.
I'm amazed when they come in, but I mean, we have some special circumstances
Yes.
that they help us out with. And which is awesome, but I know in grade school they'll give you detailed. Caroline is a delight to be in this.
right,
blah, blah,
right,
blah.
right.
I always used to get the delight.
Yeah.
I was a delight.
Were you a delight?
I was a complete delight.
In case you weren't a delight.
6th grade was it. Miss D.
You were a delight in Miss D's class?
I bet you I know what she wrote. Always eats in class.
No.
He's eating right now.
It's my breakfast.
I
time.
know.
Yes.
And it's just simply a bagel. all
It's
right?
just a bagel the way any broadcaster would eat a bagel live.
I don't have time to get it any other time, and I take my medication at a certain
Oh, my
point.
God.
Getting back to that or situation, excuse me, at an everything bagel.
I wasn't going to talk, but you brought me into the conversation.
Well, it's presumed that you're going to participate.
I participate in between bites. In between bites.
There's just a general assumption that when we're on air, you might talk.
I am writing that down.
Yeah.
That is a T-shirt. I participate in between bites.
Thank you. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to get back to eating my bagel, and you guys can talk amongst yourselves.
Today, December 7th, 1940. Excuse me, I have to take another bite.
Hey, what's going on? It's Preston, and actually Nick is here with me as well. We're in California, and we're at the 20th Century Fox Studios, and we are here with Mr. Michael Giacchino, who has become a friend of the Preston and Steve show now.
That's my favorite thing. Friend of the show. That's my favorite thing to hear.
Yeah?
I've never heard that before. And then the last time I was on, I was like, friend of the show. I was like, yes.
Yeah. I think
friend of the show.
You have to be on like 3 times, and then you become
a friend of the show.
It
should be a pin or something that you get.
We can get that.
You get a pin or
ribbon,
something
like that.
Something that says friend of the show. Can't just be like, here's a WMMR pin.
No.
It's got to be legit.
We can come up with something.
Yeah. Next time he comes in studio, we got to present him with something.
Yeah, there should be some sort of coronation.
So Michael invited us out to be here while he is recording the score of the film Spider-Man, and we're at this legendary studio. Actually, he was giving us some of the details about this room that we're in right now.
Yeah, this room that we're in right here has been around for a long time, so long that it used to be Shirley Temple's shooting stage where she would make her movies. And, let's see, the original Planet of the Apes was recorded here. We had Jaws was recorded here. The Day the Earth Stood Still was recorded here. There's these amazing,
the iconic,
that whole thing.
And the 20th Century Fox theme.
Yep. That was done here. I mean, just oodles and oodles and oodles of things that you would know. Just incredible history here on this stage. And they barely touched the stage in all these years because once it sounds great, you don't want to mess with it.
I can imagine. And what you're not seeing right now, we're on a lunch break right now, but the amount of people that are involved when you're putting together music for a film. And today was a light day, even as far as the amount of musicians.
Today we did a smaller orchestra, maybe about, 50 people. But usually we would have like 100 people out here, 100-piece orchestra. But the cues we were covering today were just for smaller moments in the film, so there's no need to bring everyone in.
And this room, the studio as well, filled with people.
Yes.
I mean,
friends and family, and
you got engineers, you got the people that are actually working.
Yes, we have
we
have music editors, we have recordists, we have Joel, the recording engineer, is in charge of everything. Jeff, my orchestrator, is over there. We have some people from Marvel who are here, just one of their lead music editor. And we have everyone. The whole gang is here, and then plus all this.
Is Spider-Man a pretty easy character to write for? A pretty easy franchise to write for?
Not really, because they've made a lot of Spider-Man movies.
Yeah.
So you're thinking like, all right, well, I don't want to do what was done, and this is a whole new sort of approach to the character that they're taking, which is much more in line with what the original comics were.
Right.
High school kid, bitten by a spider, the whole thing. And the nice thing is it's not a full-on origin story.
Right.
So, but we all know who Spider-Man
We've
is.
seen it.
And we've had it a couple of times,
So they're able to just kind of get into the movie and have some fun with it. And the kid, Tom, I call him a kid, but Tom Holland, he's incredible. He is just such a good Spider-Man. I think everyone's going to love him so much.
Another Brit playing an American character.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
they got amazing actors over there, right?
It's true.
Come on.
Thanks, Kat. By the way, real quick, I was taking a glance at some of the sleds that are signed up tomorrow. This should be a fun one. Somebody's doing a Herbie the Love Bug.
I love Herbie.
If we've had Herbie before.
I don't think so.
And this is from Philly Craft Brewery from Kensington.
Nice.
They said, we make great beer. That's what they said. So,
no doubt.
There's one called Turdosaurus Rex. This one, we've seen just a tiny little preview. I expect big things from this.
Turdosaurus Rex?
It looks from the tiny bit that they showed us, it looks like a lot of ingenuity went into this one. So let's see what else we have here. What does this one says? For Serve Pro is doing one, said like it never even happened. It's a house that goes from being burnt to restored like it's never even happened.
So there's a transformation that takes place?
Yes, so.
Wow.
We've seen that a couple of times where one sled, it starts off as one thing at the top of the mountain.
Yes.
And then it sometimes falls apart and creates something else.
Was the Blues Brothers one of those?
Well, no, they had the cop cars chasing them.
Right. Oh, the
But
Batmobile.
The Batmobile, the
Yes.
tumbler. He had the smaller bat cycle shoot out of the front. That was pretty amazing.
Pretty amazing.
Yeah.
And then I think we may have had the Eat Me cake from Animal House turn into the Deathmobile.
Yes.
Which is pretty wild when they try to pull stuff like that off.
And then years and years ago, we had Liberty One, and somebody was on the upper level, and there were no windows or anything like. And so the dude just like ended up kicking it out, and then jumping out.
Yeah, because there were people inside of it, and he ended up breaking through the wall to get out of it. So
And he was up he was up high.
you never know what you're going to see and what will happen. And we're hoping to have it covered by our friends at Camelot Productions, the drone crew that came out and did some amazing videos at Camp Out for Hunger. We're waiting on some approvals for this. And if it comes together, we will have unprecedented views of the Cardboard Classic to play back.
Yeah, some people were texting in earlier this morning, Preston, asking if we will be streaming it live on YouTube, and we don't stream the event itself because we want people to come up and see it in person, but we'll be streaming our show on YouTube tomorrow morning.
Yep, we are reliving right now, video-wise, one of the most traumatic moments ever at Cardboard Classic. It's not when Mr. Peanut nearly got killed.
No. It's when
Pierre Robert almost got killed. Riding down a double-decker bus at the very top in the front, and the whole thing crunched, and Pierre got launched to the ground and hit hard.
Yeah.
And we have close-up video of that, and that's when I don't know if it was that year, but we decided to stop the double-deckers.
Yeah, I believe it was that year.
Yeah. You can build something tall, you just can't ride on the tall parts of it.
He had a concussion, right? From that?
He might have. I know that. I think you administered to him quickly. I think you had a flask.
Yes, with medicine.
Yeah, with medicine.
There was a medicine flask.
He definitely had a concussion, Kathy.
Yeah, right? Okay, I thought so.
Yeah, he hit his head. Of course, I went over and did medical exam and said, "How many fingers am I holding up?" No, I'm sorry. That's what I did with Peanut.
Yeah.
As
You're
blood
basically
was
a doctor.
coming out of his mouth. How many fingers am I holding up? 2. He's okay.
He's okay. Yay! And then everyone on the mound. Yay!
That was before he had to get his jaw wired shut.
Wired shut. His face was shattered.
Yeah, that was part of it, but he was okay.
He said too. He's okay.
Yeah.
I see too.
I can't. That's one of the. I can't watch that.
Really, the Peanut Mobile?
No, he got severely injured. I cannot
Kathy,
watch it. No,
I was in the driver's seat
I
of that
know.
thing, and we're watching video of it right now, and I'm like, I was just like, I couldn't believe it.
we were all screaming.
Yeah, we were barreling towards it. He was stuck under. Thank God he didn't go any further underneath it, because that thing weighed like 1,000 pounds or more.
If you were
And it
to
had
hear,
there were like 30 people inside of it too.
back to that, you were yelling and I was yelling because he got out in front of it. No, no.
We were all like. We were just hoping that he would hear. He didn't turn around to look to see that it was
He
coming and
just
barreling
a large
over him.
peanut crushed in front of a larger peanut.
Oh, God.
I'm watching the video just now. Casey, do you see me getting out of the window?
Yeah, like you're a
And you know
boy.
what? Did you see what I have in my hand?
Was
I've got
it
a beer in my hand.
I thought so. At first, I thought it was a microphone. And
holding a beer.
You were drinking and driving?
I was drinking
Preston.
and driving. Yeah.
Preston.
Well, you were able to hold up fingers.
And
You saved his life.
We're past the statute of limitations, so I'm not going to get in any trouble over it. All right.
We're not
Anyhow.
even at that mountain anymore.
No, we're not there anymore. So join us at Montage tomorrow for Cardboard Classic. All right, let's do the beat file.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Helium Comedy Club. You can heat up your winter with some big-time laughs at Helium Comedy Club, celebrating 20 years of bringing Philly the best comics of today and tomorrow live every week. Tickets and lineup at heliumcomedy.com. All right, how messed up is this story? It's not uncommon for people to test their partners in various ways to see if they are right for each other, but some people take it a bit far. Case in point, one young woman from China who reportedly subjected her fiancé to 3 hours of electric shocks to the stomach as a twisted way of simulating the pain of childbirth. You guys have seen these things before.
Yeah,
It's unclear why the man accepted the test or if he had any idea what he was getting into, but he clearly didn't expect to develop intestine necrosis.
So part of his intestine died?
And have to get emergency surgery because of it.
Oh my God.
Jesus.
The experiment convinced him to not only break off the engagement, but also sue the woman he was going to marry for damages. The woman wrote on Chinese social media that her mother and sister suggested that she make her fiancé experience the pain of childbirth before getting married to ensure that he would be more considerate to his wife.
It's insane.
At first, the man opposed the idea vehemently, but she insisted, and he reluctantly agreed in the end. So the grueling test took place in a maternity care facility run by the woman's sister, using an electrical stimulation device designed to specifically simulate the pain of childbirth. The woman subjected her fiancé to increasingly stronger electrical shocks to the stomach for 3 hours. In her online confession, the woman wrote that she slowly increased intensity of the electrical current for the first 90 minutes and then cranked up the power to maximum for another 90 minutes. She wrote, "My boyfriend started to feel miserable from level 8 and couldn't help cursing by level 10. At level 12, he was sweating and breathing rapidly due to the severe pain. By the end of the experience, he was completely exhausted and his stomach was as hard as a board."
At any point did he scream Kelly Clarkson?
No. So that night, the man experienced severe abdominal pain and vomited several times.
Wow.
He appeared to feel better the next day, but then his condition worsened to the point where he needed medical attention. After being rushed to the hospital, the man was diagnosed with intestinal necrosis and scheduled for emergency resection surgery.
Did you eat anything or did you have your stomach electrocuted for 3 hours?
After learning about the torture that he had been subjected to, the man's family was furious and warned his fiancée that she was not welcome at the hospital, adding that the engagement was off and that she should get ready for a lawsuit.
I mean, that the people around her would say that was a viable plan to check his, that validity as a mate. It's insane.
Yep. A South Carolina man has been sentenced to more than 2 years in federal prison after he stripped naked during a checkpoint search at the Indianapolis International Airport in clear view of families and children.
You could have kept your clothes on.
38-year-old George Stevens pleaded guilty to interference with security screening personnel and assault of a federal officer. He was sentenced to 33 months in federal prison, followed by 3 years of supervised release. Now, Stevens was passing through a TSA checkpoint at the airport. After going through the machine, he was asked to step aside for a pat down. As the pat down occurred, Stevens called the officer a freak multiple times.
Wow.
Specifically when the officer patted down his outer and inner groin area. A supervisor was then called after Stevens, who officials said appeared intoxicated, was not complying with instructions. When the supervisor instructed Stevens to remove his belt and hold his pants up, the release said that Stevens dropped into a squat and shook his buttocks at the supervisor and those assisting. And that caused screening to be halted in multiple lines at the checkpoint. After an officer with the police was dispatched, Stevens repeated the action, squatting and shaking his buttocks at the others. He reportedly told officers, "I don't have nothing. What do you want to see?" Stevens then pulled his jeans and underwear to his ankles, exposing his buttocks and genitalia to the TSO and the passersby in the vicinity. After the officers arrived, he removed his jeans and placed them over the supervisor's shoulder, removed his underwear, and threw that at the supervisor.
Well, it's a thorough check. You can't, argue against that.
While he was completely naked, he began to advance towards the supervisor. The document said that he was then placed under arrest, and he
I want to kiss you.
has prior convictions for domestic violence and firearms offenses. So
I want to kiss you.
A curious shark became an accidental filmmaker when it swallowed a diver's underwater camera near a shipwreck. Instead of losing the gear forever, the divers got treated to a jaw-dropping inside view of the shark's mouth.
It's pretty wild.
The camera kept rolling from inside, and it captured rows of teeth and filming the frantic divers from the shark's perspective. This impromptu shark selfie session ended when the fish director decided that cameras weren't on.
Right. So where is all that equipment?
Yeah, it's got to be further down. There's got to be a place where that esophagus closes up. I guess I don't know,
like
but
a sphincter of sorts.
It's crazy to think about being swallowed by an animal.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that guy, the humpback whale.
Yeah. All right, here's another interesting story. There are over 24 pissed off brides in New Jersey, thanks to a photographer that has allegedly scammed them. Sarah Venezio is one of 30 brides who claims to have been scammed by a wedding photographer who they say took their cash, but no-showed the weddings and took no pictures.
I swear to God, I'm going to kill you.
Excuses that the brides say that they've been given from the absentee photographer are that she was either closing her business or her car was stolen, or that she couldn't get an Uber.
2,000 separate cases?
No, there were 30 brides.
Oh, okay.
24. So over 24. The New Jersey Division of Consumer Affairs said that they haven't received any complaints against Christina Garcia of Wandering Stardust Collective, but its Pennsylvania counterpart says they've received 4. So she's scamming people in Pennsylvania as well. Thus far, the brides claim that they've lost more than $100,000 in what they say is a scam. So we'll see if they end up busting her. And that is what I have in this morning's Bizarre File. All right, as we take a break, I'll remind you to stick around because we're going to have a lesson question when we return. We're going to have to get an answer via Zoom.
Yes.
We don't have phones this morning. We ran a Zoom segment earlier. We did a Zoom stupid question, so we know it can work. So we'll have to try the lesson question out via Zoom, and we'll tell you how to access that when we come back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Hill show.
Right.
I mean, it's on.
The list starts there.
Yeah.
So where are we in the movie making process with Spider-Man: Homecoming?
They are still. They're still editing slightly. You know, from now on, I think there'll be maybe the picture will change slightly with trims and different things like that. But what they're really working on now is finishing all the visual effects.
Okay.
Getting all of that stuff as you saw today. A lot of the shots in there.
Yeah.
You could still see wires hooked up to him.
Yeah.
You could still see or like a sort of a previs of Spidey.
Which I think is crazy to us because we think of by the time the ads start running, the movie's
That's
in the
done.
can, it's
No.
done, it's ready to go. And it's not.
No.
Yeah, I mean, the
no,
music
no.
hasn't even been added to it yet. There's all these visual things that need to be
There's
fixed.
so much still going on in the film at this point, and it comes out in July, so it's just there's not much time left. Wow. But it's the way it always is nowadays with films. It also depends on the filmmaker, depends on the director. Certain directors are much more, no, this is my film, that's it, it's done. Other ones are like, they want to keep changing it and keep trying different things, see if they can improve it. Everyone is different in the creative process, so you sort of have to be adaptable to whatever that process is. And every time you're on a film, it's a whole different story.
Yeah, I'll bet. Another one of the amazing things that you don't realize until you see what goes on behind the scenes is the musicians that you have here. What Michael was telling us earlier is that basically they came in, they sat down, they're given the music, they start recording it. They haven't rehearsed it. They haven't rehearsed it on their own, much less with each other.
No, they haven't seen any of this music at all. I mean, they come in, they sit, that's how good they are.
Yeah.
You have to be as good a player to be able to come down, sit down, and whatever is put in front of you, you have to be able to play.
And to
No
listen
matter
to
what
it, we would never be able to tell. 'Cause
No.
we were sitting here watching the process, which is incredible. But to listen to it, you would think they've been rehearsing for days or weeks on end.
No.
Could you do it?
Could I? It depends. I did jump in on a cue on the Planet of the Apes when the piano player was stuck in traffic. But it was an easy cue, so I got in there and I did that, and that was fine. But most of the stuff these guys do, it's such a specialized thing.
Yeah.
I kind of went in. I didn't do the performance route. I went into the composing and orchestrating and all of that instrumentation, that route. So all my time is spent there.
Right.
So I used to be able to play a lot better, but the more I write, the less I play, and so my fingers are rusty. But I get around it. It's fine.
Now, while you have this going on, you're in the thick of that. Are you able to juggle other projects at the same time? Work on completely diametrically opposed,
You mean like
storylines
maybe
and
films with apes in it?
Yeah,
or something like that? Yeah.
For example, one that comes to mind.
Yeah, I just literally a week ago finished Planet of the Apes. We actually have one more day of recording on the 25th for Planet of the Apes.
Wow.
But that's just, we're going to catch the end credits and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
But the bulk of the film was done, and that was this past Friday. And then here we are doing this. So.
Right.
You don't always want it to be like that, but it's been a crazy schedule the last couple of months, and but luckily, like who I'm working on Apes with, Matt Reeves, is such a good friend, and we've done everything together. He did Cloverfield, a film called Let Me In, the last Planet of the Apes, and this one, and right now he's scheduled to do the next Batman. So
wow.
So he's such a great filmmaker, such a good guy. So I love working with him, and he's very understanding about everything else that's going on.
Yeah.
And they're very kind about that. So we make room for it.
I was talking to Curtis, who is your assistant.
Yeah,
or-
Curtis is great. Curtis is a friend of the family, but also an incredibly talented musician. And what he does is he tracks all of the percussion changes. Because what we do, a lot of times when we're using big rhythm sections like this, we change things all the time. Change this, change that, do this, play that. Or they may pick a certain type of snare to play. It may say snare in the in the score, but we don't always know which snare they're taking. So what he does is tracks. Okay, they took this snare and they did that. So that way we can update our score. So when we walk out of here at the end of the day, it's exactly what we did.
Okay.
It reflects exactly what we did here today.
It's interesting to hear the changes on the fly too, because you'll do a version of it one way, and then you'll add an electric cello or an electric guitar or something like
Take
that.
something out.
Take something
Yeah.
out. Yeah, and it's fascinating to hear very subtle differences. And is that just something where something feels right for you?
Yeah.
You
I'm
go
just
with that?
listening to it and I'm like, nah, that's not going to be right for this scene.
Yeah.
Because it's always about you want to track what's emotionally happening in the scene and make sure whatever the music's doing is reflecting that. So sometimes if, the first time you play it through, the percussion guys, they pick something, they do it, you go, okay, that's not exactly right. Or sometimes it's spot on what you want.
Right.
But it's always keeping an eye out for that to make sure it can't ever be about like, oh, I like this music I wrote and we're just going to do whatever I want. It's got to be what is right for the film, what's right for the picture.
Well, as a composer, you have to be able to hear it without ever hearing it as you're writing it,
Yes.
because these guys haven't seen it, they haven't played it, meaning you haven't heard it. I'm sure you have a keyboard that
We
you
have a
work on, you
keyboard,
get
we
an
have
idea.
mock-ups, we get, I can do orchestral mock-ups or with fake French horns and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
So in that way, it's more so that the filmmakers can see it and hear it with an idea of what is going to be happening behind it.
Right.
But on a score like this, it's very tough because so much of what's going on, as you saw in that room over there, how are you ever going to mock that up to let anyone hear it? And part of my job is being a salesman, saying, trust me.
Yeah.
This sounds like crap right now,
Yep.
but when we get in that room with those guys, it's going to be amazing.
Yeah.
And you can't really do that. It doesn't work so much on an orchestral score. Orchestral score, they play what you write.
Right.
But when you have rhythm guys involved, they are just,
Yeah.
they add their personality to it.
Especially a legend named Alex Acuna, who is playing on this film. Who
He almost lost his mind.
Yeah, he's a legend. I'm a drummer. I've been reading about him and listening and stuff since I was a teenager. So it was pretty cool to meet him and to watch him work in there. Thanks for letting me go in that room.
I know.
While they were,
They're so nice. Him and Walter.
Yeah.
They're amazing, and they're always a pair. Like they've been working on my films for ever.
And
so you use them regularly?
Oh yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
cool.
Well, he's played on everything.
He's worked with Elvis. He's worked with McCartney. He's worked with legends over the years, and now he's doing this.
And now he's with me.
Yeah.
Sadly, he's like, yeah.
He's getting a check though, right?
Yeah, he's getting a check.
It's all good. How long do you guys anticipate working on the Spider-Man?
We have today, this afternoon, we're gonna do some what we a band afternoon where we have like the rhythm guys doing some rock stuff for some cues, and then we have 3 more days of recording, and then maybe a half day after that.
See, in the scheme of it all, that doesn't seem like a whole lot of time to me, as opposed to, filming is a different story, and they shoot a lot and then cut it down to what they want. But I was surprised to hear it was only like 3-4 days, maybe 5, something like that, and then you're done.
Yeah, that's
Wow.
it.
There's a lot of work leading up to it.
I spend like, maybe on both of these I did fairly quickly, so I might spend 3, you want 8 weeks to write a score. Sometimes you don't have 8 weeks, but anywhere between 4 to 8 weeks.
Wow.
Star Wars, I had 4.5 weeks, and that was a nightmare because of the schedule, the way the schedule was.
4.5 weeks to write?
To write the whole thing.
That's not like it's an iconic movie. Or
Yeah, it's not. You can mess that one up. Throw it on the pile.
No one will ever notice.
God, that's crazy.
So
man.
so that was probably the craziest it's ever been. This was a little more flexible, which was nice, even though they were on top of each other.
Yeah.
And that Star Wars happened like literally finishing Doctor Strange, and then the next day going right on the Star Wars. So it was pretty brutal, but it was a lot of fun. Come on, every morning I look up, there's stormtroopers on I was like, yeah, this is awesome. So,
It's really cool to be a part of this. But, like for us in the Marvel universe and all of these intersect, we were huge fans of Lost, and we did a weekly recap, and you've been working with J.J. Abrams forever.
Yeah.
And so just to be a small part of the viewing audience of this kind of thing it's not lost on us how cool this is.
It's cool because no one gets to see this side of it.
Right.
No one ever gets to visit this stuff. That's why I was like always telling you, come on, you got to come out. You got to see what happens here. You got to do this. So
and here we are.
Yeah,
we made it.
You did it.
Speaking of Doctor Strange, I was at the movie. Credits come up and it says music, and I didn't know you'd done the music. Music by Michael Giacchino. I'm like, friend of the show, friend of the show.
You were sitting right next to him.
You're like, Giacchino, friend of the show.
We know that guy. So you did that. You did Rogue One last year. You have Spider-Man and Apes this year, and then we were talking a little bit earlier about some of the other ones that are coming up. I don't know if you're allowed to say or not.
Yeah, some no, but I have Incredibles 2 actually is coming up. I'll start writing that probably in the fall. And then also after that is Jurassic World 2.
Wow.
Right after that. So now we'll be doing that around this time next year.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a little busy.
Yeah.
It's all good.
But the biggest of the bigs out there. I mean, these are tentpole movies.
Small little movies.
Right,
Very
indies.
small. I only work on independent films that, that's small stuff.
Who would have knew a kid from South Jersey, right?
Right?
Yeah.
Look at this guy.
Look at that
See,
guy.
I know how to sneak into places.
Sneaking into the vet.
Yeah, exactly.
Spectrum.
I know how to do all that.
Learn how to do it.
Sneak
That's
into
awesome.
Hollywood. I know how to do it.
Do you think you'll ever do any more live scoring with the Philadelphia Orchestra at the Man or anything
We
like
want
that?
to, yeah, absolutely. We'd love to do the third Star Trek film with them. Absolutely, because we did the other ones. We'd love to do that one.
They're so much fun, and the Man is a great place to to see anything, to witness anything. But when you get the live scoring, last year I went and saw Back to the Future.
That was fun,
and
right?
It was a blast.
It's
you know,
so much fun to do. We're trying to get Rogue One figured out where we're going to do that because we're preparing that. But yeah, we're always looking to do that kind of stuff. We want to do Up. We want to do. There's so many. And that's what's so nice about the films I get to work on. They're the kind of things where you can take them to an audience like that, and people will come and see them. Because the Pixar films are amazing, and these other, they're all just fun movies that you want to go and hang out and have fun watching. So.
Yeah. Cool, man. Well, thanks for having us here.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it. We're excited.
Glad you came.
Taking a lunch break, then going back to work. So, Michael Giacchino.
Nice job.
Degrees, cloudy skies. Not like yesterday. A little bit of rain here and there. That's supposed to be wrapping up the light bit of showers you may experience by noon, 1 o'clock, something like that, and then just cloudy skies. Tomorrow's high about 15, partly cloudy. Saturday, not bad, 61, windy. And then Sunday we cool off. Our high temperature 37 degrees.
Like a 25-plus degree shift. Yeah. But there's a joy that comes at a certain part of year where you step out and it's not horrific.
Yeah.
And it has been not horrific for the past couple days, which is wonderful.
Yep. And once we get past tomorrow, the Cardboard Classic, then I start feeling like spring needs to hurry the hell up.
Well, we're going to accelerate that by going down to Florida.
Yeah, we will be doing that for spring training very, very soon, a couple weeks. Let's do the lesson question. Here's what we're going to need to do. If you know the answer to this, we have to do this via Zoom. Text the word Zoom. We'll send you a link to our Zoom account. And then you will go to that, and then Marissa's going to grab a random person. Just come up randomly, and we'll let you take a stab at answering the question. So, Steve, I want to kill a little bit of time. This is going to take a little bit of time because you do the trash very quickly.
Yep.
And we do a quick turnaround. So let me ask the question first, and then I'll
like it.
do
I like it a
something
lot.
else for a moment. So here we go. What's the name of the Kathy Romano Podiatry Center? 215-263 WMMR is mentioned during the Just Saying Institute today. All right, what is the name of the Kathy Romano Podiatry Center? 215-263 WMMR. By the way, for the correct answer, wait, did I say? I told them to call. Don't call.
Don't call.
Text 39333. We'll send you the Zoom link, and then you follow that link, and then you can possibly get on. And we're going to give away tickets to Philadelphia Union home opener, which is Saturday, March 1st. Wow. Against FC Cincinnati. 7:30 is when the game will be.
I was wondering, by the way, with this, Preston, when with the foot film is going to be debuted tomorrow, do we at some point look to get it into an IMAX theater?
Yeah. I would think so.
Stop it.
Don't you want to see those things big?
Stop.
Size of a 5-story building right in front of you. Wow. There will be a special Kathy's Foot Sled tribute tomorrow morning in conjunction with this video release.
Yeah. It's cool from like the ankle to the tip of the toes, and then they have black hair growing
out of the toes. Beautiful. All right, let's do the trash, and we'll see if we can get a winner.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Neumann University. You can join Neumann University for New Night Day, Saturday, March 22nd, and discover all that awaits you. Tour the campus, meet students, and jumpstart your future as a Neumann Knight. To register and learn more, visit newman.edu/admission. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, the mother of Dave Grohl's love child, Jennifer Graham, is insisting she not be described as a groupie, but rather a, quote, rock enthusiast. In fact, Young is such a rock enthusiast that she let Dave Grohl finish in her.
Oh, my God.
The lead detective in the infamous Jeffrey Dahmer case is issuing a warning not to release Tyree Smith, known as the Connecticut Cannibal Killer. Detective Dennis Murphy says he's seen evidence that Smith would often eat sloppy joes made from real joes.
Wow.
That's just too much. And finally, speaking of sociopaths, California Governor Gavin Newsom ordering an investigation into whether Eric and Lyle Menendez are fit to return to public life. Newsom says he's very encouraged that both brothers have pinky sweared not to kill anyone else.
All right. Thank you, Steve. And we, via Zoom, are going to go find us a winner. And I believe that we have Carrie, who is here. Hi, Carrie. Good morning.
Good morning, yeah.
Good morning to see you. I see you're wearing a Thompson Healthcare and Sports Medicine shirt. Is that who you work for?
No, I work for Lacey Schools. I'm getting spring. I'm getting the warning track ready. I'm raking the warning track.
It's a nice little area you got behind you. A nice open field. And so you get everything ready for all the competition and track and field stuff.
I'm trying.
All right. Well, let's see if you can get the answer correctly. What is the name of the Kathy Romano Podiatry Center?
Oh, God, I hope I'm right. I think it's Piggly Wiggly Podiatry.
No, it's not.
All right, but that sounds cute anyway.
It is a cute one. We thank you. We're going to have you log out of, close out your Zoom, but thanks
Got
anyway.
you.
We'll try
All
another
right.
one. Take care of yourself. So she was close, but I can't let her have it. All right, so we're going to go to another caller, another Zoomer. It'll take a moment to get somebody up, and our phone lines are out if you're just tuning in, and so we're doing this via Zoom. So we need another one. We need somebody else. So if anybody knows, we'll start music news.
Okay.
You can zoom in. What is the name of the Kathy Romano Podiatry Center? And text Zoom to 39333 if you know the answer.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, before we go to music news, do we have him up? All right, we have listener Dan.
All right.
Who's on via Zoom. Hey, Dan, how you doing, bud? Dan. Hold on. Dan, can you hear me? Hang on a second here.
It actually takes a second. Like you have to.
He's muted. All right,
Yeah.
Dan is muted right now. Dan, unmute your Zoom. And as soon as you do that, we'll be able to hear you and see if you have the answer correct or not. Speak when you are unmuted. While we wait, I'll dive into one of our music news stories. So, Apple Original Films has announced a new documentary titled Bono Stories of Surrender, set to premiere globally on May 30th on Apple TV Plus, and it was directed by award-winning filmmaker Andrew Dominic. And the film offers a vivid reimagining of Bono's critically acclaimed one-man stage show called Stories of the Surrender, an evening of words and music
It's
and
about
submission.
a lovely holiday story about my parents leaving me alone in a house. And local bandits try to break in, and I foil them at every turn. I'm sure you're going to love it.
It also delves into Bono's personal
I
journey.
do this thing with a blowtorch. It's going to crack you up.
Sharing
And he never sees it coming.
stories about his life as a son, father, husband, activist, and rock star, and features performances of iconic U2 songs that have shaped his legacy. Dan, are you there?
U2 songs.
Hey, Dan, can you hear me?
Oh, wait, now we got Drew.
Oh, Drew. Hey, Drew, how you doing, man?
Hey.
Hey, you're on.
I'm good. How are you?
Good, buddy. All right, so quickly here, where are you zooming from, by the way?
I'm in my house. I got my baby here.
Oh.
I sell cars at Alderman Super, so I'm hanging out today home.
Awesome, buddy. All right, so we need to know, what was the name of the Kathy Romano Podiatry Center?
It's this little piggy podiatry center.
That is correct. Yes. Hang on. Hey, Derek's jumping. He's jumping around the house. All right, Derek, hang on. I'm going to put you on hold, buddy. I don't even know if you can put it on, but they're going to talk to you in the other room, and they're going to set you up with your prize. And we've got tickets for the Philadelphia Union home opener Saturday, March 1st against FC Cincinnati, 7:30 p.m. Football season ends and football season starts, and tickets are on sale now, by the way. And Saturday looks good weather-wise, so we should enjoy that outdoor experience.
So
All right.
here's the idea. I'm trapped in my house.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Other music news. Paul McCartney has announced that his new book, Wings, The Story of a Band on the Run, will be out. And it explores the history of his post-Beatle band, Wings. I love this. I was a fan of Wings. Big time.
As was I, yes.
Love that group. The book credited to McCartney.
It's not about the band, it's about feminine hygiene products.
The book, Wings, I got you. The book credited to McCartney, but drawn from interviews with tons of contributors.
Yeah.
Was edited by historian Ted Widmer, and it includes over 100 photos. In a statement, Paul reflected on the challenges of starting over back in the day, saying, starting from scratch after the Beatles felt crazy at times, but as we got better, I thought, okay, this is really good.
Chronologically speaking, and band-wise member speaking, so he had a solo album after the Beatles broke up with Uncle Albert, right?
Yeah, it was just called McCartney.
McCartney.
Yep.
Were members of Wings, what would become Wings, participating in that album?
I am not sure, Steve, because on a lot of that stuff, I think that Paul played drums, and keyboards and guitar. You know, I think he covered a lot of the instruments, but that is a very good question. The main three members of Wings were him, Linda, and Denny Lane.
Yes.
Who was from Nights in White Satin. Come on, help me here.
Moody Blues.
Moody Blues. And there were people that came in and out of the band. I don't know if anybody was ever officially named, like a Wings band member.
Okay.
So I don't really know the history, Steve, which is why I think this book will be pretty cool. So he had said that we proved Wings could be a really good band. To play the huge audiences in the same way that the Beatles had and have an impact in a different way. The new book is set to drop on November 4th. So
tell me what winging.
Yes, Nick.
What is the what's the 71 album? I don't know this one. It's called Ram. I guess Paul and
Ram.
Great album.
They put that out together, Paul and Linda?
You know what? I guess so. I guess that wasn't a Wings album, yeah.
Okay, so I guess that I'm just going through some of the chronology here, and I guess that came out before the band's first two albums, which were Wildlife and Red Rose Speedway?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And that's about a year and a half after Beatles broke up.
Okay. I always put the, Wings and Paul McCartney just as Paul McCartney music. You know what I mean? Because it was, obviously, he's the creative focus.
He was one of the more famous members of that band.
Yes,
Paul McCartney.
He was. So he said, I'm sorry, by the way, the new book is set to drop on November 4th. The Louder Than Life Festival is set to return for its 11th edition from September 18th to 21st at the Highland Festival grounds in Louisville, Kentucky. And this year's event boasts its largest lineup ever, featuring over 160 bands across 6 stages. That's a huge event.
Yeah, it's sprawling.
Notable headliners include Slayer, making a comeback after weather-related cancellations last year. Rob Zombie performing Astro Creep 2000 in full for the 25th anniversary. Marilyn Manson, Avenged Sevenfold, Deftones, Perfect Circle, Bring Me the Horizon, and Evanescence.
And Sheena Easton.
Tickets are already on sale now. And Sheena Easton.
How did I get on this show?
Corey Taylor of Slipknot has teamed up with the band Bad Omens to create a new version of the classic song Dust in the Wind by Kansas. The song will be part of the upcoming movie Queen of the Ring, which tells the story of Mildred Burke, a famous female wrestler from the past. Here's a clip of that. I haven't heard this yet. Movie is set to come out on March 7th, which is also when the song will be available.
You know what? For me, you need the violin.
Yeah.
You need the violin to make it work.
That's a big part of that. And then one last thing, Tobias Forge, mastermind behind the band Ghost, recorded a solo album in 2008 titled Passiflora.
Are you scared?
That was never released. In March of last year, a copy of Passiflora burned onto a CDR was sold on Discogs for $5,434, ranking it as the third most expensive item sold on the platform that month. Now the entire album has reportedly leaked online with a 41-minute audio version uploaded to YouTube. Do you have some?
Beautiful is this mountain looking right behind me.
He sounds great. Is it? The word is our friend is in the United States right now, is he?
He's in New York. He's going to be in New York, I think, next week.
No, he's there now.
He
Is
said
that
the
right?
3rd through the 15th or something like that.
So that's not now.
We
That's
wanted
in
to try
future.
to get him out to the Cardboard Classic where he would be at home in the mountains, or our version of the mountains.
We got to get him here at least.
But we need to get him here if possible. He's got to come by here.
He's the best.
Eyes. Look at that laugh.
It's infectious. The guy's great.
I want to show you something. Yeah, I'll show you something. Kathy sent me a video of him the other day. He starts a video, he jumps into the screen and just falls flat on his ass. And of course, he gets up and laughs it off. And his, by the way, his name is Peter Mehrhofer. And he's approaching like 600,000 followers on Instagram. Peter_my, MAI _ is how you find him. He's great. So anyhow, back to this Tobias Forge album. It's a 41-minute audio version that's been uploaded to YouTube. The track list includes songs called House of Affection, In Enigma Schiffer, The Breeze, and Mary Says.
And the Hogan family.
While there's no official confirmation from Forge about the leak, the song titles match those listed on Discogs, and the vocals resemble his distinctive style.
I wonder what his shows now are. I mean, he is the one who is known. Everyone else is masked up, and he kind of replaces the performers behind him.
They're called the Nameless Ghouls.
Yeah. The keep you paid less ghouls.
Yeah. All right, that is the last item in music news. That means that we can take a quick break. We'll come back in a moment. Get our letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize, and we'll wrap up our show. Be right where you are. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
What caused a herd of cows to jump to its death from a cliff in Switzerland last week? That is the question pondered by farming experts in the area.
You know what they're labeling this, Preston?
No. Oh.
An utter catastrophe. Oh, my God! It's been a while. But the return of the utter catastrophe joke.
I never see that setup coming. I get these stories ready to go in the morning and sometimes think, I wonder what Steve will say about this.
But they don't know what moved them to do that?
Man, we're milking this one.
No one knows what may have steered them off of the cliff.
It just doesn't stop.
Yeah.
Still going.
Before they had to hoof it out.
All right.
Okay.
What else you got?
Teats. All right, anyhow, the 13 Heron cows broke.
The crowd loved it.
I did. They did.
You can hear the applause.
Broke out of their pen, ran towards a cliff, and either fell or threw themselves off the 50-meter drop last Wednesday night. Wow. 12 of them died. The 13th actually survived, probably because it landed on the others, but was injured and taken to an animal hospital. The cows broke through several lines around the pasture before finding themselves on the ridge. They fell into the void as though they were forced into it. The president of Farming Insurance Company in the region told the paper, in total, the cows were thought to be worth about 20,000 francs.
They're saying the remaining cow's odds are half and half.
God.
Got one more.
Oh, my God. That one I actually like. Okay. That was good. They belong, even though it was cheesy.
It's a dairy product.
That's right. So they belonged to several owners, but were all grazing on land belonging to a local couple who said that they thought some kind of predator must have chased the beasts off the cliff.
That must have been one hell of a predator. It's not.
Yeah.
They're not even considering a suicide cult.
Nevertheless, the behavior was
a bovine suicide cult.
Yeah. I think they need to consider all.
We're just cows.
In a new study, the finding of which was published in the Journal of Molecular Psychiatry.
Yeah, I get it all the time.
Has said that women are more likely to have a mind-reading gene mutation that gives them the ability to read a person's thoughts and emotions by looking at their eyes. The scientists found that the genetic variants on chromosome 3 in women are associated with their ability to read the mind in the eyes, known as cognitive empathy.
Yes.
Which is an interesting term.
Hey, I could see that, though.
Yeah.
Do you find that you're intuitive, Kathy? Like when, for example, Dennis sees your Target bill. Can you see into his eyes?
No, but I think I could look, and more so though with men than women. Like if do you know what I'm saying? Like if it was a girlfriend of mine, I'm not sure that I would necessarily be able to tell. Maybe that's because we're I don't know, better at hiding
cancel each other out
or something like that. But yeah, and not and like maybe you guys too, or other men that I'm close with.
Do you want to see my defensive face so that I can show?
Yeah, let's see if I can.
Right, Preston?
Yeah, you look stupid.
Yeah.
I know that face.
I go gump. I'm going gump.
I'm going dumb. I'm going gump. She'll never break through.
I gotta go gump on this one, or she'll be on to me. I don't know.
You know what? I don't find myself trying to think too much about trying to read people. Casey reads people a lot, I think. Do you notice that about yourself, Casey?
Yeah, well, I was a communications major, so.
That's where they teach you to read people.
Yeah,
no, but
exactly.
I find that Casey reads people a lot and can say that, he's lying or he's thinking about something else.
Hey, Preston.
Yep.
I drew a picture.
Okay.
Hold it up.
Look into my eyes. What's the picture of?
It's a penis. I knew it. Steve, I didn't even see you.
All right.
That's just because you guys are in love.
That's just because I know.
Let me do it. All right.
You gonna draw a picture?
Yes.
Dude, I totally nailed that.
Yes, you did.
What else would you draw? I almost said butthole.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So.
Steve drew a picture of, what is it? A penis. A hairy penis.
I knew it was
hairy balls.
I drew it with hairy balls.
Okay. All right.
Kathy, you gonna draw something?
Yeah.
Well, Kathy should be able to divine.
You know what? Yeah.
And all of you are going to draw a penis. Any guy here in this entire place is going to draw a penis. So
I won't draw a penis.
You're lying.
I promise.
All right.
Kathy.
All right.
I drew a picture.
Okay.
Kathy, really look into
Casey's eyes. Okay.
Okay.
It's a dog's penis.
No.
Am I close?
Preston.
All right.
What did I draw?
This time you drew a butthole.
No, I drew boobs.
Okay.
Nick drew boobs too.
All right, Kathy. Can you see it?
No.
can't.
I'm guessing what you drew?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now look, you got to look into Preston's eyes. Preston, you have to let her see your eyes.
Yeah, don't cover your eyes up.
Right.
Don't go gump.
A butthole.
She's terrible at
Close. It's a vagina. No, wait, that's a penis. I'm sorry.
That's a penis.
Veiny, too.
Yeah.
All right, anyway.
Okay.
You want?
Have you proved anything here?
All right, do you want to see what I drew?
Yeah,
wait,
yeah.
no, look at Kathy's eyes.
Steve, do it to Steve. He's better.
All right. I can't see to the paper. Something you drew.
Look at her eyes. The eyes should give it away.
Yeah, the eyes are the window of the soul.
Yeah.
Soul is in Korea.
It's also a fish.
It's also a shoe part.
Yeah.
And it's also a type of music.
Listen, when you guys doodle, that you draw penises.
I know.
What do you think? For real though, what do you think?
Big sweaty vagina.
No, that's not what I would do.
All right, hang on,
not what I
Kathy.
would.
All right, so I think you're going to draw.
Vaginas are hard to draw.
They
Penises
are
easy to draw.
Draw a taco and add extra lettuce. Yeah. Is it a penis?
It's not.
Okay.
Preston, you guess.
It's a car. We were just talking about cars. Oh my God!
What is it?
I did that just for you guys.
What is that?
That's somebody taking a dump.
Is it something dripping?
Is it
It's a butt.
You have
I'm
brothers.
a terrible artist.
A butt into a target,
I thought it was
dripping
gonna-
into
No,
a
that's the
target.
toilet. That's the toilet.
Okay.
I thought that was a puddle.
Yeah. All right. Anyway.
I thought that was sweaty balls in a puddle underneath of it.
So a study in this regard.
We just conducted. We need to share this data.
So we're getting ready to play a game, and so here's the deal. Let me set this up. I said it just a moment ago.
Yes.
U2 is doing the Joshua Tree 30th anniversary tour. They made an announcement they were going to be in Philadelphia, which is this Sunday. So a few months back when the announcement happened, I called up two friends of mine because the three of us together went to see that show. It was at the Arena in St. Louis, and it was a big deal because the Cardinals were at the 7th game of the World Series that night.
You had to make a call.
We had to. Are we going to watch the game or are we going to go to the concert? We had already bought the tickets.
How old are you at this time?
We were fresh out of high school, first year, so 19 years old,
Okay.
something like that, because it was 1987. And we went to the concert, and I just was so blown away by the show that night. And I was like a mid-level U2 fan. I thought they were a really good band. I knew enough of the material to go to the concert. The new album sounded great. I hadn't listened to the whole thing. I'd heard, some of the songs that were on the radio. I'm like, all right, let's go. And a little bit of Nirvana for you as we are wrapping up our program today at 93.3 WMMR, 10:38 a.m. Thursday. It's no sad bro officially for us.
Oh my God, that is right.
It's anti-sad. It's the actual opposite of sad as
It's
we
DAS.
head into card. It's DAS, if you will, as we head into Cardboard Classic tomorrow morning. That's it.
Amazing. It's always, for as many times, again, we're calling this basically the 20th anniversary of the Cardboard Classic. Every time it is just as exciting and exhilarating, and it's an awesome thing.
We have the majority of the air staff up there, too.
Yes.
With all of us and Pierre and Brent Porsche and Jackie Bam Bam. In fact, the whole air staff, except for our weekenders, our weekend warriors will be there.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I wonder if it'll descend into...
I mean, Jackie is going to be there, right?
Yeah, he's going to be there.
Okay.
I don't think Jackie is.
No, yes, he is. I spoke
No.
to him this morning. He said he's just not sleeping over.
Oh. Because
Yeah.
I always try to get him to sleep over, but he goes, no, I can't. I have to be in my own bed. First, he'll make up excuses. Well, I have to host a mummers tire changing contest. And because I went back and forth with him. I said, come up, hang out, spend the night. We'll have fun. I have to, review a video of the 2003 Mummers Parade and view it in its entirety and do a review of it and then post it.
And he just doesn't seem to understand that, you just want to hang out with him.
Right.
That's
he,
all.
He likes to sleep in his own bed.
He does.
Yeah.
Yeah, get the F over it. Come up and have some fun with us.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, I did not know you were coming up tonight. Because in the past at
sleeping
Jack
in
Frost,
my car. I got a hotel. It's reserved for
for next month.
for next month.
But
Yeah,
you
you
stay
usually
over.
come up the morning of.
You stay over tomorrow night,
The
right?
last few years, I have come up the night of. However, that doesn't mean I might get there at 4 a.m. So it doesn't mean necessarily that I'm going to get there at 9 o'clock
Just
or
say
8 o'clock.
the dark of instead of the night of.
See, the thing is, I like getting up there. I look forward to today, and tomorrow is its own thing. But we're going to get together for dinner tonight, and hang.
I totally get
thing
it.
is, we actually like each other.
I get it.
Despite what you might hear on our airways, we actually do like hanging out with each other and sitting down, breaking bread with one another.
I love that. Well, that's kind of why I like, after the whole thing's over, to get together with the engineers and whatever staff is around. Nick, you've joined us occasionally before.
Oh, yeah, 2 years ago, we partied, man. It was you, me, and Brent, and you were eating limes or something at one point. And
Well, Brent was serving all forms of tequila, and I looked over and I go, oh, look, Brent has sliced us green apples. And Nick said, you moron, those are limes. Of course, I was several sheets to the wind at that point.
I was chatting with a friend yesterday who's coming up for the first time. That she's never experienced it before, and she asked me if there's a version of Shenanigans where we are. And there's plenty of places to go and hang out, and I really love where we are now. I think it's better for a lot of different reasons. There's part of me that misses Shenanigans a little bit. Like that after party and Shenanigans is a thing unto itself, but it was a lot of karaoke, a lot of alcohol. It was a good time.
Well, the guy that used to run it, Nick, he was quite a character, and occasionally he would sing with a piano player. That's where I first met him. But as I grew to build his fake legend, he became the the chief mobster of the Poconos.
Oh.
And so I'd join him, and he'd always have a young lady, a quarter of his age, on his arm, and which I fully support, as long as it's legal. But I would say, what should I have for dinner, Godfather? You're veggie, right? Yeah. You'll have pasta. Thank you, Godfather. What should I drink? Martini. Yes, Godfather. And I'd kiss his ring. But he's no longer with us. And Shenanigans is down the road, so we won't be going there.
Not this time.
There are plenty of places to go. You were talking about, Nick, where we will be tonight. There's a whole shopping center with a lot of places. But if you go into the town of Scranton, there's loads in
It's
there.
a full town.
Yeah, that's what we did last year. We went into town and found this cute little place. I can't remember the name of it, but a whole bunch of us went there.
Marissa remembers the name of it because she was trying to...
Bar Nozo or something?
Close Bar Pazzo.
Pazzo.
And then right next to it, Pierre, Matt and I found a fun little brewery that has like video games and such in it and some good beers. So yeah, that little strip has some spots.
Well, there's Philly Mag did a Poconos edition, and they went through all of the seasons in the Poconos, and there's actually a decent amount listed in the Scranton area of the best of to go visit.
That's cool. We Dave McGrogan has a place in the complex not far from
Harvest.
Harvest.
Yeah, I've been there.
One of the years we went there afterwards. So yeah, there's plenty of places to go, and blissfully, there's a Starbucks in that same little complex. Although so it'll be fun.
Yep. All right. Letter of the day.
Blah 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 blah.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the President and Steve Show brought to you today by the letter
W as in winter.
All right, and we will give away a 2-hour ice cream making studio session at Hangry Bear Creamery for 12 people. If you're looking for a cool new experience, book an ice cream making studio session at Hangry Bear Creamery in Kennett Square for your next birthday or group gathering. HangryBearCreamery.com to book yours. So what's happening? Last day in the studio for the week?
Well, all over the musical map, as is often the case. Workforce blocks ranging from Rod Stewart to Tool to the Beatles. So we shall have some fun today.
All right, excellent. Now, thank you, Casey. I'm paused the music. I started it too early. All right, I want to thank our sponsors. President Steve Show runs on Dunkin', and they are a fine sponsor of our program. Also brought to you by the local shots at the Landis. Live and local music every single Thursday. And this week, don't miss the goodbyes. Information at thelandis.com. And also, the President Steve Show brought to you by Acme Markets Fresh Foods, local flavors. Tomorrow morning, no Brad, no Sad Bro, Cardboard Classic, Kathy's foot video. Those are the things. That is it. We are done. Rage on. Have yourself a great day. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.